Oliver Goldsmith by Washington Irving. Chapter 1. There are few writers for whom the reader feels such personal kindness as for Oliver Goldsmith, for few have so eminently possessed the magic gift of identifying themselves with their writings. We read his character in every page and grow into familiar intimacy with him as we read. The artless benevolence that beams throughout his works, the whimsical, yet amiable views of human life and human nature, the unforced humor, blending so happily with good feeling and good sense, and singularly dashed at times with a pleasing melancholy, even the very nature of his mellow and flowing and softly tinted style, all seem to bespeak his moral as well as his intellectual qualities, and make us love the man at the same time that we admire the author. While the productions of writers of loftier pretension and more sounding names are suffered to molder on our shelves, those of Goldsmith are cherished and laid in our bosoms. We do not quote them with ostentation, but they mingle with our minds, sweeten our tempers, and harmonize our thoughts. They put us in good humor with ourselves and with the world, and in so doing they make us happier and better men. An acquaintance with the private biography of Goldsmith lets us into the secret of his gifted pages. We there discover them to be little more than transcripts of his own heart and picturings of his fortunes. There he shows himself the same kind, artless, good-humored, excursive, sensible, whimsical, intelligent being that he appears in his writings. Scarcely an adventure or character is given in his works that may not be traced to his own party-colored story. Many of his most ludicrous scenes and ridiculous incidents have been drawn from his own blunders and mischances, and he seems really to have been buffeted into almost every maxim imparted by him for the instruction of his reader. Oliver Goldsmith was born on the 10th of November, 1728, at the hamlet of Pallas or Pallasmore, county of Longford, in Ireland. He sprang from a respectable, but by no means a thrifty stock. Some families seem to inherit kindliness and incompetency, and to hand down virtue and poverty from generation to generation. Such was the case with the Goldsmiths. They were always, according to their own accounts, a strange family. They rarely acted like other people. Their hearts were in the right place, but their heads seemed to be doing anything but what they ought. They were remarkable, says another statement, for their worth, but of no cleverness in the ways of the world. Oliver Goldsmith will be found faithfully to inherit the virtues and weaknesses of his race. His father, the Reverend Charles Goldsmith, with hereditary improvidence, married when very young and very poor, and starved along for several years on a small country curacy and the assistance of his wife's friends. His whole income, eked out by the produce of some fields which he farmed, and of some occasional duties performed for his wife's uncle, the rector of an adjoining parish, did not exceed £40, and passing rich with £40 a year. He inhabited an old, half-rustic mansion that stood on a rising ground in a rough, lonely part of the country, overlooking a low tract occasionally flooded by the river Inny. In this house Goldsmith was born, and it was a birthplace worthy of a poet, for, by all accounts, it was haunted ground. A tradition handed down among the neighboring peasantry states that, in after years, the house, remaining for some time untenanted, went to decay, the roof fell in, and it became so lonely and forlorn as to be a resort for the good people, or fairies, who in Ireland are supposed to delight in old, crazy, deserted mansions for their midnight revels. All attempts to repair it were in vain. The fairies battled stoutly to maintain possession. A huge misshapen hobgoblin used to bestride the house every evening with an immense pair of jackboots, which, in his efforts at hard riding, he would thrust through the roof, kicking to pieces all the work of the preceding day. The house was therefore left to its fate, and went to ruin. Such is the popular tradition about Goldsmith's birthplace. About 2 years after his birth, a change came over the circumstances of his father. By the death of his wife's uncle, he succeeded to the rectory of Kilkenny West, and, abandoning the old Goblin mansion, he removed to Lissoy, in the county of Westmeath, where he occupied a farm of 70 acres, situated on the skirts of that pretty little village. This was the scene of Goldsmith's boyhood, the little world whence he drew many of those pictures, rural and domestic, whimsical and touching, which abound throughout his works, and which appeals so eloquently both to the fancy and the heart. Lissoy is confidently cited as the original of his Auburn in the deserted village. His father's establishment, a mixture of farm and parsonage, furnished hints, it is said, for the rural economy of the Vicar of Wakefield, and his father himself, with his learned simplicity, his guileless wisdom, his amiable piety, and utter ignorance of the world, has been exquisitely portrayed in the worthy Dr. Primrose. Let us pause for a moment and draw from Goldsmith's writings one or two of those pictures which, under feigned names, represent his father and his family and the happy fireside of his childish days. "My father," says the man in black, who, in some respects, is a counterpart of Goldsmith himself, "my father, the younger son of a good family, was possessed of a small living in the church. His education was above his fortune, and his generosity greater than his education. Poor as he was, he had his flatterers poorer than himself. For every dinner he gave them, they returned him an equivalent in praise, and this was all he wanted. The same ambition that actuates a monarch at the head of his army influenced my father at the head of his table. He told the story of the ivy tree, and that was laughed at. He repeated the jest of the 2 scholars and 1 pair of breeches, and the company laughed at that. But the story of Taffy in the sedan chair was sure to set the table in a roar. Thus his pleasure increased in proportion to the pleasure he gave. He loved all the world, and he fancied all the world loved him. As his fortune was but small, he lived up to the very extent of it. He had no intention of leaving his children money, for that was dross. He resolved they should have learning, for learning, he used to observe, was better than silver or gold. For this purpose he undertook to instruct us himself, and took as much care to form our morals as to improve our understanding. We were told that universal benevolence was what first cemented society. We were taught to consider all the wants of mankind as our own, to regard the human face divine with affection and esteem. He wound us up to be mere machines of pity, and rendered us incapable of withstanding the slightest impulse made either by real or fictitious distress. In a word, we were perfectly instructed in the art of giving away thousands before we were taught the necessary qualifications of getting a farthing." In the deserted village, we have another picture of his father and his father's fireside. His house was known to all the vagrant train. He chid their wanderings, but relieved their pain. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard, descending, swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, claimed kindred there, and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier, kindly bade to stay, sat by his fire, and talked the night away, wept o'er his wounds, or tales of sorrow done, shouldered his crutch, and showed how fields were won. Pleased with his guests, the good man learned to glow, and quite forgot their vices and their woe. Careless their merits or their faults to scan, his pity gave ere charity began. The family of the worthy pastor consisted of 5 sons and 3 daughters. Henry, the eldest, was the good man's pride and hope, and he tasked his slender means to the utmost in educating him for a learned and distinguished career. Oliver was the second son, and 7 years younger than Henry, who was the guide and protector of his childhood, and to whom he was most tenderly attached throughout life. Oliver's education began when he was about 3 years old. That is to say, he was gathered under the wings of one of those good old motherly dames, found in every village, who clucked together the whole callow brood of the neighborhood, to teach them their letters and keep them out of harm's way. Mistress Elizabeth de Lapp, for that was her name, flourished in this capacity for upward of 50 years, and it was the pride and boast of her declining days, when nearly 90 years of age, that she was the first that had put a book, doubtless a horn book, into Goldsmith's hands. Apparently, he did not much profit by it, for she confessed he was one of the dullest boys she had ever dealt with, insomuch that she had sometimes doubted whether it was possible to make anything of him, a common case with imaginative children, who are apt to be beguiled from the dry abstractions of elementary study by the picturings of the fancy. At 6 years of age, he passed into the hands of the village schoolmaster, one Thomas, or, as he was commonly and irreverently named, Paddy Byrne, a capital tutor for a poet. He had been educated for a pedagogue, but had enlisted in the army, served abroad during the wars of Queen Anne's time, and risen to the rank of quartermaster of a regiment in Spain. At the return of peace, having no longer exercise for the sword, he resumed the ferule and drilled the urchin populace of Lissoy. Goldsmith is supposed to have had him and his school in view in the following sketch in his deserted village. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossomed firs and profitably gay, there in his noisy mansion, skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the boding tremblers learned to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper circling round conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or, if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage. And e'en the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing, too, the parson owned his skill. For, e'en though vanquished, he could argue still, while words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. There are certain whimsical traits in the character of Burne, not given in the foregoing sketch. He was fond of talking of his vagabond wanderings in foreign lands, and had brought with him from the wars a world of campaigning stories, of which he was generally the hero, and which he would deal forth to his wondering scholars when he ought to have been teaching them their lessons. These travelers' tales had a powerful effect upon the vivid imagination of Goldsmith, and awakened an unconquerable passion for wandering and seeking adventure. Burne was, moreover, of a romantic vein, and exceedingly superstitious. He was deeply versed in the fairy superstitions which abound in Ireland, all which he professed implicitly to believe. Under his tuition, Goldsmith soon became almost as great a proficient in fairy lore. From this branch of good-for-nothing knowledge, his studies, by an easy transition, extended to the histories of robbers, pirates, smugglers, and the whole race of Irish rogues and rapparees. Everything, in short, that savored of romance, fable, and adventure was congenial to his poetic mind, and took instant root there. But the slow plants of useful knowledge were apt to be overrun, if not choked, by the weeds of his quick imagination. Another trait of his motley preceptor, Burne, was a disposition to dabble in poetry, and this likewise was caught by his pupil. Before he was 8 years old, Goldsmith had contracted a habit of scribbling verses on small scraps of paper, which, in a little while, he would throw into the fire. A few of these sibylline leaves, however, were rescued from the flames and conveyed to his mother. The good woman read them with a mother's delight, and saw at once that her son was a genius and a poet. From that time, she beset her husband with solicitations to give the boy an education suitable to his talents. The worthy man was already straitened by the costs of instruction of his eldest son Henry, and had intended to bring his second son up to a trade, but the mother would listen to no such thing. As usual, her influence prevailed, and Oliver, instead of being instructed in some humble but cheerful and gainful handicraft, was devoted to poverty and the muse. A severe attack of the smallpox caused him to be taken from under the care of his storytelling preceptor, Burne. His malady had nearly proved fatal, and his face remained pitted through life. On his recovery, he was placed under the charge of the Reverend Mr. Griffin, schoolmaster of Elphin in Roscommon, and became an inmate in the house of his uncle, John Goldsmith, Esq., of Balliodder, in that vicinity. He now entered upon studies of a higher order, but without making any uncommon progress. Still a careless, easy facility of disposition, an amusing eccentricity of manners, and a vein of quiet and peculiar humor rendered him a general favorite, and a trifling incident soon induced his uncle's family to concur in his mother's opinion of his genius. A number of young folks had assembled at his uncle's to dance. One of the company, named Cummings, played on the violin. In the course of the evening, Oliver undertook a hornpipe. His short and clumsy figure, and his face pitted and discolored with the smallpox, rendered him a ludicrous figure in the eyes of the musician, who made merry at his expense, dubbing him his little Aesop. Goldsmith was nettled by the jest, and, stopping short in the hornpipe, exclaimed, "Our herald hath proclaimed this saying, see Aesop dancing, and his monkey playing." The repartee was thought wonderful for a boy of 9 years old, and Oliver became forthwith the wit and the bright genius of the family. It was thought a pity he should not receive the same advantages with his elder brother Henry, who had been sent to the university, and, as his father's circumstances would not afford it, several of his relatives, spurred on by the representations of his mother, agreed to contribute toward the expense. The greater part, however, was borne by his uncle, the Reverend Thomas Contarine. This worthy man had been the college companion of Bishop Berkeley, and was possessed of moderate means, holding the living of Carrick-on-Shannon. He had married the sister of Goldsmith's father, but was now a widower, with an only child, a daughter, named Jane. Contarine was a kind-hearted man, with a generosity beyond his means. He took Goldsmith into favor from his infancy. His house was open to him during the holidays. His daughter Jane, 2 years older than the poet, was his early playmate, and Uncle Contarine continued to the last one of his most active, unwavering, and generous friends. Fitted out in a great measure by this considerate relative, Oliver was now transferred to schools of a higher order to prepare him for the university, first to one at Athlone, kept by the Reverend Mr. Campbell, and at the end of 2 years, to one at Edgeworthstown, under the superintendence of the Reverend Patrick Hughes. Even at these schools his proficiency does not appear to have been brilliant. He was indolent and careless, however, rather than dull, and, on the whole, appears to have been well thought of by his teachers. In his studies he inclined toward the Latin poets and historians, relished Ovid and Horace, and delighted in Livy. He exercised himself with pleasure in reading and translating Tacitus, and was brought to pay attention to style in his compositions by a reproof from his brother Henry, to whom he had written brief and confused letters, and who told him in reply that if he had but little to say to endeavor to say that little well. The career of his brother Henry at the university was enough to stimulate him to exertion. He seemed to be realizing all his father's hopes, and was winning collegiate honors that the good man considered indicative of his future success in life. In the meanwhile Oliver, if not distinguished among his teachers, was popular among his schoolmates. He had a thoughtless generosity extremely captivating to young hearts. His temper was quick and sensitive, and easily offended, but his anger was momentary, and it was impossible for him to harbor resentment. He was the leader of all boyish sports and athletic amusements, especially ball-playing, and he was foremost in all mischievous pranks. Many years afterward, an old man, Jack Fitzsimmons, one of the directors of the sports and keeper of the ball court at Ballymahone, used to boast of having been schoolmate of Noel Goldsmith, as he called him, and would dwell with vainglory on one of their exploits, in robbing the orchard of Turlican, an old family residence of Lord Annalee. The exploit, however, had nearly involved disastrous consequences, for the crew of juvenile depredators were captured, like Shakespeare and his deer-stealing colleagues, and nothing but the respectability of Goldsmith's connections saved him from the punishment that would have awaited more plebeian delinquents. An amusing incident is related as occurring in Goldsmith's last journey homeward from Edgeworthstown. His father's house was about 20 miles distant. The road lay through a rough country, impassable for carriages. Goldsmith procured a horse for the journey, and a friend furnished him with a guinea for traveling expenses. He was but a stripling of 16, and being thus suddenly mounted on horseback, with money in his pocket, it is no wonder that his head was turned. He determined to play the man, and to spend his money in independent traveler's style. Accordingly, instead of pushing directly for home, he halted for the night at the little town of Ardagh, and, accosting the first person he met, inquired, with somewhat of a consequential air, for the best house in the place. Unluckily, the person he had accosted was one Kelly, a notorious wag, who was quartered in the family of one Mr. Featherstone, a gentleman of fortune. Amused with the self-consequence of the stripling, and willing to play off a practical joke at his expense, he directed him to what was literally the best house in the place, namely, the family mansion of Mr. Featherstone. Goldsmith accordingly rode up to what he supposed to be an inn, ordered his horse to be taken to the stable, walked into the parlor, seated himself by the fire, and demanded what he could have for supper. On ordinary occasions he was diffident and even awkward in his manners, but here he was at ease in his inn, and felt called upon to show his manhood and enact the experienced traveler. His person was by no means calculated to play off his pretensions, for he was short and thick, with a pockmarked face, and an air and carriage by no means of a distinguished cast. The owner of the house, however, soon discovered his whimsical mistake, and, being a man of humor, determined to indulge it, especially as he accidentally learned that this intruding guest was the son of an old acquaintance. Accordingly, Goldsmith was fooled to the top of his bent, and permitted to have full sway throughout the evening. Never was schoolboy more elated. When supper was served, he most condescendingly insisted that the landlord, his wife and daughter should partake, and ordered a bottle of wine to crown the repast and benefit the house. His last flourish was on going to bed, when he gave especial orders to have a hot cake at breakfast. His confusion and dismay, on discovering the next morning that he had been swaggering in this free and easy way in the house of a private gentleman, may be readily conceived. True to his habit of turning the events of his life to literary account, we find this chapter of ludicrous blunders and cross-purposes dramatized many years afterward in his admirable comedy of She Stoops to Conquer, or The Mistakes of a Knight. Chapter 2. While Oliver was making his way somewhat negligently through the schools, his elder brother Henry was rejoicing his father's heart by his career at the university. He soon distinguished himself at the examinations and obtained a scholarship in 1743. This is a collegiate distinction which serves as a stepping stone in any of the learned professions, and which leads to advancement in the university should the individual choose to remain there. His father now trusted that he would push forward for that comfortable provision, a fellowship, and thence to higher dignities and emoluments. Henry, however, had the improvidence or the unworldliness of his race. Returning to the country during the succeeding vacation, he married for love, relinquished, of course, all his collegiate prospects and advantages, set up a school in his father's neighborhood, and buried his talents and acquirements for the remainder of his life in a curacy of £40 a year. Another matrimonial event occurred not long afterward in the Goldsmith family, to disturb the equanimity of its worthy head. This was the clandestine marriage of his daughter Catherine with a young gentleman of the name of Hodson, who had been confided to the care of her brother Henry to complete his studies. As the youth was of wealthy parentage, it was thought a lucky match for the Goldsmith family, but the tidings of the event stung the bride's father to the soul. Proud of his integrity, and jealous of that good name which was his chief possession, he saw himself and his family subjected to the degrading suspicion of having abused a trust reposed in them to promote a mercenary match. In the first transports of his feelings, he is said to have uttered a wish that his daughter might never have a child to bring like shame and sorrow on her head. The hasty wish, so contrary to the usual benignity of the man, was recalled and repented of almost as soon as uttered, but it was considered baleful in its effects by the superstitious neighborhood, for, though his daughter bore 3 children, they all died before her. A more effectual measure was taken by Mr. Goldsmith to ward off the apprehended imputation, but one which imposed a heavy burden on his family. This was to furnish a marriage portion of £400, that his daughter might not be said to have entered her husband's family empty-handed. To raise the sum in cash was impossible, but he assigned to Mr. Hodson his little farm and the income of his tithes until the marriage portion should be paid. In the meantime, as his living did not amount to £200 per annum, he had to practice the strictest economy to pay off gradually this heavy tax incurred by his nice sense of honor. The first of his family to feel the effects of this economy was Oliver. The time had now arrived for him to be sent to the university, and, accordingly, on the 11th of June, 1747, when 16 years of age, he entered Trinity College, Dublin, but his father was no longer able to place him there as a pensioner, as he had done his eldest son Henry. He was obliged, therefore, to enter him as a sizar or poor scholar. He was lodged in one of the top rooms adjoining the library of the building, numbered 35, where it is said his name may still be seen, scratched by himself upon a window frame. A student of this class is taught and boarded gratuitously, and has to pay but a very small sum for his room. It is expected, in return for these advantages, that he will be a diligent student and render himself useful in a variety of ways. In Trinity College, at the time of Goldsmith's admission, several derogatory and indeed menial offices were exacted from the sizar, as if the college sought to indemnify itself for conferring benefits by inflicting indignities. He was obliged to sweep part of the courts in the morning, to carry up the dishes from the kitchen to the fellows' table, and to wait in the hall until that body had dined. His very dress marked the inferiority of the poor student to his happier classmates. It was a black gown of coarse stuff without sleeves, and a plain black cloth cap without a tassel. We can conceive nothing more odious and ill-judged than these distinctions, which attached the idea of degradation to poverty, and placed the indigent youth of merit below the worthless minion of fortune. They were calculated to wound and irritate the noble mind, and to render the base mind baser. Indeed, the galling effect of these servile tasks upon youths of proud spirits and quick sensibilities became at length too notorious to be disregarded. About 50 years since, on a Trinity Sunday, a number of persons were assembled to witness the college ceremonies, and as a sizar was carrying up a dish of meat to the fellows' table, a burly citizen in the crowd made some sneering observation on the servility of his office. Stung to the quick, the high-spirited youth instantly flung the dish and its contents at the head of the sneer. The sizar was sharply reprimanded for this outbreak of wounded pride, but the degrading task was from that day forward very properly consigned to menial hands. It was with the utmost repugnance that Goldsmith entered college in this capacity. His shy and sensitive nature was affected by the inferior station he was doomed to hold among his gay and opulent fellow-students, and he became, at times, moody and despondent. A recollection of these early mortifications induced him, in after years, most strongly to dissuade his brother Henry, the clergyman, from sending a son to college on a like footing. If he has ambition, strong passions, and an exquisite sensibility of contempt, do not send him there, unless you have no other trade for him except your own. To add to his annoyances, the fellow of the college who had the peculiar control of his studies, the Reverend Theaker Wilder, was a man of violent and capricious temper and of diametrically opposite tastes. The tutor was devoted to the exact sciences. Goldsmith was for the classics. Wilder endeavored to force his favorite studies upon the student by harsh means, suggested by his own coarse and savage nature. He abused him in presence of the class as ignorant and stupid, ridiculed him as awkward and ugly, and at times in the transports of his temper indulged in personal violence. The effect was to aggravate a passive distaste into a positive aversion. Goldsmith was loud in expressing his contempt for mathematics and his dislike of ethics and logic, and the prejudices thus imbibed continued through life. Mathematics he always pronounced a science to which the meanest intellects were competent. A truer cause of this distaste for the severer studies may probably be found in his natural indolence and his love of convivial pleasures. "I was a lover of mirth, good humor, and even sometimes of fun," said he, "from my childhood." He sang a good song, was a boon companion, and could not resist any temptation to social enjoyment. He endeavored to persuade himself that learning and dullness went hand in hand, and that genius was not to be put in harness. Even in riper years, when the consciousness of his own deficiencies ought to have convinced him of the importance of early study, he speaks slightingly of college honors. "A lad," says he, "whose passions are not strong enough in youth to mislead him from that path of science which his tutors, and not his inclination, have chalked out, by 4 or 5 years' perseverance will probably obtain every advantage and honor his college can bestow. I would compare the man whose youth has been thus passed in the tranquillity of dispassionate prudence to liquors that never ferment and, consequently, continue always muddy." The death of his worthy father, which took place early in 1747, rendered Goldsmith's situation at college extremely irksome. His mother was left with little more than the means of providing for the wants of her household, and was unable to furnish him any remittances. He would have been compelled, therefore, to leave college, had it not been for the occasional contributions of friends, the foremost among whom was his generous and warm-hearted Uncle Contarine. Still, these supplies were so scanty and precarious that in the intervals between them, he was put to great straits. He had 2 college associates from whom he would occasionally borrow small sums. One was an early schoolmate by the name of Beatty, the other a cousin, and the chosen companion of his frolics, Robert, or rather Bob, Bryanton, of Ballymolvie House, near Ballymahone. When these casual supplies failed him, he was more than once obliged to raise funds for his immediate wants by pawning his books. At times he sank into despondency, but he had what he termed a knack at hoping, which soon buoyed him up again. He began now to resort to his poetical vein as a source of profit, scribbling street ballads, which he privately sold for 5 shillings each at a shop which dealt in such small wares of literature. He felt an author's affection for these unknown bantlings, and we are told would stroll privately through the streets at night to hear them sung, listening to the comments and criticisms of bystanders, and observing the degree of applause which each received. Edmund Burke was a fellow student with Goldsmith at the college. Neither the statesman nor the poet gave promise of their future celebrity, though Burke certainly surpassed his contemporary in industry and application, and evinced more disposition for self-improvement, associating himself with a number of his fellow students in a debating club, in which they discussed literary topics and exercised themselves in composition. Goldsmith may likewise have belonged to this association, but his propensity was rather to mingle with the gay and thoughtless. On one occasion we find him implicated in an affair that came nigh producing his expulsion. A report was brought to college that a scholar was in the hands of the bailiffs. This was an insult in which every gownsman felt himself involved. A number of the scholars flew to arms and sallied forth to battle, headed by a harebrained fellow nicknamed Gallows Walsh, noted for his aptness at mischief and fondness for riot. The stronghold of the bailiff was carried by storm, the scholars set at liberty, and the delinquent catchpole borne off captive to the college, where, having no pump to put him under, they satisfied the demands of collegiate law by ducking him in an old cistern. Flushed with this signal victory, Gallows Walsh now harangued his followers and proposed to break open Newgate, or the Black Dog, as the prison was called, and effect a general jail delivery. He was answered by shouts of concurrence, and away went the throng of madcap youngsters, fully bent upon putting an end to the tyranny of law. They were joined by the mob of the city, and made an attack upon the prison with true Irish precipitation and thoughtlessness, never having provided themselves with cannon to batter at stone walls. A few shots from the prison brought them to their senses, and they beat a hasty retreat, 2 of the townsmen being killed and several wounded. A severe scrutiny of this affair took place at the university. 4 students, who had been ringleaders, were expelled. For others, who had been prominent in the affray, were publicly admonished. Among the latter was the unlucky Goldsmith. To make up for this disgrace, he gained, within a month afterward, one of the minor prizes of the college. It is true it was one of the very smallest, amounting in pecuniary value to but 30 shillings, but it was the first distinction he had gained in his whole collegiate career. This turn of success and sudden influx of wealth proved too much for the head of our poor student. He forthwith gave a supper and dance at his chamber to a number of young persons of both sexes from the city, in direct violation of college rules. The unwonted sound of the fiddle reached the ears of the implacable Wilder. He rushed to the scene of unhallowed festivity, inflicted corporal punishment on the father of the feast, and turned his astonished guest's neck and heels out of doors. This filled the measure of poor Goldsmith's humiliations. He felt degraded both within college and without. He dreaded the ridicule of his fellow students for the ludicrous termination of his orgy, and he was ashamed to meet his city acquaintances after the degrading chastisement received in their presence, and after their own ignominious expulsion. Above all, he felt it impossible to submit any longer to the insulting tyranny of Wilder. He determined, therefore, to leave, not merely the college, but also his native land, and to bury what he conceived to be his irretrievable disgrace in some distant country. He accordingly sold his books and clothes, and sallied forth from the college walls the very next day, intending to embark at Cork for, he scarce knew where, America, or any other part beyond sea. With his usual heedless imprudence, however, he loitered about Dublin until his finances were reduced to a shilling, With this amount of specie, he set out on his journey. For 3 whole days he subsisted on his shilling. When that was spent, he parted with some of the clothes from his back, until, reduced almost to nakedness, he was 24 hours without food, insomuch that he declared a handful of grey peas, given to him by a girl at a wake, was one of the most delicious repasts he had ever tasted. Hunger, fatigue, and destitution brought down his spirit and calmed his anger. Fain would he have retraced his steps, could he have done so with any salvo for the lingerings of his pride. In his extremity, he conveyed to his brother Henry information of his distress and of the rash project on which he had set out. His affectionate brother hastened to his relief, furnished him with money and clothes, soothed his feelings with gentle counsel, prevailed upon him to return to college, and effected an indifferent reconciliation between him and Wilder. After this irregular sally upon life, he remained nearly 2 years longer at the university, giving proofs of talent in occasional translations from the classics, for one of which he received a premium, awarded only to those who are the first in literary merit. Still he never made much figure at college, his natural disinclination to study being increased by the harsh treatment he continued to experience from his tutor. Among the anecdotes told of him while at college is one indicative of that prompt but thoughtless and often whimsical benevolence which throughout life formed one of the most eccentric yet endearing points of his character. He was engaged to breakfast one day with a college intimate, but failed to make his appearance. His friend repaired to his room, knocked at the door, and was bidden to enter. To his surprise, he found Goldsmith in his bed, immersed to his chin in feathers. A serio's comic story explained the circumstance. In the course of the preceding evening's stroll, he had met with a woman with 5 children, who implored his charity. Her husband was in the hospital. She was just from the country, a stranger, and destitute, without food or shelter for her helpless offspring. This was too much for the kind heart of Goldsmith. He was almost as poor as herself, it is true, and had no money in his pocket, but he brought her to the college gate, gave her the blankets from his bed to cover her little brood, and part of his clothes for her to sell and purchase food, and, finding himself cold during the night, had cut open his bed and buried himself among the feathers. At length, on the 27th of February, 1749, OS, he was admitted to the degree of Bachelor of Arts and took his final leave of the university. He was freed from college rule, that emancipation so ardently coveted by the thoughtless student, and which too generally launches him amid the cares, the hardships, and vicissitudes of life. He was freed, too, from the brutal tyranny of Wilder. If his kind and placable nature could retain any resentment for past injuries, it might have been gratified by learning subsequently that the passionate career of Wilder was terminated by a violent death in the course of a dissolute brawl, but Goldsmith took no delight in the misfortunes even of his enemies. He now returned to his friends, no longer the student to sport away the happy interval of vacation, but the anxious man, who was henceforth to shift for himself and make his way through the world. In fact, he had no legitimate home to return to. At the death of his father, the paternal house at Lissoy, in which Goldsmith had passed his childhood, had been taken by Mr. Hodson, who had married his sister Catherine. His mother had removed to Ballymahone, where she occupied a small house and had to practice the severest frugality. His elder brother Henry served the curacy and taught the school of his late father's parish, and lived in narrow circumstances at Goldsmith's birthplace, the old Goblin House at Palace. None of his relatives were in circumstances to aid him with anything more than a temporary home, and the aspect of every one seemed somewhat changed. In fact, his career at college had disappointed his friends, and they began to doubt his being the great genius they had fancied him. He whimsically alludes to this circumstance in that piece of autobiography, The Man in Black, in The Citizen of the World. The first opportunity my father had of finding his expectations disappointed was in the middling figure I made at the university. He had flattered himself that he should soon see me rising into the foremost rank in literary reputation, but was mortified to find me utterly unnoticed and unknown. His disappointment might have been partly ascribed to his having overrated my talents, and partly to my dislike of mathematical reasonings at a time when my imagination and memory, yet unsatisfied, were more eager after new objects than desirous of reasoning upon those I knew. This, however, did not please my tutors, who observed, indeed, that I was a little dull, but at the same time allowed that I seemed to be very good-natured, and had no harm in me. Footnote: Citizen of the World, Letter 27. The only one of his relatives who did not appear to lose faith in him was his uncle Contarine. This kind and considerate man, it is said, saw in him a warmth of heart requiring some skill to direct, and a latent genius that wanted time to mature, and these impressions none of his subsequent follies and irregularities wholly obliterated. His purse and affection, therefore, as well as his house, were now open to him, and he became his chief counselor and director after his father's death. He urged him to prepare for holy orders, and others of his relatives concurred in the advice. Goldsmith had a settled repugnance to a clerical life. This has been ascribed by some to conscientious scruples, not considering himself of a temper and frame of mind for such a sacred office. Others attributed it to his roving propensities and his desire to visit foreign countries. He himself gives a whimsical objection in his biography of the Man in Black, to be obliged to wear a long wig when I liked a short one, or a black coat when I generally dressed in brown. I thought such a restraint upon my liberty that I absolutely rejected the proposal. In effect, however, his scruples were overruled, and he agreed to qualify himself for the office. He was now only 21, and must pass 2 years of probation. They were 2 years of rather loitering, unsettled life. Sometimes he was at Lissoy, participating with thoughtless enjoyment in the rural sports and occupations of his brother-in-law, Mr. Hodson. Sometimes he was with his brother Henry at the old Goblin mansion at Palace, assisting him occasionally in his school. The early marriage and unambitious retirement of Henry, though so subversive of the fond plans of his father, had proved happy in their results. He was already surrounded by a blooming family. He was contented with his lot, beloved by his parishioners, and lived in the daily practice of all the amiable virtues and the immediate enjoyment of their reward. Of the tender affection inspired in the breast of Goldsmith by the constant kindness of this excellent brother, and of the longing recollection with which, in the lonely wanderings of after years, he looked back upon this scene of domestic felicity, we have a touching instance in the well-known opening to his poem of the Traveller. Remote, unfriended, melancholy, slow, or by the lazy-shelled or wandering where'er I roam, whatever realms to see, my heart and travelled fondly turns to thee, still to my brother turns with ceaseless pain, and drags at each remove a lengthening chain. Eternal blessings crown my earliest friend, and round his dwelling guardian saints attend. Blessed be that spot, where cheerful guests retire, to pause from toil, and trim their evening fire. Bless that abode, where want and pain repair, and every stranger finds a ready chair. Blessed be those feasts with simple plenty crowned, where all the ruddy family around laugh at the jests or pranks that never fail, or sigh with pity at some mournful tale, or press the bashful stranger to his food, and learn the luxury of doing good. During this loitering life Goldsmith pursued no study, but rather amused himself with miscellaneous reading, such as biography, travels, poetry, novels, plays, everything, in short, that administered to the imagination. Sometimes he strolled along the banks of the river Inny, where, in after years, when he had become famous, his favorite seats and haunts used to be pointed out. Often he joined in the rustic sports of the villagers and became adroit at throwing the sledge, a favorite feat of activity and strength in Ireland. Recollections of these healthful sports we find in his deserted village. How often have I blessed the coming day, when toil remitting lent its turn to play, and all the village train, from labor free, let up their sports beneath the spreading tree. And many a gambol frolicked o'er the ground, and sleights of art and feats of strength went round. A boon companion in all his rural amusements was his cousin and college crony, Robert Bryanton, with whom he sojourned occasionally at Ballymolvy House in the neighbourhood. They used to make excursions about the country on foot, sometimes fishing, sometimes hunting otter in the Inny. They got up a country club at the little inn of Ballymahone, of which Goldsmith soon became the oracle and prime wit, astonishing his unlettered associates by his learning, and being considered capital at a song and a story. From the rustic conviviality of the inn at Ballymahone and the company which used to assemble there, it is surmised that he took some hints in after life for his picturing of Tony Lumpkin and his associates, Dick Muggins, the exciseman, Jack Slang, the horse doctor, Little Aminadab, that grinds the music box, and Tom Twist, that spins the pewter platter. Nay, it is thought that Tony's drinking song at the Three Jolly Pigeons was but a revival of one of the convivial catches at Ballymahone. Then come put the jorum about, and let us be merry and clever. Our hearts and our liquors are stout. Here's the Three Jolly Pigeons forever. Let some cry of woodcock or hare, your bustards, your ducks, and your widgeons, but of all the gay birds in the air, here's a health to the Three Jolly Pigeons. Toraddle, toraddle, torol. Notwithstanding all these accomplishments and this rural popularity, his friends began to shake their heads and shrug their shoulders when they spoke of him, and his brother Henry noted with anything but satisfaction his frequent visits to the club at Ballymahone. He emerged, however, unscathed from this dangerous ordeal, more fortunate in this respect than his comrade Bryanton, but he retained throughout life a fondness for clubs. Often, too, in the course of his checkered career, he looked back to this period of rural sports and careless enjoyments as one of the few sunny spots of his cloudy life, and though he ultimately rose to associate with birds of a finer feather, his heart would still yearn in secret after the Three Jolly Pigeons. Chapter 3. The time was now arrived for Goldsmith to apply for orders, and he presented himself accordingly before the Bishop of Elphin for ordination. We have stated his great objection to clerical life, the obligation to wear a black coat, and, whimsical as it may appear, dress seems in fact to have formed an obstacle to his entrance into the church. He had ever a passion for clothing his sturdy but awkward little person in gay colors, and on this solemn occasion, when it was to be supposed his garb would be of suitable gravity, he appeared luminously arrayed in scarlet breeches. He was rejected by the bishop, some say for want of sufficient studious preparation, his rambles and frolics with Bob Bryanton, and his revels with the club at Ballymahone, having been much in the way of his theological studies. Others attribute his rejection to reports of his college irregularities, which the bishop had received from his old Triant Wilder. But those who look into the matter with more knowing eyes pronounce the scarlet breeches to have been the fundamental objection. My friends, says Goldsmith, speaking through his humorous representative, the man in black. My friends were now perfectly satisfied I was undone, and yet they thought it a pity for one that had not the least harm in him, and was so very good-natured. His uncle Contarine, however, still remained unwavering in his kindness, though much less sanguine in his expectations. He now looked round for a humbler sphere of action, and through his influence and exertions Oliver was received as tutor in the family of a Mr. Flynn, a gentleman of the neighbourhood. The situation was apparently respectable. He had his seat at the table, and joined the family in their domestic recreations and their evening game at cards. There was a servility, however, in his position which was not to his taste, nor did his deference for the family increase upon familiar intercourse. He charged a member of it with unfair play at cards. A violent altercation ensued, which ended in his throwing up his situation as tutor. On being paid off, he found himself in possession of an unheard-of amount of money. His wandering propensity and his desire to see the world were instantly in the ascendancy. Without communicating his plans or intentions to his friends, he procured a good horse, and with £30 in his pocket, made his second sally forth into the world. The worthy niece and housekeeper of the hero of La Mancha could not have been more surprised and dismayed at one of the Don's clandestine expeditions than were the mother and friends of Goldsmith when they heard of his mysterious departure. Weeks elapsed, and nothing was seen or heard of him. It was feared that he had left the country on one of his wandering freaks, and his poor mother was reduced almost to despair, when one day he arrived at her door almost as forlorn in plight as the prodigal son. Of his £30 not a shilling was left, and instead of the goodly steed on which he had issued forth on his errantry, he was mounted on a sorry little pony, which he had nicknamed Fiddleback. As soon as his mother was well assured of his safety, she rated him soundly for his inconsiderate conduct. His brothers and sisters, who were tenderly attached to him, interfered and succeeded in mollifying her ire, and whatever lurking anger the good dame might have was no doubt effectually vanquished by the following whimsical narrative which he drew up at his brother's house and dispatched to her. My dear mother, if you will sit down and calmly listen to what I say, you shall be fully resolved in every one of those many questions you have asked me. I went to Cork and converted my horse, which you prize so much higher than Fiddleback, into cash, took my passage in a ship bound for America, and at the same time paid the captain for my freight and all the other expenses of my voyage. But it so happened that the wind did not answer for 3 weeks, and you know, mother, that I could not command the elements. My misfortune was that, when the wind served, I happened to be with a party in the country, and my friend the captain never inquired after me, but set sail with as much indifference as if I had been on board. The remainder of my time I employed in the city and its environs, viewing everything curious, and you know no one can starve while he has money in his pocket. Reduced, however, to my last 2 guineas, I began to think of my dear mother and friends whom I had left behind me, and so bought that generous beast Fiddleback, and bade adieu to Cork with only 5 shillings in my pocket. This, to be sure, was but a scanty allowance for man and horse toward a journey of above 100 miles, but I did not despair, for I knew I must find friends on the road. I recollected particularly an old and faithful acquaintance I made at college, who had often and earnestly pressed me to spend a summer with him, and he lived but 8 miles from Cork. This circumstance of vicinity he would expatiate on to me, with peculiar emphasis. "We shall," says he, "enjoy the delights of both city and country, and you shall command my stable and my purse." However, upon the way I met a poor woman all in tears, who told me her husband had been arrested for a debt he was not able to pay, and that his 8 children must now starve, bereaved as they were of his industry, which had been their only support. I thought myself at home, being not far from my friend's house, and therefore parted with a moiety of all my store, and pray, mother, ought I not to have given her the other half-crown, for what she got would be of little use to her. However, I soon arrived at the mansion of my affectionate friend, guarded by the vigilance of a huge mastiff, who flew at me and would have torn me to pieces but for the assistance of a woman, whose countenance was not less grim than that of the dog, yet she with great humanity relieved me from the jaws of this Cerberus, and was prevailed on to carry up my name to her master. Without suffering me to wait long, my old friend, who was then recovering from a severe fit of sickness, came down in his nightcap, nightgown, and slippers, and embraced me with the most cordial welcome, showed me in, and, after giving me a history of his indisposition, assured me that he considered himself peculiarly fortunate in having under his roof the man he most loved on earth, and whose stay with him must, above all things, contribute to perfect his recovery. I now repented sorely I had not given the poor woman the other half-crown, as I thought all my bills of humanity would be punctually answered by this worthy man. I revealed to him my whole soul, I opened to him all my distresses, and freely owned that I had but 1 half-crown in my pocket, but that now, like a ship after weathering out the storm, I considered myself secure in a safe and hospitable harbor. He made no answer, but walked about the room, rubbing his hands as one in deep study. This I imputed to the sympathetic feelings of a tender heart, which increased my esteem for him, and, as that increased, I gave the most favorable interpretation to his silence. I construed it into delicacy of sentiment, as if he dreaded to wound my pride by expressing his commiseration in words, leaving his generous conduct to speak for itself. It now approached 6 o'clock in the evening, and as I had eaten no breakfast, and as my spirits were raised, my appetite for dinner grew uncommonly keen. At length the old woman came into the room with 2 plates, 1 spoon, and a dirty cloth, which she laid upon the table. This appearance, without increasing my spirits, did not diminish my appetite. My protectress soon returned with a small bowl of sago, a small porringer of sour milk, a loaf of stale brown bread, and the heel of an old cheese all over crawling with mites. My friend apologized that his illness obliged him to live on slops, and that better fare was not in the house, observing at the same time that a milk diet was certainly the most healthful, and at 8 o'clock he again recommended a regular life, declaring that for his part he would lie down with the lamb and rise with the lark. My hunger was at this time so exceedingly sharp that I wished for another slice of the loaf, but was obliged to go to bed without even that refreshment. This Lenten entertainment I had received made me resolve to depart as soon as possible. Accordingly, next morning, when I spoke of going, he did not oppose my resolution. He rather commended my design, adding some very sage counsel upon the occasion. "To be sure," said he, "the longer you stay away from your mother, the more you will grieve her and your other friends, and possibly they are already afflicted at hearing of this foolish expedition you have made." Notwithstanding all this, and without any hope of softening such a sordid heart, I again renewed the tale of my distress, and asking how he thought I could travel above 100 miles upon 1/2 crown, I begged to borrow a single guinea, which I assured him should be repaid with thanks. "And you know, sir," said I, "it is no more than I have done for you." To which he firmly answered, "Why, look you, Mr. Goldsmith, that is neither here nor there. I have paid you all you ever lent me, and this sickness of mine has left me bare of cash. But I have bethought myself of a conveyance for you. Sell your horse, and I will furnish you a much better one to ride on." I readily grasped at his proposal, and begged to see the nag, on which he led me to his bedchamber, and from under the bed he pulled out a stout oak stick. "Here he is," said he. "Take this in your hand, and it will carry you to your mother's with more safety than such a horse as you ride." I was in doubt, when I got it into my hand, whether I should not, in the first place, apply it to his pate, but a rap at the street door made the wretch fly to it, and when I returned to the parlor, he introduced me, as if nothing of the kind had happened, to the gentleman who entered as Mr. Goldsmith, his most ingenious and worthy friend, of whom he had so often heard him speak with rapture. I could scarcely compose myself, and must have betrayed indignation in my mien to the stranger, who was a counselor at law in the neighborhood, a man of engaging aspect and polite address. After spending an hour, he asked my friend and me to dine with him at his house. This I declined at first, as I wished to have no further communication with my hospitable friend, but at the solicitation of both I at last consented, determined as I was by two motives: one, that I was prejudiced in favor of the looks and manner of the counselor, and the other, that I stood in need of a comfortable dinner. And there, indeed, I found everything that I could wish: abundance without profusion, and elegance without affectation. In the evening, when my old friend, who had eaten very plentifully at his neighbor's table, but talked again of lying down with the lamb, made a motion to me for retiring, our generous host requested I should take a bed with him, upon which I plainly told my old friend that he might go home and take care of the horse he had given me, but that I should never re-enter his doors. He went away with a laugh, leaving me to add this to the other little things the counselor already knew of his plausible neighbor. And now, my dear mother, I found sufficient to reconcile me to all my follies, for here I spent 3 whole days. The counselor had 2 sweet girls to his daughters, who played enchantingly on the harpsichord, and yet it was but a melancholy pleasure I felt the first time I heard them, for that being the first time also that either of them had touched the instrument since their mother's death, I saw the tears in silence trickle down their father's cheeks. I every day endeavored to go away, but every day was pressed and obliged to stay. On my going, the counselor offered me his purse, with a horse and servant to convey me home, but the latter I declined, and only took a guinea to bear my necessary expenses on the road. Oliver Goldsmith. To Mrs. and Goldsmith, Ballymahone. Such is the story given by the poet errant of this his second sally in quest of adventures. We cannot but think it was here and there touched up a little with the fanciful pen of the future essayist, with a view to amuse his mother and soften her vexation, but even in these respects it is valuable as showing the early play of his humor, and his happy knack of extracting sweets from that worldly experience which to others yields nothing but bitterness. Chapter 4. A new consultation was held among Goldsmith's friends as to his future course, and it was determined he should try the law. His uncle Contarine agreed to advance the necessary funds, and actually furnished him with £50, with which he set off for London, to enter on his studies at the Temple. Unfortunately, he fell in company at Dublin with a Roscommon acquaintance, one whose wits had been sharpened about town, who beguiled him into a gambling house, and soon left him as penniless as when he bestrode the redoubtable Fiddleback. He was so ashamed of this fresh instance of gross heedlessness and imprudence that he remained some time in Dublin without communicating to his friends his destitute condition. They heard of it, however, and he was invited back to the country and indulgently forgiven by his generous uncle, but less readily by his mother, who was mortified and disheartened at seeing all her early hopes of him so repeatedly blighted. His brother Henry, too, began to lose patience at these successive failures, resulting from thoughtless indiscretion, and a quarrel took place, which for some time interrupted their usually affectionate intercourse. The only home where poor erring Goldsmith still received a welcome was the parsonage of his affectionate, forgiving uncle. Here he used to talk of literature with a good, simple-hearted man, and delight him and his daughter with his verses. Jane, his early playmate, was now the woman grown. Their intercourse was of a more intellectual kind than formerly. They discoursed of poetry and music. She played on the harpsichord, and he accompanied her with his flute. The music may not have been very artistic, as he never performed but by ear. It had probably as much merit as the poetry, which, if we may judge by the following specimen, was as yet but juvenile. To a young lady on Valentine's Day, with the drawing of a heart, with submission at your shrine, comes a heart your Valentine. From the side, where once it grew, see it panting flies to you. Take it, fair one, to your breast. Soothe the fluttering thing to rest. Let the gentle, spotless toy be your sweetest, greatest joy. Every night when wrapped in sleep, next your heart the conquest keep. Or, if dreams your fancy move, hear it whisper me and love. Then in pity to the swain, who must heartless else remain, soft as gentle dewy showers, slow descend on April flowers, soft as gentle rivulets glide, steal unnoticed to my side. If the gem you have to spare, take your own and place it there. If this Valentine was intended for the fair Jane, and expressive of a tender sentiment indulged by the stripling poet, it was unavailing, as not long afterward she was married to a Mr. Lauder. We trust, however, it was but a poetical passion of that transient kind which grows up in idleness and exhales itself in rhyme. While Oliver was thus piping and poetizing at the parsonage, his uncle Contarine received a visit from Dean Goldsmith of Cloyne, a kind of magnate in the wide but improvident family connection, throughout which his word was law and almost gospel. This august dignitary was pleased to discover signs of talent in Oliver, and suggested that as he had attempted divinity and law without success, he should now try physic. The advice came from too important a source to be disregarded, and it was determined to send him to Edinburgh to commence his studies. The dean, having given the advice, added to it, we trust, his blessing, but no money, that was furnished from the scantier purses of Goldsmith's brother, his sister, Mrs. Hodson, and his ever-ready uncle, Contarine. It was in the autumn of 1752 that Goldsmith arrived in Edinburgh. His outset in that city came near adding to the list of his indiscretions and disasters. Having taken lodgings at haphazard, he left his trunk there, containing all his worldly effects, and sallied forth to see the town. After sauntering about the streets until a late hour, he thought of returning home, when, to his confusion, he found he had not acquainted himself with the name either of his landlady or of the street in which she lived. Fortunately, in the height of his whimsical perplexity, he met the cawdy or porter who had carried his trunk, and who now served him as a guide. He did not remain long in the lodgings in which he had put up. The hostess was too adroit at that hocus-pocus of the table which often is practiced in cheap boarding-houses. No one could conjure a single joint through a greater variety of forms. A loin of mutton, according to Goldsmith's account, would serve him and 2 fellow-students a whole week. A brandered chop was served up one day, a fried steak another, collops with onion sauce a third, and so on until the fleshy parts were quite consumed, when finally a dish of broth was manufactured from the bones on the 7th day, and the landlady rested from her labors. Goldsmith had a good-humored mode of taking things, and for a short time amused himself with the shifts and expedients of his landlady, which struck him in a ludicrous manner. He soon, however, fell in with fellow-students from his own country, whom he joined at more eligible quarters. He now attended medical lectures and attached himself to an association of students called the Medical Society. He set out, as usual, with the best intentions, but, as usual, soon fell into idle, convivial, thoughtless habits. Edinburgh was indeed a place of sore trial for one of his temperament. Convivial meetings were all the vogue, and the tavern was the universal rallying place of good fellowship. And then Goldsmith's intimacies lay chiefly among the Irish students, who were always ready for a wild freak and frolic. Among them he was a prime favorite and somewhat of a leader, from his exuberance of spirits, his vein of humor, and his talent at singing an Irish song and telling an Irish story. His usual carelessness in money matters attended him. Though his supplies from home were scanty and irregular, he never could bring himself into habits of prudence and economy. Often he was stripped of all his present finances at play. Often he lavished them away in fits of unguarded charity or generosity. Sometimes among his boon companions he assumed a ludicrous swagger in money matters, which no one afterward was more ready than himself to laugh at. At a convivial meeting with a number of his fellow students, he suddenly proposed to draw lots with any one present which of the two should treat the whole party to the play. The moment the proposition had bolted from his lips, his heart was in his throat. "To my great though secret joy," said he, "they all declined the challenge. Had it been accepted, and had I proved the loser, a part of my wardrobe must have been pledged in order to raise the money." At another of these meetings there was an honest dispute on the question of ghosts, some being firm believers in the possibility of departed spirits returning to visit their friends and familiar haunts. One of the disputants set sail the next day for London, but the vessel put back through the stress of weather. His return was unknown except to one of the believers in ghosts, who concerted with him a trick to be played off on the opposite party. In the evening, at a meeting of the students, the discussion was renewed, and one of the most strenuous opposers of ghosts was asked whether he considered himself proof against ocular demonstration. He persisted in his scoffing. Some solemn process of conjuration was performed, and the comrade supposed to be on his way to London made his appearance. The effect was fatal. The unbeliever fainted at the sight, and ultimately went mad. We have no account of what share Goldsmith took in this transaction, at which he was present. The following letter to his friend Bryanton contains some of Goldsmith's impressions concerning Scotland and its inhabitants, and gives indications of that humor which characterized some of his later writings. Robert Bryanton, at Ballymahone, Ireland. Edinburgh, September 26, 1753. My dear B.O.B., how many good excuses, and you know I was ever good at an excuse, might I call up to vindicate my past shameful silence. I might tell how I wrote a long letter on my first coming hither, and seem vastly angry at my not receiving an answer. I might allege that business, with business you know I was always pestered, had never given me time to finger a pen. But I suppress those and 20 more as plausible, and as easily invented, since they might be attended with a slight inconvenience of being known to be lies. Let me then speak truth. An hereditary indolence, I have it from the mother's side, has hitherto prevented my writing to you, and still prevents my writing at least 25 letters more, due to my friends in Ireland. No turnspit dog gets up into his wheel with more reluctance than I sit down to write. Yet no dog ever loved the roast meat he turns better than I do him I now address. Yet what shall I say now I am entered? Shall I tire you with a description of this unfruitful country, where I must lead you over their hills all brown with heath, or their valleys scarcely able to feed a rabbit? Man alone seems to be the only creature who has arrived to the natural size in this poor soil. Every part of the country presents the same dismal landscape. No grove, nor brook lend their music to cheer the stranger, or make the inhabitants forget their poverty. Yet with all these disadvantages to call him down to humility, a Scotchman is one of the proudest things alive. The poor have pride ever ready to relieve them. If mankind should happen to despise them, they are masters of their own admiration, and that they can plentifully bestow upon themselves. From their pride and poverty, as I take it, results one advantage this country enjoys, namely, the gentlemen here are much better bred than among us. No such character here as our fox hunters, and they have expressed great surprise when I informed them that some men in Ireland of £1,000 a year spend their whole lives in running after a hare, and drinking to be drunk. Truly, if such a being, equipped in his hunting dress, came among a circle of Scotch gentry, they would behold him with the same astonishment that a countryman does King George on horseback. The men here have generally high cheekbones, and are lean and swarthy, fond of action, dancing in particular. Now that I have mentioned dancing, let me say something of their balls, which are very frequent here. When a stranger enters the dancing hall, he sees one end of the room taken up by the ladies, who sit dismally in a group by themselves. In the other end stand their pensive partners that are to be, but no more intercourse between the sexes than there is between two countries at war. The ladies indeed may ogle, and the gentlemen sigh, but an embargo is laid on any closer commerce. At length, to interrupt hostilities, the lady directress, or intendant, or what you will, pitches upon a lady and gentleman to walk a minuet, which they perform with a formality that approaches to despondence. After 5 or 6 couple have thus walked the gauntlet, all stand up to country dances, each gentleman furnished with a partner from the aforesaid lady directress, so they dance much, say nothing, and thus concludes our assembly. I told a Scotch gentleman that such profound silence resembled the ancient procession of the Roman matrons in honor of Ceres, and the Scotch gentleman told me, and, faith, I believe he was right, that I was a very great pedant for my pains. Now I am come to the ladies, and to show that I love Scotland, and everything that belongs to so charming a country, I insist on it, and will give him leave to break my head that denies it, that the Scotch ladies are 10,000 times finer and handsomer than the Irish. To be sure, now, I see your sisters Betty and Peggy vastly surprised at my partiality, but tell them flatly I don't value them, or their fine skins, or eyes, or good sense, or a potato, for I say, and will maintain it, and as a convincing proof, I am in a great passion of what I assert. The Scotch ladies say it themselves. But to be less serious, where will you find a language so prettily become a pretty mouth as the broad Scotch? And the women here speak it in its highest purity. For instance, teach one of your young ladies at home to pronounce the war woolagong with a becoming widening of mouth, and I'll lay my life they'll wound every hearer. We have no such character here as a coquette, but alas, how many envious prudes! Some days ago I walked into my Lord Kilcubry's. Don't be surprised, my lord is but a Glover. Footnote: William McClellan, who claimed a title, and whose son succeeded in establishing the claim in 1773. The father is said to have voted at the election of the 16 peers for Scotland, and to have sold gloves in the lobby at this and other public assemblages. When the Duchess of Hamilton, that fair who sacrificed her beauty to her ambition, and her inward peace to a title and gilt equipage, passed by in her chariot, her battered husband, or more properly the guardian of her charms, sat by her side. Straight envy began, in the shape of no less than 3 ladies who sat with me, to find faults in her faultless form. For my part, says the first, I think what I always thought, that the Duchess has too much of the red in her complexion. Madam, I am of your opinion, says the second. I think her face has a palish cast too much on the delicate order. And let me tell you, added the third lady, whose mouth was puckered up to the size of an issue, that the Duchess has fine lips, but she wants a mouth. At this every lady drew up her mouth, as if going to pronounce the letter P. But how ill, my Bob, does it become me to ridicule women with whom I have scarcely any correspondence. There are, 'tis certain, handsome women here, and 'tis certain they have handsome men to keep them company. An ugly and poor man is society only for himself, and such society the world lets me enjoy in great abundance. Fortune has given you circumstances, and nature a person to look charming in the eyes of the fair. Nor do I envy my dear Bob such blessings, while I may sit down and laugh at the world, and at myself, the most ridiculous object in it. But you see I am grown downright splenetic, and perhaps the fit may continue till I receive an answer to this. I know you cannot send me much news from Ballymahone, but such as it is, send it all. Everything you send will be agreeable to me. Has George Conway put up a sign yet, or John Binley left off drinking drams, or Tom Allen got a new wig? But I leave you to your own choice what to write. While I live, know you have a true friend in yours, etc., etc. Oliver Goldsmith. P.S. Give my sincere respects, not compliments, do you mind, to your agreeable family, and give my service to my mother if you see her, for, as you express it in Ireland, I have a sneaking kindness for her still. Direct to me, student in physic in Edinburgh. Nothing worthy of preservation appeared from his pen during his residence in Edinburgh, and indeed his poetical powers, highly as they had been estimated by his friends, had not as yet produced anything of superior merit. He made on one occasion a month's excursion to the Highlands. I set out the first day on foot, says he, in a letter to his uncle Contarine, but an ill-natured corn I have on my toe has for the future prevented that cheap mode of traveling. So the second day, I hired a horse about the size of a ram, and he walked away, trot he could not, as pensive as his master. During his residence in Scotland, his convivial talents gained him at one time attentions in a high quarter, which, however, he had the good sense to appreciate correctly. I have spent, says he, in one of his letters, more than a fortnight every second day at the Duke of Hamilton's, but it seems they like me more as a jester than as a companion, so I disdained so servile an employment as unworthy my calling as a physician. Here we again find the origin of another passage in his autobiography, under the character of the Man in Black, wherein that worthy figures as a flatterer to a great man. At first, says he, I was surprised that the situation of a flatterer at a great man's table could be thought disagreeable. There was no great trouble in listening attentively when his lordship spoke, and laughing when he looked round for applause. This, even good manners might have obliged me to perform. I found, however, too soon, his lordship was a greater dunce than myself, and from that moment flattery was at an end. I now rather aimed at setting him right, than at receiving his absurdities with submission. To flatter those we do not know is an easy task, but to flatter our intimate acquaintances, all whose foibles are strongly in our eyes, is drudgery insupportable. Every time I now opened my lips in praise, my falsehood went to my conscience. His lordship soon perceived me to be very unfit for his service. I was therefore discharged, my patron at the same time being graciously pleased to observe that he believed I was tolerably good-natured, and had not the least harm in me. After spending 2 winters at Edinburgh, Goldsmith prepared to finish his medical studies on the continent, for which his uncle Contarine agreed to furnish the funds. I intend, said he, in a letter to his uncle, to visit Paris, where the great Farheim, Petit, and Duhamel de Monceau instruct their pupils in all the branches of medicine. They speak French, and, consequently, I shall have much the advantage of most of my countrymen, as I am perfectly acquainted with that language, and few who leave Ireland are so. I shall spend the spring and summer in Paris, and the beginning of next winter go to Leyden. The great Albinus is still alive there, and 'twill be proper to go, though only to have it said that we have studied in so famous a university. As I shall not have another opportunity of receiving money from your bounty till my return to Ireland, so I have drawn for the last sum that I hope I shall ever trouble you for. 'Tis £20. And now, dear sir, let me here acknowledge the humility of the station in which you found me. Let me tell how I was despised by most, and hateful to myself. Poverty, hopeless poverty, was my lot, and melancholy was beginning to make me her own. But I stop here, to inquire how your health goes on. How does my cousin Jenny, and has she recovered her late complaint? How does my poor Jack Goldsmith? I fear his disorder is of such a nature as he won't easily recover. I wish, my dear sir, you would make me happy by another letter before I go abroad, for there I shall hardly hear from you. Give my, how shall I express it? Give my earnest love to Mr. and Mrs. Lauder. Mrs. Lauder was Jane, his early playmate, the object of his Valentine, his first poetical inspiration. She had been for some time married. Medical instruction, it will be perceived, was the ostensible motive for this visit to the continent, but the real one, in all probability, was his long-cherished desire to see foreign parts. This, however, he would not acknowledge even to himself, but sought to reconcile his roving propensities with some grand moral purpose. I esteem the traveler who instructs the heart, says he, in one of his subsequent writings, but despise him who only indulges the imagination. A man who leaves home to mend himself and others is a philosopher, but he who goes from country to country, guided by the blind impulse of curiosity, is only a vagabond. He, of course, was to travel as a philosopher, and in truth his outfits for a continental tour were in character. "I shall carry just 33 pounds to France," said he, "with good store of clothes, shirts, etc., and that with economy will suffice." He forgot to make mention of his flute, which it will be found had occasionally to come in play when economy could not replenish his purse, nor philosophy find him a supper. Thus slenderly provided with money, prudence, or experience, and almost as slightly guarded against hard knocks as the hero of La Mancha, whose headpiece was half iron, half pasteboard, he made his final sally forth upon the world, hoping all things, believing all things, little anticipating the checkered ills in store for him, little thinking when he penned his valedictory letter to his good Uncle Contarine that he was never to see him more, never to return after all his wandering to the friend of his infancy, never to revisit his early and fondly remembered haunts at Sweet Lissoy and Ballymahone. Chapter 5. His usual indiscretion attended Goldsmith at the very outset of his foreign enterprise. He had intended to take shipping at Leith for Holland, but on arriving at that port he found a ship about to sail for Bordeaux, with 6 agreeable passengers, whose acquaintance he had probably made at the inn. He was not a man to resist a sudden impulse, so, instead of embarking for Holland, he found himself ploughing the seas on his way to the other side of the continent. Scarcely had the ship been 2 days at sea when she was driven by stress of weather to Newcastle upon Tyne. Here, of course, Goldsmith and his agreeable fellow-passengers found it expedient to go on shore and refresh themselves after the fatigues of the voyage. Of course, they frolicked and made merry until a late hour in the evening, when, in the midst of their hilarity, the door was burst open, and a sergeant and 12 grenadiers entered with fixed bayonets, and took the whole convivial party prisoners. It seems that the agreeable companions with whom our greenhorn had struck up such a sudden intimacy were Scotchmen in the French service, who had been in Scotland enlisting recruits for the French army. In vain Goldsmith protested his innocence. He was marched off with his fellow revellers to prison, whence he with difficulty obtained his release at the end of a fortnight. With his customary facility, however, at palliating his misadventures, he found everything turn out for the best. His imprisonment saved his life, for during his detention the ship proceeded on her voyage, but was wrecked at the mouth of the Garonne, and all on board perished. Goldsmith's second embarkation was for Holland direct, and in 9 days he arrived at Rotterdam, whence he proceeded, without any more deviations, to Leyden. He gives a whimsical picture, in one of his letters, of the appearance of the Hollanders. The modern Dutchman is quite a different creature from him of former times. He in everything imitates a Frenchman, but in his easy, disengaged air. He is vastly ceremonious, and is, perhaps, exactly what a Frenchman might have been in the reign of Louis XIV. Such are the better bred. But the downright Hollander is one of the oddest figures in nature. Upon a lank head of hair, he wears a half-cocked narrow hat, laced with black ribbon, no coat, but 7 waistcoats and 9 pair of breeches, so that his hips reach up almost to his armpits. This well-clothed vegetable is now fit to see company, or make love. But what a pleasing creature is the object of his appetite! Why, she wears a large fur cap, with a deal of Flanders lace, and for every pair of breeches he carries, she puts on 2 petticoats. A Dutch lady burns nothing about her phlegmatic admirer but his tobacco. You must know, sir, every woman carries in her hand a stove of coals, which, when she sits, she snugs under her petticoats, and at this chimney dozing Strephon lights his pipe. In the same letter, he contrasts Scotland and Holland. Their hills and rocks intercept every prospect. Here it is all a continued plain. There you might see a well-dressed duchess issuing from a dirty close, and here a dirty Dutchman inhabiting a palace. The Scotch may be compared to a tulip, planted in dung, but I can never see a Dutchman in his own house, but I think of a magnificent Egyptian temple dedicated to an ox. The country itself awakened his admiration. Nothing, said he, can equal its beauty, Wherever I turn my eyes, fine houses, elegant gardens, statues, grottos, vistas present themselves, but when you enter their towns you are charmed beyond description. No misery is to be seen here. Everyone is usefully employed. And again, in his noble description in The Traveller, to men of other minds my fancy flies, embosomed in the deep where Holland lies. Methinks her patient sons before me stand, where the broad ocean leans against the land, and, sedulous to stop the coming tide, lift the tall rampire's artificial pride. Onward, methinks, and diligently slow, the firm connected bulwark seems to grow, spreads its long arms amid the watery roar, scoops out an empire, and usurps the shore, while the pent ocean, rising o'er the pile, sees an amphibious world before him smile, the slow canal, the yellow-blossomed vale, the willow-tufted bank, the gliding sail, the crowded mart, the cultivated plain, a new creation rescued from his reign. He remained about a year at Leiden, attending the lectures of Gaubius on chemistry and Albinus on anatomy, though his studies are said to have been miscellaneous and directed to literature rather than science. The £33 with which he had set out on his travels were soon consumed, and he was put to many a shift to meet his expenses until his precarious remittances should arrive. He had a good friend on these occasions in a fellow student and countryman named Ellis, who afterward rose to eminence as a physician. He used frequently to loan small sums to Goldsmith, which were always scrupulously paid. Ellis discovered the innate merits of the poor awkward student, and used to declare in afterlife that it was a common remark in Leiden that in all the peculiarities of Goldsmith, an elevation of mind was to be noted, a philosophical tone and manner, the feelings of a gentleman, and the language and information of a scholar. Sometimes, in his emergencies, Goldsmith undertook to teach the English language. It is true he was ignorant of the Dutch, but he had a smattering of the French, picked up among the Irish priests at Ballymahone. He depicts his whimsical embarrassment in this respect, in his account in The Vicar of Wakefield of the philosophical vagabond who went to Holland to teach the natives English, without knowing a word of their own language. Sometimes, when sorely pinched, and sometimes, perhaps, when flush, he resorted to the gambling tables, which in those days abounded in Holland. His good friend Ellis repeatedly warned him against this unfortunate propensity, but in vain. It brought its own cure, or rather its own punishment, by stripping him of every shilling. Ellis once more stepped in to his relief with a true Irishman's generosity, but with more considerateness than generally characterizes an Irishman, for he only granted pecuniary aid on condition of his quitting the sphere of danger. Goldsmith gladly consented to leave Holland, being anxious to visit other parts. He intended to proceed to Paris and pursue his studies there, and was furnished by his friend with money for the journey. Unluckily, he rambled into the garden of a florist just before quitting Leiden. The tulip mania was still prevalent in Holland, and some species of that splendid flower brought immense prices. In wandering through the garden, Goldsmith recollected that his uncle Contarine was a tulip fancier. The thought suddenly struck him that here was an opportunity of testifying, in a delicate manner, his sense of that generous uncle's past kindnesses. In an instant his hand was in his pocket. A number of choice and costly tulip roots were purchased and packed up for Mr. Contarine, and it was not until he had paid for them that he bethought himself that he had spent all the money borrowed for his traveling expenses. Too proud, however, to give up his journey, and too shamefaced to make another appeal to his friend's liberality, he determined to travel on foot and depend upon chance and good luck for the means of getting forward, and it is said that he actually set off on a tour of the continent, in February 1775, with but one spare shirt, a flute, and a single guinea. Blessed, says one of his biographers, with a good constitution, an adventurous spirit, and with that thoughtless, or, perhaps, happy disposition which takes no care for tomorrow, he continued his travels for a long time in spite of innumerable privations. In his amusing narrative of the adventures of a philosophic vagabond, in The Vicar of Wakefield, we find shadowed out the expedients he pursued. I had some knowledge of music, with a tolerable voice. I now turned what was once my amusement into a present means of subsistence. I passed among the harmless peasants of Flanders, and among such of the French as were poor enough to be very merry, for I ever found them sprightly in proportion to their wants. Whenever I approached a peasant's house toward nightfall, I played one of my merriest tunes, and that procured me not only a lodging, but subsistence for the next day. But in truth, I must own, whenever I attempted to entertain persons of a higher rank, they always thought my performance odious, and never made me any return for my endeavors to please them. At Paris, he attended the chemical lectures of Rouelle, then in great vogue, where he says he witnessed as bright a circle of beauty as graced the court of Versailles. His love of theatricals, also, led him to attend the performances of the celebrated actress Mademoiselle Clairon, with which he was greatly delighted. He seems to have looked upon the state of society with the eye of a philosopher, but to have read the signs of the times with the prophetic eye of a poet. In his rambles about the environs of Paris, he was struck with the immense quantities of game running about almost in a tame state, and saw in those costly and rigid preserves for the amusement and luxury of the privileged few a sure badge of the slavery of the people. This slavery, he predicted, was drawing toward a close. When I consider that these parliaments, the members of which are all created by the court, and the presidents of which can only act by immediate direction, presume even to mention privileges and freedom, who till of late received directions from the throne with implicit humility, when this is considered, I cannot help fancying that the genius of freedom has entered that kingdom in disguise. If they have but 3 weak monarchs more successively on the throne, the mask will be laid aside, and the country will certainly once more be free. Events have testified to the sage forecast of the poet. During a brief sojourn in Paris, he appears to have gained access to valuable society, and to have had the honor and pleasure of making the acquaintance of Voltaire, of whom, in after years, he wrote a memoir. As a companion, says he, no man ever exceeded him when he pleased to lead the conversation, which, however, was not always the case. In company which he either disliked or despised, few could be more reserved than he, but when he was warmed in discourse, and got over a hesitating manner, which sometimes he was subject to, it was rapture to hear him. His meagre visage seemed insensibly to gather beauty, every muscle in it had meaning, and his eye beamed with unusual brightness. The person who writes this memoir, continues he, remembers to have seen him in a select company of wits of both sexes at Paris, when the subject happened to turn upon English taste and learning. Fontenelle, then nearly 100 years old, who was of the party, and who, being unacquainted with the language or authors of the country he undertook to condemn, with a spirit truly vulgar began to revile both. Diderot, who liked the English and knew something of their literary pretensions, attempted to vindicate their poetry and learning, but with unequal abilities. The company quickly perceived that Fontenelle was superior in the dispute, and were surprised at the silence which Voltaire had preserved all the former part of the night, particularly as the conversation happened to turn upon one of his favorite topics. Fontenelle continued his triumph until about 12 o'clock, when Voltaire appeared at last roused from his reverie. His whole frame seemed animated. He began his defense with the utmost defiance, mixed with spirit, and now and then let fall the finest strokes of raillery upon his antagonist, and his harangue lasted till 3 in the morning. I must confess that, whether from national partiality or from the elegant sensibility of his manner, I never was so charmed, nor did I ever remember so absolute a victory as he gained in this dispute. Goldsmith's ramblings took him into Germany and Switzerland, from which last-mentioned country he sent his brother in Ireland the first brief sketch, afterward amplified into his poem of the traveler. At Geneva, he became traveling tutor to a mongrel young gentleman, son of a London pawnbroker, who had been suddenly elevated into fortune and absurdity by the death of an uncle. The youth, before setting up for a gentleman, had been an attorney's apprentice, and was an arrant pettifogger in money matters. Never were two beings more illy assorted than he and Goldsmith. We may form an idea of the tutor and the pupil from the following extract from the narrative of the philosophic vagabond. I was to be the young gentleman's governor, but with a proviso that he should always be permitted to govern himself. My pupil, in fact, understood the art of guiding in money concerns much better than I. He was heir to a fortune of about £200,000, left him by an uncle in the West Indies, and his guardians, to qualify him for the management of it, had bound him apprentice to an attorney. Thus avarice was his prevailing passion. All his questions on the road were how money might be saved, which was the least expensive course of travel, whether anything could be bought that would turn to account when disposed of again in London. Such curiosities on the way as could be seen for nothing he was ready enough to look at, but if the sight of them was to be paid for, he usually asserted that he had been told that they were not worth seeing. He never paid a bill that he would not observe how amazingly expensive traveling was, and all this though not yet 21. In this sketch, Goldsmith undoubtedly shadows forth his annoyances as traveling tutor to this concrete young gentleman, compounded of the pawnbroker, the pettifogger, and the West Indian heir, with an overlaying of the city miser. They had continual difficulties on all points of expense until they reached Marseilles, where both were glad to separate. Once more on foot, but freed from the irksome duties of bear leader, and with some of his pay, as tutor, in his pocket, Goldsmith continued his half-vagrant peregrinations through part of France and Piedmont, and some of the Italian states. He had acquired, as has been shown, a habit of shifting along and living by expedients, and a new one presented itself in Italy. "My skill in music," says he, in the philosophic vagabond, "could avail me nothing in a country where every peasant was a better musician than I, but by this time I had acquired another talent, which answered my purpose as well, and this was a skill in disputation. In all the foreign universities and convents there are, upon certain days, philosophical theses maintained against every adventitious disputant, for which, if the champion opposes with any dexterity, he can claim a gratuity in money, a dinner, and a bed for one night. Though a poor wandering scholar, his reception in these learned piles was as free from humiliation as in the cottages of the peasantry. With the members of these establishments," said he, "I could converse on topics of literature, and then I always forgot the meanness of my circumstances." At Padua, where he remained some months, he is said to have taken his medical degree. It is probable he was brought to a pause in this city by the death of his uncle Contarine, who had hitherto assisted him in his wanderings by occasional, though, of course, slender remittances. Deprived of this source of supplies, he wrote to his friends in Ireland, and especially to his brother-in-law Hodson, describing his destitute situation. His letters brought him neither money nor reply. It appears from subsequent correspondence that his brother-in-law actually exerted himself to raise a subscription for his assistance among his relatives, friends, and acquaintance, but without success. Their faith and hope in him were most probably at an end. As yet he had disappointed them at every point. He had given none of the anticipated proofs of talent, and they were too poor to support what they may have considered the wandering propensities of a heedless spendthrift. Thus left to his own precarious resources, Goldsmith gave up all further wandering in Italy, without visiting the south, though Rome and Naples must have held out powerful attractions to one of his poetical cast. Once more resuming his pilgrim staff, he turned his face toward England, walking along from city to city, examining mankind more nearly and seeing both sides of the picture. In traversing France, his magic flute, was once more in requisition, as we may conclude by the following passage in his Traveller. "Gay, sprightly land of mirth and social ease, pleased with thyself, whom all the world can please. How often have I led thy sportive choir, with tuneless pipe beside the murmuring Loire, where shading elms along the margin grew, and freshened from the wave the zephyr flew. And haply though my harsh note faltering still, but mocked all tune, and marred the dancer's skill, yet would the village praise my wondrous power, and dance forgetful of the noontide hour. Alike all ages, dames of ancient days, have led their children through the mirthful maze, and the gay grandsire, skilled in justic lore, has frisked beneath the burden of 60. Chapter 6. After 2 years spent in roving about the continent, pursuing novelty, as he said, and losing content, Goldsmith landed at Dover early in 1756. He appears to have had no definite plan of action. The death of his uncle Contarine and the neglect of his relatives and friends to reply to his letters seemed to have produced in him a temporary feeling of loneliness and destitution, and his only thought was to get to London and throw himself upon the world. But how was he to get there? His purse was empty. England was to him as completely a foreign land as any part of the continent, and where on earth is a penniless stranger more destitute? His flute and his philosophy were no longer of any avail. The English boors cared nothing for music. There were no convents, and as to the learned and the clergy, not one of them would give a vagrant scholar a supper and night's lodging for the best thesis that ever was argued. You may easily imagine, says he, in a subsequent letter to his brother-in-law, what difficulties I had to encounter, left as I was without friends, recommendations, money, or impudence, and that in a country where being born an Irishman was sufficient to keep me unemployed. Many, in such circumstances, would have had recourse to the friar's cord or the suicide's halter. But, with all my follies, I had principle to resist the one and resolution to combat the other. He applied at one place, we are told, for employment in the shop of a country apothecary, but all his medical science gathered in foreign universities could not gain him the management of a pestle and mortar. He even resorted, it is said, to the stage as a temporary expedient, and figured in low comedy at a country town in Kent. This accords with his last shift of the philosophic vagabond, and with the knowledge of country theatricals displayed in his adventures of a strolling player, or maybe a story suggested by them. All this part of his career, however, in which he must have trod the lowest paths of humility, are only to be conjectured from vague traditions, or scraps of autobiography gleaned from his miscellaneous writings. At length we find him launched on the great metropolis, or rather drifting about its streets, at night, in the gloomy month of February, with but a few halfpence in his pocket. The deserts of Arabia are not more dreary and inhospitable than the streets of London at such a time, and to a stranger in such a plight. Do we want a picture as an illustration? We have it in his own words, and furnished, doubtless, from his own experience. The clock has just struck 2, what a gloom hangs all around. No sound is heard but of the chiming clock, or the distant watchdog. How few appear in those streets, which, but some few hours ago, were crowded. But who are those who make the streets their couch, and find a short repose from wretchedness at the doors of the opulent? They are strangers, wanderers, and orphans, whose circumstances are too humble to expect redress, and whose distresses are too great even for pity. Some are without the covering even of rags, and others emaciated with disease. The world has disclaimed them. Society turns its back upon their distress, and has given them up to nakedness and hunger. These poor shivering females have once seen happier days, and been flattered into beauty. They are now turned out to meet the severity of winter. Perhaps now, lying at the doors of their betrayers, they sue to wretches whose hearts are insensible, or debauches who may curse, but will not relieve them. Why was I born a man, and yet see the sufferings of wretches I cannot relieve? Poor houseless creatures! The world will give you reproaches, but will not give you relief. Poor houseless Goldsmith! We may here ejaculate, to what shifts he must have been driven to find shelter and sustenance for himself in this his first venture into London. Many years afterward, in the days of his social elevation, he startled a polite circle at Sir Joshua Reynolds by humorously dating an anecdote about the time he lived among the beggars of Axe Lane. Such may have been the desolate quarters with which he was fain to content himself when thus adrift upon the town, with but a few halfpence in his pocket. The first authentic trace we have of him in this new part of his career is filling the situation of an usher to a school, and even this employ he obtained with some difficulty, after a reference for a character to his friends in the University of Dublin. In The Vicar of Wakefield, he makes George Primrose undergo a whimsical catechism concerning the requisites for an usher. Have you been bred apprentice to the business? No, then you won't do for a school. Can you dress the boys' hair? No, then you won't do for a school. Can you lie 3 in a bed? No, then you will never do for a school. Have you a good stomach? Yes. Then you will by no means do for a school. I have been an usher in a boarding school myself, and may I die of an anodyne necklace, but I had rather be under turnkey in Newgate. I was up early and late. I was browbeat by the master, hated for my ugly face by the mistress, worried by the boys. Goldsmith remained but a short time in this situation, and to the mortifications experienced there we doubtless owe the picturings given in his writings of the hardships of an usher's life. He is generally, says he, the laughingstock of the school. Every trick is played upon him. The oddity of his manner, his dress, or his language, is a fund of eternal ridicule. The master himself now and then cannot avoid joining in the laugh, and the poor wretch, eternally resenting this ill usage, lives in a state of war with all the family. He is obliged, perhaps, to sleep in the same bed with the French teacher, who disturbs him for an hour every night in papering and filleting his hair, and stinks worse than a carrion with his rancid pomatums when he lays his head beside him on the bolster. His next shift was as assistant in the laboratory of a chemist near Fish Street Hill. After remaining here a few months, he heard that Dr. Slay, who had been his friend and fellow student at Edinburgh, was in London. Eager to meet with a friendly face in this land of strangers, he immediately called on him. But though it was Sunday, and it is to be supposed I was in my best clothes, Slay scarcely knew me. Such is the tax the unfortunate pay to poverty. However, when he did recollect me, I found his heart as warm as ever, and he shared his purse and friendship with me during his continuance in London. Through the advice and assistance of Dr. Slay, he now commenced the practice of medicine, but in a small way, in Bankside, Southwark, and chiefly among the poor, for he wanted the figure, address, polish, and management to succeed among the rich. His old schoolmate and college companion, Beatty, who used to aid him with his purse at the university, met him about this time, decked out in the tarnished finery of a second-hand suit of green and gold, with a shirt and neckcloth of a fortnight's wear. Poor Goldsmith endeavored to assume a prosperous air in the eyes of his early associate. He was practicing physic, he said, and doing very well. At this moment poverty was pinching him to the bone in spite of his practice and his dirty finery. His fees were necessarily small and ill-paid, and he was fain to seek some precarious assistance from his pen. Here his quondam fellow-student, Dr. Slay, was again of service, introducing him to some of the booksellers, who gave him occasional, though starveling employment. According to tradition, however, his most efficient patron just now was a journeyman printer, one of his poor patients of Bankside, who had formed a good opinion of his talents, and perceived his poverty and his literary shifts. The printer was in the employ of Mr. Samuel Richardson, the author of Pamela, Clarissa, and Sir Charles Grandison, who combined the novelist and the publisher, and was in flourishing circumstances. Through the journeyman's intervention Goldsmith is said to have become acquainted with Richardson, who employed him as reader and corrector of the press at his printing establishment in Salisbury Court, an occupation which he alternated with his medical duties. Being admitted occasionally to Richardson's parlor, he began to form literary acquaintances, among whom the most important was Dr. Young, the author of Night Thoughts, a poem in the height of fashion. It is not probable, however, that much familiarity took place at the time between the literary lion of the day and the poor Aesculapius of Bankside, the humble corrector of the press. Still the communion with literary men had its effect to set his imagination teeming. Dr. Farr, one of his Edinburgh fellow-students, who was at London about this time, attending the hospitals and lectures, gives us an amusing account of Goldsmith in his literary character. Early in January he called upon me one morning before I was up, and on my entering the room, I recognized my old acquaintance, dressed in a rusty, full-trimmed black suit, with his pockets full of papers, which instantly reminded me of the poet in Garrick's Farce of Lethe. After we had finished our breakfast, he drew from his pocket part of a tragedy, which he said he had brought for my correction. In vain I pleaded inability, when he began to read, and every part on which I expressed a doubt as to the propriety was immediately blotted out. I then most earnestly pressed him not to trust to my judgment, but to take the opinion of persons better qualified to decide on dramatic compositions. He now told me he had submitted his productions, so far as he had written, to Mr. Richardson, the author of Clarissa, on which I peremptorily declined offering another criticism on the performance. From the graphic description given of him by Dr. Farr, it will be perceived that the tarnished finery of green and gold had been succeeded by a professional suit of black, to which, we are told, were added the wig and cane indispensable to medical doctors in those days. The coat was a second-hand one, of rusty velvet, with a patch on the left breast, which he adroitly covered with his three-cornered hat during his medical visits, and we have an amusing anecdote of his contest of courtesy with a patient who persisted in endeavoring to relieve him from the hat, which only made him press it more devoutly to his heart. Nothing further has ever been heard of the tragedy mentioned by Dr. Farr. It was probably never completed. The same gentleman speaks of a strange quixotic scheme which Goldsmith had in contemplation at the time, of going to decipher the inscriptions on the written mountains, though he was altogether ignorant of Arabic, or the language in which they might be supposed to be written. The salary of £300, adds Dr. Farr, which had been left for the purpose, was the temptation. This was probably one of many dreamy projects with which his fervid brain was apt to teem. On such subjects he was prone to talk vaguely and magnificently, but inconsiderately, from a kindled imagination rather than a well-instructed judgment. He had always a great notion of expeditions to the East, and wonders to be seen and effected in the Oriental countries. Chapter 7. Among the most cordial of Goldsmith's intimates in London during this time of precarious struggle were certain of his former fellow-students in Edinburgh. One of these was the son of a Dr. Milner, a dissenting minister, who kept a classical school of eminence at Peckham, in Surrey. Young Milner had a favorable opinion of Goldsmith's abilities and attainments, and cherished for him that goodwill which his genial nature seems ever to have inspired among his school and college associates. His father falling ill, the young man negotiated with Goldsmith to take temporary charge of the school. The latter readily consented, for he was discouraged by the slow growth of medical reputation and practice, and as yet had no confidence in the coy smiles of the muse. Laying by his wig and cane, therefore, and once more wielding the ferule, he resumed the character of the pedagogue, and for some time reigned as vicegerent over the academy at Peckham. He appears to have been well treated by both Dr. Milner and his wife, and became a favorite with the scholars from his easy, indulgent good nature. He mingled in their sports, told them droll stories, played on the flute for their amusement, and spent his money in treating them to sweetmeats and other schoolboy dainties. His familiarity was sometimes carried too far. He indulged in boyish pranks and practical jokes, and drew upon himself retorts in kind, which, however, he bore with great good humor. Once, indeed, he was touched to the quick by a piece of schoolboy pertness. After playing on the flute, he spoke with enthusiasm of music, as delightful in itself, and as a valuable accomplishment for a gentleman, whereupon a youngster, with a glance at his ungainly person, wished to know if he considered himself a gentleman. Poor Goldsmith, feelingly alive to the awkwardness of his appearance and the humility of his situation, winced at this unthinking sneer, which long rankled in his mind. As usual, while in Dr. Milner's employ, his benevolent feelings were a heavy tax upon his purse, for he never could resist a tale of distress, and was appointment to be fleeced by every sturdy beggar, so that, between his charity and his munificence, he was generally in advance of his slender salary. "You had better, Mr. Goldsmith, let me take care of your money," said Mrs. Milner one day, "as I do for some of the young gentlemen." "In truth, madam, there is equal need," was the good-humored reply. Dr. Milner was a man of some literary pretensions and wrote occasionally for the Monthly Review, of which a bookseller, by the name of Griffiths, was proprietor. This work was an advocate for Whig principles, and had been in prosperous existence for nearly 8 years. Of late, however, periodicals had multiplied exceedingly, and a formidable Tory rival had started up in the Critical Review, published by Archibald Hamilton, a bookseller, and aided by the powerful and popular pen of Dr. Smollett. Griffiths was obliged to recruit his forces. While so doing, he met Goldsmith, a humble occupant of a seat at Dr. Milner's table, and was struck with remarks on men and books which fell from him in the course of conversation. He took occasion to sound him privately as to his inclination and capacity as a reviewer, and was furnished by him with specimens of his literary and critical talents. They proved satisfactory. The consequence was that Goldsmith once more changed his mode of life, and in April 1757 became a contributor to the Monthly Review, at a small fixed salary, with board and lodging, and accordingly took up his abode with Mr. Griffiths, at the sign of the Dunciad, Paternoster Row. As usual, we trace this phase of his fortunes in his semi-fictitious writings, his sudden transmutation of the pedagogue into the author being humorously set forth in the case of George Primrose, in The Vicar of Wakefield. "Come," says George's adviser, "I see you are a lad of spirit and some learning. What do you think of commencing author like me? You have read in books, no doubt, of men of genius starving at the trade. At present I'll show you 40 very dull fellows about town that live by it in opulence. All honest, jog-trot men, who go on smoothly and dully, and write history and politics, and are praised. Men, sir, who, had they been bred cobblers, would all their lives only have mended shoes, but never made them." Finding, says George, that there is no great degree of gentility affixed to the character of an usher, I resolved to accept his proposal, and having the highest respect for literature, hailed the Antiqua Mater of Grub Street with reverence. I thought it my glory to pursue a track which Dryden and Otway trod before me. Alas, Dryden struggled with indigence all his days, and Otway, it is said, fell a victim to famine in his 35th year, being strangled by a roll of bread, which he devoured with the voracity of a starving man. In Goldsmith's experience, the track soon proved a thorny one. Griffiths was a hard business man, of shrewd, worldly good sense, but little refinement or cultivation. He meddled, or rather muddled, with literature, too, in a business way, altering and modifying occasionally the writings of his contributors, and in this he was aided by his wife, who, according to Smollett, was an antiquated female critic and a dabbler in the review. Such was the literary vassalage to which Goldsmith had unwarily subjected himself. A diurnal drudgery was imposed on him, irksome to his indolent habits, and attended by circumstances humiliating to his pride. He had to write daily from 9 o'clock until 2, and often throughout the day, whether in the vein or not, and on subjects dictated by his taskmaster, however foreign to his taste. In a word, he was treated as a mere literary hack. But this was not the worst. It was the critical supervision of Griffiths and his wife which grieved him. The illiterate, book-selling Griffiths, as Smollett called them, who presumed to revise, alter, and amend the articles contributed to their review. "Thank heaven," crowed Smollett, "the critical review is not written under the restraint of a bookseller and his wife. Its principal writers are independent of each other, unconnected with booksellers, and unwed by old women." This literary vassalage, however, did not last long. The bookseller became more and more exacting. He accused his hack writer of idleness, of abandoning his writing desk and literary workshop at an early hour of the day, and of assuming a tone and manner above his situation. Goldsmith, in return, charged him with impertinence, his wife with meanness and parsimony in her household treatment of him, and both of literary meddling and marring. The engagement was broken off at the end of 5 months, by mutual consent, and without any violent rupture, as it will be found they afterward had occasional dealings with each other. Though Goldsmith was now nearly 30 years of age, he had produced nothing to give him a decided reputation. He was as yet a mere writer for bread. The articles he had contributed to the Review were anonymous, and were never avowed by him. They have since been, for the most part, ascertained, and though thrown off hastily, often treating on subjects of temporary interest, and marred by the Griffith interpolations, they are still characterized by his sound, easy, good sense, and the genial graces of his style. Johnson observed that Goldsmith's genius flowered late. He should have said it flowered early, but was late in bringing its fruit to maturity. Chapter 8. Being now known in the publishing world, Goldsmith began to find casual employment in various quarters. Among others, he wrote occasionally for the Literary Magazine, a production set on foot by Mr. John Newbery, bookseller, St. Paul's Churchyard, renowned in nursery literature throughout the latter half of the last century for his picture books for children. Newbery was a worthy, intelligent, kind-hearted man, and a seasonable though cautious friend to authors, relieving them with small loans when in pecuniary difficulties, though always taking care to be well repaid by the labor of their pens. Goldsmith introduces him in a humorous yet friendly manner in his novel of the Vicar of Wakefield. This person was no other than the philanthropic bookseller in St. Paul's Churchyard, who has written so many little books for children. He called himself their friend, but he was the friend of all mankind. He was no sooner alighted, but he was in haste to be gone, for he was ever on business of importance, and was at that time actually compiling materials for the history of one Mr. Thomas Tripp. I immediately recollected this good-natured man's red-pimpled face. Besides his literary job work, Goldsmith also resumed his medical practice, but with very trifling success. The scantiness of his purse still obliged him to live in obscure lodgings somewhere in the vicinity of Salisbury Square, Fleet Street, but his extended acquaintance and rising importance caused him to consult appearances. He adopted an expedient, then very common, and still practiced in London among those who have to tread the narrow path between pride and poverty. While he burrowed in lodgings suited to his means, he hailed, as it is termed, from the Temple Exchange Coffee House near Temple Bar. Here he received his medical calls, hence he dated his letters, and here he passed much of his leisure hours, conversing with the frequenters of the place. £30 a year, said a poor Irish painter, who understood the art of shifting, is enough to enable a man to live in London without being contemptible. £10 will find him in clothes and linen. He can live in a garret on 18p a week, hail from a coffee-house, where, by occasionally spending threepence, he may pass some hours each day in good company. He may breakfast on bread and milk for a penny, dine for sixpence, do without supper, and on clean shirt day he may go abroad and pay visits. Goldsmith seems to have taken a leaf from this poor devil's manual in respect to the coffee-house at least. Indeed, coffee-houses in those days were the resorts of wits and literati, where the topics of the day were gossiped over, and the affairs of literature and the drama discussed and criticized. In this way he enlarged the circle of his intimacy, which now embraced several names of notoriety. Do we want a picture of Goldsmith's experience in this part of his career? We have it in his observations on the life of an author in the Inquiry into the State of Polite Learning, published some years afterward. The author, unpatronized by the great, has naturally recourse to the bookseller. There cannot, perhaps, be imagined a combination more prejudicial to taste than this. It is the interest of the one to allow as little for writing, and for the other to write as much as possible. Accordingly, tedious compilations and periodical magazines are the result of their joint endeavors. In these circumstances, the author bids adieu to fame, writes for bread, and for that only imagination is seldom called in. He sits down to address the venal muse with the most phlegmatic apathy, and, as we are told of the Russian, courts his mistress by falling asleep in her lap. Again, those who are unacquainted with the world are apt to fancy the man of wit as leading a very agreeable life. They conclude, perhaps, that he is attended with silent admiration, and dictates to the rest of mankind with all the eloquence of conscious superiority. Very different is his present situation. He is called an author, and all know that an author is a thing only to be laughed at. His person, not his jest, becomes the mirth of the company. At his approach the most fat, unthinking face brightens into malicious meaning. Even aldermen laugh, and avenge on him the ridicule which was lavished on their forefathers. The poet's poverty is a standing topic of contempt. His writing for bread is an unpardonable offense. Perhaps of all mankind an author in these times is used most hardly. We keep him poor, and yet revile his poverty. We reproach him for living by his wit, and yet allow him no other means to live. His taking refuge in garrets and cellars has of late been violently objected to him, and that by men who, I hope, are more apt to pity than insult his distress. Is poverty a careless fault? No doubt he knows how to prefer a bottle of champagne to the nectar of the neighboring alehouse, or a venison pasty to a plate of potatoes. Want of delicacy is not in him, but in those who deny him the opportunity of making an elegant choice. Wit certainly is the property of those who have it, nor should we be displeased if it is the only property a man sometimes has. We must not underrate him who uses it for subsistence, and flees from the ingratitude of the age even to a bookseller for redress. If the author be necessary among us, let us treat him with proper consideration as a child of the public, not as a rent charge on the community. And indeed a child of the public he is in all respects, for while so well able to direct others, how incapable is he frequently found of guiding himself. His simplicity exposes him to all the insidious approaches of cunning, his sensibility to the slightest invasions of contempt. Though possessed of fortitude to stand unmoved the expected bursts of an earthquake, yet of feelings so exquisitely poignant as to agonize under the slightest disappointment. Broken rest, tasteless meals, and causeless anxieties shorten life and render it unfit for active employments. Prolonged vigils and intense applications still further contract his span and make his time glide insensibly away. While poor Goldsmith was thus struggling with the difficulties and discouragements which in those days beset the path of an author, his friends in Ireland received accounts of his literary success and of the distinguished acquaintances he was making. This was enough to put the wise heads at Lissoy and Ballymahone in a ferment of conjectures. With the exaggerated notions of provincial relatives concerning the family great man in the metropolis, some of Goldsmith's poor kindred pictured him to themselves seated in high places, clothed in purple and fine linen, and hand in glove with the givers of gifts and dispensers of patronage. Accordingly, he was one day surprised at the sudden apparition, in his miserable lodging, of his younger brother Charles, a raw youth of 21, endowed with a double share of the family heedlessness, and who expected to be forthwith helped into some snug bypath to fortune by one or other of Oliver's great friends. Charles was sadly disconcerted on learning that, so far from being able to provide for others, his brother could scarcely take care of himself. He looked round with a rueful eye on the poet's quarters, and could not help expressing his surprise and disappointment at finding him no better off. "All in good tune, my dear boy," replied poor Goldsmith, with infinite good humor. "I shall be richer by and by." Addison, let me tell you, wrote his poem of the campaign in a garret in the Haymarket, 3 stones high, and you see I am not come to that yet, for I have only got to the 2nd story. Charles Goldsmith did not remain long to embarrass his brother in London. With the same roving disposition and inconsiderate temper of Oliver, he suddenly departed in a humble capacity to seek his fortune in the West Indies, and nothing was heard of him for above 30 years, when, after having been given up as dead by his friends, he made his reappearance in England. Shortly after his departure Goldsmith wrote a letter to his brother-in-law, Daniel Hodson, Esq., of which the following is an extract. It was partly intended, no doubt, to dissipate any further illusions concerning his fortunes which might float on the magnificent imagination of his friends in Ballymahone. "I suppose you desire to know my present situation. As there is nothing in it at which I should blush, or which mankind could censure, I see no reason for making it a secret. In short, by a very little practice as a physician and a very little reputation as a poet, I make a shift to live. Nothing is more apt to introduce us to the gates of the muses than poverty, but it were well if they only left us at the door. The mischief is they sometimes choose to give us their company to the entertainment, and want, instead of being gentleman usher, often turns master of the ceremonies. Thus, upon learning I write, no doubt you imagine I starve, and the name of an author naturally reminds you of a garret. In this particular, I do not think proper to undeceive my friends. But, whether I eat or starve, live in a 1st floor or 4 pairs of stairs high, I still remember them with ardor. Nay, my very country comes in for a share of my affection. Unaccountable fondness for country, this malady du pious, as the French call it. Unaccountable that he should still have an affection for a place, who never, when in it, received above common civility, who never brought anything out of it except his brogue and his blunders. Surely my affection is equally ridiculous with the Scotchman's, who refused to be cured of the itch because it made him unco, thoughtful of his wife and bonny Inverary. But now, to be serious, let me ask myself what gives me a wish to see Ireland again. The country is a fine one, perhaps? No. There are good company in Ireland? No. The conversation there is generally made up of a smutty toast or a bawdy song, the vivacity supported by some humble cousin who had just folly enough to earn his dinner. Then, perhaps, there's more wit and learning among the Irish? Oh, Lord, no. There has been more money spent in the encouragement of the Patarine mare their one season than given in rewards to learned men since the time of Usher. All their productions in learning amount to perhaps a translation or a few tracts in divinity, and all their productions in wit to just nothing at all. Why the plague, then, so fond of Ireland? Then all at once, because you, my dear friend, and a few more who are exceptions to the general picture, have a residence there. This it is that gives me all the pangs I feel in separation. I confess I carry this spirit sometimes to the souring the pleasures I at present possess. If I go to the opera, where Signora Columba pours out all the mazes of melody, I sit and sigh for Lissoy Fireside and Johnny Armstrong's Last Good Night from Peggy Golden. If I climb Hampstead Hill, then where nature never exhibited a more magnificent prospect, I confess it fine, but then I had rather be placed on the little mount before Lissoy Gate, and there taken, to me, the most pleasing horizon in nature. Before Charles came hither my thoughts sometimes found refuge from sever studies among my friends in Ireland. I fancied strange revolutions at home, but I find it was the rapidity of my own motion that gave an imaginary one to objects really at rest. No alterations there. Some friends, he tells me, are still lean but very rich, others very fat, but still very poor. Nay, all the news I hear of you is that you sally out in visits among the neighbors and sometimes make a migration from the blue bed to the brown. I could from my heart wish that you and she, Mrs. Hodson, and Lissoy and Ballymahone, and all of you, would fairly make a migration into Middlesex, though, upon second thoughts, this might be attended with a few inconveniences. Therefore, as the mountain will not come to Mahomet, why Mahomet shall go to the mountain. Or, to speak plain English, as you cannot conveniently pay me a visit, if next summer I can contrive to be absent 6 weeks from London, I shall spend 3 of them among my friends in Ireland. But first, believe me, my design is purely to visit, and neither to cut a figure nor levy contributions, neither to excite envy nor solicit favor. In fact, my circumstances are adapted to neither. I am too poor to be gazed at, and too rich to need assistance. Chapter 9. For some time Goldsmith continued to write miscellaneously for reviews and other periodical publications, but without making any decided hit, to use a technical term. Indeed, as yet he appeared destitute of the strong excitement of literary ambition, and wrote only on the spur of necessity and at the urgent importunity of his bookseller. His indolent and truant disposition, ever averse from labor and delighting in holiday, had to be scourged up to its task. Still it was this very truant disposition which threw an unconscious charm over everything he wrote, bringing with it honeyed thoughts and pictured images which had sprung up in his mind in the sunny hours of idleness. These effusions, dashed off on compulsion in the exigency of the moment, were published anonymously, so that they made no collective impression on the public, and reflected no fame on the name of their author. In an essay published some time subsequently in the Bee, Goldsmith adverts, in his own humorous way, to his impatience at the tardiness with which his desultory and unacknowledged essays crept into notice. I was once induced, says he, to show my indignation against the public by discontinuing my efforts to please, and was bravely resolved, like Raleigh, to vex them by burning my manuscripts in a passion. Upon reflection, however, I considered what set or body of people would be displeased at my rashness. The sun, after so sad an accident, might shine next morning as bright as usual. Men might laugh and sing the next day, and transact business as before, and not a single creature feel any regret but myself. Instead of having Apollo in mourning or the Muses in a fit of the spleen, instead of having the learned world apostrophizing at my untimely decease, perhaps all Grub Street might laugh at my fate, and self-approving dignity be unable to shield me from ridicule. Circumstances occurred about this time to give a new direction to Goldsmith's hopes and schemes. Having resumed for a brief period the superintendence of the Peckham School during a fit of illness of Dr. Milner, that gentleman, in requital for his timely services, promised to use his influence with a friend, an East India director, to procure him a medical appointment in India. There was every reason to believe that the influence of Dr. Milner would be effectual, but how was Goldsmith to find the ways and means of fitting himself out for a voyage to the Indies? In this emergency, he was driven to a more extended exercise of the pen than he had yet attempted. His skirmishing among books as a reviewer and his disputatious ramble among the schools and universities and literati of the continent had filled his mind with facts and observations which he now set about digesting into a treatise of some magnitude, to be entitled An Inquiry into the Present State of Polite Learning in Europe. As the work grew on his hands, his sanguine temper ran ahead of his labors. Feeling secure of success in England, he was anxious to forestall the piracy of the Irish press, for as yet, the union not having taken place, the English law of copyright did not extend to the other side of the Irish Channel. He wrote, therefore, to his friends in Ireland, urging them to circulate his proposals for his contemplated work and obtain subscriptions payable in advance, the money to be transmitted to a Mr. Bradley, an eminent bookseller in Dublin, who would give a receipt for it and be accountable for the delivery of the books. The letters written by him on this occasion are worthy of copious citation as being full of character and interest. One was to his relative and college intimate, Edward Wells, who had studied for the bar, but was now living at ease on his estate at Roscommon. "You have quitted," writes Goldsmith, "the plan of life which you once intended to pursue, and given up ambition for domestic tranquility. I cannot avoid feeling some regret that one of my few friends has declined a pursuit in which he had every reason to expect success. I have often let my fancy loose when you were the subject, and have imagined you gracing the bench, or thundering at the bar, while I have taken no small pride to myself, and whispered to all that I could come near, that this was my cousin. Instead of this, it seems, you are merely contented to be a happy man, to be esteemed by your acquaintances, to cultivate your paternal acres, to take unmolested a nap under one of your own hawthorns or in Mrs. Wells' bedchamber, which, even a poet must confess, is rather the more comfortable place of the two. But, however your resolutions may be altered with regard to your situation in life, I persuade myself they are unalterable with respect to your friends in it. I cannot think the world has taken such entire possession of that heart, once so susceptible of friendship, as not to have left a corner there for a friend or two, but I flatter myself that even I have a place among the number. This I have a claim to from the similitude of our dispositions, or setting that aside, I can demand it as a right by the most equitable law of nature, I mean that of retaliation, for indeed you have more than your share in mine. I am a man of few professions, and yet at this very instant I cannot avoid the painful apprehension that my present professions, which speak not half my feelings, should be considered only as a pretext to cover a request, as I have a request to make. No, my dear Ned, I know you are too generous to think so, and you know me too proud to stoop to unnecessary insincerity. I have a request, it is true, to make, but as I know to whom I am a petitioner, I make it without diffidence or confusion. It is in short this: I am going to publish a book in London, etc. The residue of the letter specifies the nature of the request, which was merely to aid in circulating his proposals and obtaining subscriptions. The letter of the poor author, however, was unattended to and unacknowledged by the prosperous Mr. Wells of Roscommon, though in after years he was proud to claim relationship to Dr. Goldsmith when he had risen to celebrity. Another of Goldsmith's letters was to Robert Bryanton, with whom he had long ceased to be in correspondence. "I believe," writes he, "that they who are drunk, or out of their wits, fancy everybody else in the same condition. Mine is a friendship that neither distance nor tune can efface, which is probably the reason that, for the soul of me, I can't avoid thinking yours of the same complexion, and yet I have many reasons for being of a contrary opinion, else why, in so long an absence, was I never made a partner in your concerns? To hear of your success would have given me the utmost pleasure, and a communication of your very disappointments would divide the uneasiness I too frequently feel for my own. Indeed, my dear Bob, you don't conceive how unkindly you have treated one whose circumstances afford him few prospects of pleasure, except those reflected from the happiness of his friends. However, since you have not let me hear from you, I have in some measure disappointed your neglect by frequently thinking of you. Every day or so I remember the calm anecdotes of your life, from the fireside to the easy chair, recall the various adventures that first cemented our friendship, the school, the college, or the tavern, preside in fancy over your cards, and am displeased at your bad play when the rubber goes against you, though not with all that agony of soul as when I was once your partner. Is it not strange that two of such like affections should be so much separated and so differently employed as we are? You seem placed at the center of fortune's wheel, and, let it revolve ever so fast, are insensible of the motion. I seem to have been tied to the circumference and whirled disagreeably round, as if on a whirligig. He then runs into a whimsical and extravagant tirade about his future prospects, the wonderful career of fame and fortune that awaits him, and after indulging in all kinds of humorous gasconades, concludes, "Let me, then, stop my fancy to take a view of my future self, and, as the boys say, light down to see myself on horseback. Well, now that I am down where the D.L. is I, oh gods. Here in a garret, writing for bread, and expecting to be dunned for a milk score." He would, on this occasion, have doubtless written to his uncle Contarine, but that generous friend was sunk into a helpless, hopeless state from which death soon released him. Cut off thus from the kind cooperation of his uncle, he addresses a letter to his daughter Jane, the companion of his schoolboy and happy days, now the wife of Mr. Lauder. The object was to secure her interest with her husband in promoting the circulation of his proposals. The letter is full of character. "If you should ask," he begins, "why, in an interval of so many years, you never heard from me, permit me, madam, to ask the same question. I have the best excuse in recrimination. I wrote to Kilmore from Leyden in Holland, from Louvain in Flanders, and Rouen in France, but received no answer. To what could I attribute this silence but to displeasure or forgetfulness? Whether I was right in my conjecture, I do not pretend to determine, but this I must ingenuously own, that I have 1,000 times in my turn endeavored to forget them, whom I could not but look upon as forgetting me. I have attempted to blot their names from my memory, and, I confess it, spent whole days in efforts to tear their image from my heart. Could I have succeeded, you had not now been troubled with this renewal of a discontinued correspondence, but, as every effort the restless make to procure sleep serves but to keep them waking, all my attempts contributed to impress what I would forget deeper on my imagination. But this subject I would willingly turn from, and yet, for the soul of me, I can't till I have said all. I was, madam, when I discontinued writing to Kilmore, in such circumstances that all my endeavors to continue your regards might be attributed to wrong motives. My letters might be looked upon as the petitions of a beggar and not the offerings of a friend, while all my professions, instead of being considered as the result of disinterested esteem, might be ascribed to venal insincerity. I believe, indeed, you had too much generosity to place them in such a light, but I could not bear even the shadow of such a suspicion. The most delicate friendships are always most sensible of the slightest invasion, and the strongest jealousy is ever attendant on the warmest regard. I own I could not, continue a correspondence in which every acknowledgment for past favors might be considered as an indirect request for future ones, and where it might be thought I gave my heart from a motive of gratitude alone, when I was conscious of having bestowed it on much more disinterested principles. It is true, this conduct might have been simple enough, but yourself must confess it was in character. Those who know me at all know that I have always been actuated by different principles from the rest of mankind, and while none regarded the interest of his friend more, no man on earth regarded his own less. I have often affected bluntness to avoid the imputation of flattery, have frequently seemed to overlook those merits too obvious to escape notice, and pretended disregard to those instances of good nature and good sense, which I could not fail tacitly to applaud, and all this lest I should be ranked among the grinning tribe, who say very true to all that is said, who fill a vacant chair at a tea-table, whose narrow souls never moved in a wider circle than the circumference of a guinea, and who had rather be reckoning the money in your pocket than the virtue in your breast. All this, I say, I have done, and 1,000 other very silly, though very disinterested, things in my time, and for all which no soul cares a farthing about me. Is it to be wondered that he should once in his life forget you, who has been all his life forgetting himself? However, It is probable you may one of these days see me turned into a perfect hunks, and as dark and intricate as a mouse hole. I have already given my landlady orders for an entire reform in the state of my finances. I declaim against hot suppers, drink less sugar in my tea, and check my grate with brickbats. Instead of hanging my room with pictures, I intend to adorn it with maxims of frugality. Those will make pretty furniture enough, and won't be a bit too expensive, for I will draw them all out with my own hands, and my landlady's daughter shall frame them with the parings of my black waistcoat. Each maxim is to be inscribed on a sheet of clean paper and wrote with my best pen, of which the following will serve as a specimen. Look sharp. Mind the main chance. Money is money now. If you have £1,000, you can put your hands by your sides and say you are worth £1,000 every day of the year. Take a farthing from 100, and it will be 100 no longer. Thus, which way soever I turn my eyes, they are sure to meet one of those friendly monitors. And as we are told of an actor who hung his room round with looking-glass to correct the defects of his person, my apartment shall be furnished in a peculiar manner to correct the errors of my mind.
Faith.
Madam, I heartily wish to be rich, if it were only for this reason, to say without a blush how much I esteem you. But, alas, I have many a fatigue to encounter before that happy times comes, when your poor old simple friend may again give a loose to the luxuriance of his nature, sitting by Kilmore fireside, recount the various adventures of a hard-fought life, laugh over the follies of the day, join his flute to your harpsichord, and forget that ever he starved in those streets where Butler and Otway starved before him. And now I mention those great names, my uncle. He is no more that soul of fire, as when I once knew him. Newton and Swift grew dim with age, as well as he. But what shall I say? His mind was too active an inhabitant not to disorder the feeble mansion of its abode, for the richest jewels soonest wear their settings. Yet who but the fool would lament his condition? He now forgets the calamities of life. Perhaps indulgent heaven has given him a foretaste of that tranquility here, which he so well deserves hereafter. But I must come to business, for business, as one of my maxims tells me, must be minded or lost. I am going to publish in London a book entitled The Present State of Taste and Literature in Europe. The booksellers in Ireland republish every performance there without making the author any consideration. I would, in this respect, disappoint their avarice, and have all the profits of my labor to myself. I must therefore request Mr. Lauder to circulate among his friends and acquaintances 100 of my proposals which I have given the bookseller, Mr. Bradley, in Dame Street, directions to send to him. If, in pursuance of such circulation, he should receive any subscriptions, I entreat, when collected, they may be sent to Mr. Bradley, as aforesaid, who will give a receipt and be accountable for the work, or a return of the subscription. If this request, which, if it be complied with, will in some measure be an encouragement to a man of learning, should be disagreeable or troublesome, I would not press it, for I would be the last man on earth to have my labors go a-begging. But if I know Mr. Lauder, and sure I ought to know him, he will accept the employment with pleasure. All I can say, if he writes a book, I will get him 200 subscribers, and those of the best wits in Europe. Whether this request is complied with or not, I shall not be uneasy, but there is one petition I must make to him and to you, which I solicit with the warmest ardor, and in which I cannot bear a refusal. I mean, dear madam, that I may be allowed to subscribe myself, your ever affectionate and obliged kinsman, Oliver Goldsmith. Now see how I blot and blunder when I am asking a favor. Chapter 10. While Goldsmith was yet laboring at his treatise, the promise made him by Dr. Milner was carried into effect, and he was actually appointed physician and surgeon to one of the factories on the coast of Coromandel. His imagination was immediately on fire with visions of oriental wealth and magnificence. It is true the salary did not exceed £100, but then, as appointed physician, he would have the exclusive practice of the place, amounting to £1,000 per annum, with advantages to be derived from trade and from the high interest of money, 20%. In a word, for once in his life, the road to fortune lay broad and straight before him. Hitherto, in his correspondence with his friends, he had said nothing of his India scheme, But now he imparted to them his brilliant prospects, urging the importance of their circulating his proposals and obtaining him subscriptions and advances on his forthcoming work to furnish funds for his outfit. In the meantime, he had a task that poor drudge, his muse, for present exigencies. £10 were demanded for his appointment warrant. Other expenses pressed hard upon him. Fortunately, though as yet unknown to fame, his literary capability was known to the trade, and the coinage of his brain passed current in Grub Street. Archibald Hamilton, proprietor of the Critical Review, the rival to that of Griffiths, readily made him a small advance on receiving 3 articles for his periodical. His purse thus slenderly replenished, Goldsmith paid for his warrant, wiped off the score of his milkmaid, abandoned his garret, and moved into a shabby first floor in a forlorn court near the Old Bailey, there to await the time for his migration to the magnificent coast of Coromandel. Alas, poor Goldsmith, ever doomed to disappointment. Early in the gloomy month of November, that mouth of fog and despondency in London, he learned the shipwreck of his hope. The great Coromandel enterprise fell through, or rather the post promised to him was transferred to some other candidate. The cause of this disappointment it is now impossible to ascertain. The death of his quasi-patron, Dr. Milner, which happened about this time, may have had some effect in producing it, or there may have been some heedlessness and blundering on his own part, or some obstacle arising from his insuperable indigence. Whatever may have been the cause, he never mentioned it, which gives some ground to surmise that he himself was to blame. His friends learned with surprise that he had suddenly relinquished his appointment to India, about which he had raised such sanguine expectations. Some accused him of fickleness and caprice. Others supposed him unwilling to tear himself from the growing fascinations of the Literary Society of London. In the meantime, cut down in his hopes and humiliated in his pride by the failure of his Coromandel scheme, he sought, without consulting his friends, to be examined at the College of Physicians for the humble situation of hospital mate. Even here poverty stood in his way. It was necessary to appear in a decent garb before the examining committee, but how was he to do so? He was literally out at elbows as well as out of cash. Here again the muse, so often jilted and neglected by him, came to his aid. In consideration of 4 articles furnished to the Monthly Review, Griffiths, his old taskmaster, was to become his security to the tailor for a suit of clothes. Goldsmith said he wanted them but for a single occasion, on which depended his appointment to a situation in the army. As soon as that temporary purpose was served, they would either be returned or paid for. The books to be reviewed were accordingly lent to him. The muse was again set to her compulsory drudgery. The articles were scribbled off and sent to the bookseller, and the clothes came in due time from the tailor. From the records of the College of Surgeons, it appears that Goldsmith underwent his examination at Surgeons' Hall on the 21st of December, 1758. Either from a confusion of mind incident to sensitive and imaginative persons on such occasions, or from a real want of surgical science, which last is extremely probable, he failed in his examination and was rejected as unqualified. The effect of such a rejection was to disqualify him for every branch of public service, though he might have claimed a re-examination after the interval of a few months devoted to further study. Such a re-examination he never attempted, nor did he ever communicate his discomfiture to any of his friends. On Christmas Day, but 4 days after his rejection by the College of Surgeons, while he was suffering under the mortification of defeat and disappointment, and hard-pressed for means of subsistence, he was surprised by the entrance into his room of the poor woman of whom he hired his wretched apartment, and to whom he owed some small arrears of rent. She had a piteous tale of distress, and was clamorous in her afflictions. Her husband had been arrested in the night for debt, and thrown into prison. This was too much for the quick feelings of Goldsmith. He was ready at any time to help the distressed, but in this instance he was himself in some measure a cause of the distress. What was to be done? He had no money, it is true, but there hung the new suit of clothes in which he had stood his unlucky examination at Surgeons' Hall. Without giving himself time for reflection, he sent it off to the pawnbrokers, and raised thereon a sufficient sum to pay off his own debt and to release his landlord from prison. Under the same pressure of penury and despondency, He borrowed from a neighbor a pittance to relieve his immediate wants, leaving as a security the books which he had recently reviewed. In the midst of these straits and harassments, he received a letter from Griffiths, demanding in peremptory terms the return of the clothes and books, or immediate payment for the same. It appears that he had discovered the identical suit at the pawnbroker's. The reply of Goldsmith is not known. It was out of his power to furnish either the clothes or the money, but he probably offered once more to make the muse stand as bail. His reply only increased the ire of the wealthy man of trade, and drew from him another letter still more harsh than the first, using the epithets of knave and sharper, and containing threats of prosecution and a prison. The following letter from poor Goldsmith gives the most touching picture of an inconsiderate but sensitive man, harassed by care, stung by humiliations, and driven almost to despondency. Sir, I know of no misery but a jail to which my own imprudences and your letters seem to point. I have seen it inevitable these 3 or 4 weeks, and, by heavens, request it as a favor that may prevent something more fatal. I have been some years struggling with a wretched being, with all that contempt that indigence brings with it, with all those passions which make contempt insupportable. What, then, has a jail that is formidable? I shall at least have the society of wretches, and such is to me true society. I tell you, again and again, that I am neither able nor willing to pay you a farthing, but I will be punctual to any appointment you or the tailor shall make. Thus far, at least, I do not act the sharper, since, unable to pay my own debts one way, I would generally give some security another. No, sir, had I been a sharper, had I been possessed of less good nature and native generosity, I might surely now have been in better circumstances. I am guilty, I own, of meannesses which poverty unavoidably brings with it. My reflections are filled with repentance for my imprudence, but not with any remorse for being a villain. That may be a character you unjustly charge me with. Your books, I can assure you, are neither pawned nor sold, but in the custody of a friend, from whom my necessities obliged me to borrow some money. Whatever becomes of my person, you shall have them in a month. It is very possible both the reports you have heard and your own suggestions may have brought you false information with respect to my character. It is very possible that the man whom you now regard with detestation may inwardly burn with grateful resentment. It is very possible that, upon a second perusal of the letter I sent you, you may see the workings of a mind strongly agitated with gratitude and jealousy. If such circumstances should appear, at least spare invective till my book with Mr. Dodsley shall be published, and then, perhaps, you may see the bright side of a mind, when my professions shall not appear the dictates of necessity, but of choice. You seem to think Dr. Milner knew me not. Perhaps so, but he was a man I shall ever honor, but I have friendships only with the dead. I ask pardon for taking up so much time, nor shall I add to it by any other professions than that I am, sir, your humble servant, Oliver Goldsmith. P.S. I shall expect impatiently the result of your resolutions. The dispute between the poet and the publisher was afterward imperfectly adjusted, and it would appear that the clothes were paid for by a short compilation advertised by Griffiths in the course of the following month. But the parties were never really friends afterward, and the writings of Goldsmith were harshly and unjustly treated in the Monthly Review. We have given the preceding anecdote in detail, as furnishing one of the many instances in which Goldsmith's prompt and benevolent impulses outran all prudent forecast, and involved him in difficulties and disgraces which a more selfish man would have avoided. The pawning of the clothes, charged upon him as a crime by the grinding bookseller, and apparently admitted by him as one of the meannesses which poverty unavoidably brings with it, resulted, as we have shown, from a tenderness of heart and generosity of hand in which another man would have gloried, but these were such natural elements with him that he was unconscious of their merit. It is a pity that wealth does not oftener bring such meannesses in its train. And now, let us be indulged in a few particulars about these lodgings in which Goldsmith was guilty of this thoughtless act of benevolence. They were in a very shabby house, number 12, Green Arbor Court, between the Old Bailey and Fleet Market. An old woman was still living in 1820 who was a relative of the identical landlady whom Goldsmith relieved by the money received from the pawnbroker. She was a child about 7 years of age at the time that the poet rented his apartment of her relative and used frequently to be at the house in Green Arbor Court. She was drawn there, in a great measure, by the good-humored kindness of Goldsmith, who was always exceedingly fond of the society of children. He used to assemble those of the family in his room, give them cakes and sweetmeats, and set them dancing to the sound of his flute. He was very friendly to those around him, and cultivated a kind of intimacy with a watchmaker in the court, who possessed much native wit and humor. He passed most of the day, however, in his room, and only went out in the evenings. His days were no doubt devoted to the drudgery of the pen, and it would appear that he occasionally found the booksellers urgent taskmasters. On one occasion a visitor was shown up to his room, and immediately their voices were heard in high altercation, and the key was turned within the lock. The landlady, at first, was disposed to go to the assistance of her lodger, but a calm succeeding, she forbore to interfere. Late in the evening the door was unlocked, a supper ordered by the visitor from a neighboring tavern, and Goldsmith and his intrusive guest finished the evening in great good humor. It was probably his old taskmaster Griffiths, whose press might have been wailing, and who found no other mode of getting a stipulated task from Goldsmith than by locking him in and staying by him until it was finished. But we have a more particular account of these lodgings in Green Arbor Court from the Reverend Thomas Percy, afterward Bishop of Dromore, and celebrated for his relics of ancient poetry, his beautiful ballads, and other works. During an occasional visit to London, he was introduced to Goldsmith by Granger, and ever after continued one of his most steadfast and valued friends. The following is his description of the poet's squalid apartment. I called on Goldsmith at his lodgings in March 1759, and found him writing his inquiry in a miserable, dirty-looking room, in which there was but one chair, and when, from civility, he resigned it to me, he himself was obliged to sit in the window. While we were conversing together, someone tapped gently at the door, and, being desired to come in, a poor, ragged little girl, of a very becoming demeanor, entered the room, and, dropping a courtesy, said, "My mamma sends her compliments and begs the favor of you to lend her a chamber pot full of coals." We are reminded in this anecdote of Goldsmith's picture of the lodgings of Beau Tibbs, and of the peep into the secrets of a makeshift establishment given to a visitor by the blundering old Scotchwoman. By this time we were arrived as high as the stairs would permit us to ascend, till we came to what he was facetiously pleased to call the first floor down the chimney, and, knocking at the door, a voice from within demanded, "Who's there?" My conductor answered that it was him. But this not satisfying the querist, the voice again repeated the demand, to which he answered louder than before, and now the door was opened by an old woman with cautious reluctance. When we got in, he welcomed me to his house with great ceremony, and, turning to the old woman, asked where was her lady. "Good troth," replied she, in a peculiar dialect, "she's washing your TWA shirts at the next door, because they have taken an oath against lending the tub any longer." "My 2 shirts," cried he, in a tone that faltered with confusion. "What does the idiot mean?" "I ken what I mean well enough," replied the other. "She's washing your TWA shirts at the next door because fire and fury." "No more of thy stupid explanations," cried he. "Go and inform her we have company. Were that Scotch hag to be forever my family, she would never learn politeness, nor forget that absurd, poisonous accent of hers, or testify the smallest specimen of breeding or high life. And yet it is very surprising, too, as I had her from a Parliament man, a friend of mine from the Highlands, one of the politest men in the world. But that's a secret." Footnote: Citizen of the World, Letter 4. Let us linger a little in Green Arbor Court, a place consecrated by the genius and the poverty of Goldsmith, but recently obliterated in the course of modern improvements. The writer of this memoir visited it not many years since on a literary pilgrimage, and may be excused for repeating a description of it which he has heretofore inserted in another publication. It then existed in its pristine state, and was a small square of tall and miserable houses, the very intestines of which seemed turned inside out, to judge from the old garments and frippery that fluttered from every window. It appeared to be a region of washerwomen, and lines were stretched about the little square, on which clothes were dangling to dry. Just as we entered the square, a scuffle took place between two viragos about a disputed right to a washtub, and immediately the whole community was in a hubbub. Heads and mob caps popped out of every window, and such a clamor of tongues ensued that I was fain to stop my ears. Every Amazon took part with one or other of the disputants, and brandished her arms, dripping with soap suds, and fired away from her window as from the embrasure of a fortress, while the screams of children nestled and cradled in every procreant chamber of this hive, waking with the noise, set up their shrill pipes to swell the general concert. Footnote: Tales of a Traveler. While in these forlorn quarters, suffering under extreme depression of spirits, caused by his failure at Surgeons' Hall, the disappointment of his hopes, and his harsh collisions with Griffiths, Goldsmith wrote the following letter to his brother Henry, some parts of which are most touchingly mournful. Dear Sir, your punctuality in answering a man whose trade is writing is more than I had reason to expect, and yet you see me generally fill a whole sheet, which is all the recompense I can make for being so frequently troublesome. The behavior of Mr. Wells and Mr. Lauder is a little extraordinary. However, their answering neither you nor me is a sufficient indication of their disliking the employment which I assign them. As their conduct is different from what I had expected, so I have made an alteration in mine. I shall, the beginning of next month, send over 250 books. Footnote: The Inquiry into Polite Literature. His previous remarks apply to the subscription, which are all that I fancy can be well sold among you, and I would have you make some distinction in the persons who have subscribed. The money, which will amount to £60, may be left with Mr. Bradley as soon as possible. I am not certain, but I shall quickly have occasion for it. I have met with no disappointment with respect to my East India voyage, nor are my resolutions altered, though, at the same time, I must confess, it gives me some pain to think I am almost beginning the world at the age of 31. Though I never had a day's sickness since I saw you, yet I am not that strong, active man you once knew me. You scarcely can conceive how much 8 years of disappointment, anguish, and study have worn me down. If I remember right, you are 7 or 8 years older than me, yet I dare venture to say that, if a stranger saw us both, he would pay me the honors of seniority. Imagine to yourself a pale, melancholy visage, with 2 great wrinkles between the eyebrows, with an eye disgustingly severe, and a big wig, and you may have a perfect picture of my present appearance. On the other hand, I conceive you as perfectly sleek and healthy, passing many a happy day among your own children or those who knew you a child. Since I knew what it was to be a man, this is a pleasure I have not known. I have passed my days among a parcel of cool, designing beings, and have contracted all their suspicious manner in my own behavior. I should actually be as unfit for the society of my friends at home, as I detest that which I am obliged to partake of here. I can now neither partake of the pleasure of a revel, nor contribute to raise its jollity. I can neither laugh nor drink, have contracted a hesitating, disagreeable manner of speaking, and a visage that looks ill-nature itself. In short, I have thought myself into a settled melancholy and an utter disgust of all that life brings with it. Whence this romantic turn that all our family are possessed with? Whence this love for every place and every country but that in which we reside, for every occupation but our own? This desire of fortune, and yet this eagerness to dissipate? I perceive, my dear sir, that I am at intervals for indulging this splenetic manner and following my own taste, regardless of yours. The reasons you have given me for breeding up your son a scholar are judicious and convincing. I should, however, be glad to know for what particular profession he is designed if he be assiduous and divested of strong passions, for passions in youth always lead to pleasure. He may do very well in your college, for it must be owned that the industrious poor have good encouragement there, perhaps better than in any other in Europe. But if he has ambition, strong passions, and an exquisite sensibility of contempt, do not send him there, unless you have no other trade for him but your own. It is impossible to conceive how much may be done by proper education at home. A boy, for instance, who understands perfectly well Latin, French, arithmetic, and the principles of the civil law, and can write a fine hand, has an education that may qualify him for any undertaking, and these parts of learning should be carefully inculcated, Let him be designed for whatever calling he will. Above all things, let him never touch a romance or novel. These paint beauty in colors more charming than nature and describe happiness that man never tastes. How delusive, how destructive, are those pictures of consummate bliss? They teach the youthful mind to sigh after beauty and happiness that never existed, to despise the little good which fortune has mixed in our cup, by expecting more than she ever gave, and, in general, take the word of a man who has seen the world, and who has studied human nature more by experience than precept. Take my word for it, I say, that books teach us very little of the world. The greatest merit in a state of poverty would only serve to make the possessor ridiculous, may distress, but cannot relieve him. Frugality and even avarice, in the lower orders of mankind, are true ambition. These afford the only ladder for the poor to rise to preferment. Teach then, my dear sir, to your son, thrift and economy. Let his poor, wandering uncle's example be placed before his eyes. I had learned from books to be disinterested and generous before I was taught from experience the necessity of being prudent. I had contracted the habits and notions of a philosopher, while I was exposing myself to the approaches of insidious cunning, and often by being, even with my narrow finances, charitable to excess, I forgot the rules of justice, and placed myself in the very situation of the wretch who thanked me for my bounty. When I am in the remotest part of the world, tell him this, and perhaps he may improve from my example. But I find myself again falling into my gloomy habits of thinking. My mother, I am informed, is almost blind, even though I had the utmost inclination to return home. Under such circumstances, I could not, for to behold her in distress, without a capacity of relieving her from it would add much to my splenetic habit. Your last letter was much too short. It should have answered some queries I had made in my former. Just sit down as I do, and write forward until you have filled all your paper. It requires no thought, at least from the ease with which my own sentiments rise when they are addressed to you. For, believe me, my head has no share in all I write. My heart dictates the whole. Pray give my love to Bob Bryanton, and entreat him for me not to drink. My dear sir, give me some account about poor Jenny. Footnote: his sister, Mrs. Johnston. Her marriage, like that of Mrs. Hodson, was private, but in pecuniary matters much less fortunate. Yet her husband loves her. If so, she cannot be unhappy. I know not whether I should tell you. Yet why should I conceal these trifles or, indeed, anything from you? There is a book of mine will be published in a few days, the life of a very extraordinary man, no less than the great Voltaire. You know already by the title that it is no more than a catchpenny. However, I spent but 4 weeks on the whole performance, for which I received £20. When published, I shall take some method of conveying it to you, unless you may think it dear of the postage, which may amount to 4 or 5 shillings. However, I fear you will not find an equivalent of amusement. Your last letter, I repeat it, was too short. You should have given me your opinion of the design of the heroicomical poem which I sent you. You remember I intended to introduce the hero of the poem as lying in a paltry alehouse. You may take the following specimen of the manner, which, I flatter myself, is quite original. The room in which he lies may be described somewhat in this way. The window, patched with paper, lent a ray that feebly showed the state in which he lay, the sanded floor that grits beneath the tread, the humid wall with paltry pictures spread. The game of goose was there exposed to view, and the 12 rules the royal martyr drew. The seasons, framed with listing, found a place, and Prussia's monarch showed his lampblack face. The morn was cold. He views with keen desire a rusty grate unconscious of a fire. An unpaid reckoning on the frieze was scored, and 5 cracked teacups dressed the chimney board. And now imagine, after his soliloquy, the landlord to make his appearance in order to dun him for the reckoning. Not with that face, so servile and so gay, that welcomes every stranger that can pay. With sulky eye he smoked the patient man. Hen pulled his breeches tight, and thus began, etc. Footnote: the projected poem, of which the above were specimens, appears never to have been completed. All this is taken, you see, from nature. It is a good remark of Montaigne's, that the wisest men often have friends with whom they do not care how much they play the fool. Take my present follies as instances of my regard. Poetry is a much easier and more agreeable species of composition than prose, and could a man live by it, it were not unpleasant employment to be a poet. I am resolved to leave no space, though I should fill it up only by telling you, what you very well know already, I mean that I am your most affectionate friend and brother, Oliver Goldsmith. The Life of Voltaire, alluded to in the latter part of the preceding letter, was the literary job undertaken to satisfy the demands of Griffiths. It was to have preceded a translation of the Henriade by Ned Purden, Goldsmith's old schoolmate, now a Grub Street writer, who starved rather than lived by the exercise of his pen, and often tasked Goldsmith's scanty means to relieve his hunger. His miserable career was summed up by our poet in the following lines written some years after the tune we are treating of, on hearing that he had suddenly dropped dead in Smithfield. Here lies poor Ned Purden, from misery freed, who long was a bookseller's hack. He led such a damnable life in this world, I don't think he'll wish to come back. The memoir and translation, though advertised to form a volume, were not published together, but appeared separately in a magazine. As to the heroicomical poem, also, cited in the foregoing letter, it appears to have perished in embryo. Had it been brought to maturity, we should have had further traits of autobiography. The room already described was probably his own squalid quarters in Green Arbor Court, and in a subsequent morsel of the poem we have the poet himself, under the euphonious name of Scroggan, where the Red Lion peering o'er the way invites each passing stranger that can pay, where Calvert's butt and Parson's black champagne regale the drabs and bloods of Drury Lane. There, in a lonely room, from bailiff snug, the muse found Scroggan stretched beneath a rug. A nightcap decked his brows instead of bay, a cap by night, a stocking all the day. It is to be regretted that this poetical conception was not carried out. Like the author's other writings, it might have abounded with pictures of life and touches of nature drawn from his own observation and experience, and mellowed by his own humane and tolerant spirit, and might have been a worthy companion or rather contrast to his traveler and deserted village, and have remained in the language a first-rate specimen of the mock heroic. Chapter 11. Toward the end of March, 1759, the treatise on which Goldsmith had laid so much stress, on which he at one time had calculated to defray the expenses of his outfit to India, and to which he had adverted in his correspondence with Griffiths, made its appearance. It was published by the Dodsleys, and entitled An Inquiry into the Present State of Polite Learning in Europe. In the present day, when the whole field of contemporary literature is so widely surveyed and amply discussed, and when the current productions of every country are constantly collated and ably criticized, a treatise like that of Goldsmith would be considered as extremely limited and unsatisfactory, but at that time it possessed novelty in its views and wideness in its scope, and being endued with the peculiar charm of style inseparable from the author, it commanded public attention and a profitable sale. As it was the most important production that had yet come from Goldsmith's pen, he was anxious to have the credit of it, yet it appeared without his name on the title page. The authorship, however, was well known throughout the world of letters, and the author had now grown into sufficient literary importance to become an object of hostility to the underlings of the press. One of the most virulent attacks upon him was in a criticism on this treatise, and appeared in the Monthly Review, to which he himself had been recently a contributor. It slandered him as a man while it decried him as an author, and accused him, by innuendo, of laboring under the infamy of having, by the vilest and meanest actions, forfeited all pretensions to honor and honesty, and of practicing those acts which bring the sharper to the cart's tail or the pillory. It will be remembered that the review was owned by Griffiths the bookseller, with whom Goldsmith had recently had a misunderstanding. The criticism, therefore, was no doubt dictated by the lingerings of resentment, and the imputations upon Goldsmith's character for honor and honesty, and the vile and mean actions hinted at, could only allude to the unfortunate pawning of the clothes. All this, too, was after Griffiths had received the affecting letter from Goldsmith, drawing a picture of his poverty and perplexities, and after the latter had made him a literary compensation. Griffiths, in fact, was sensible of the falsehood and extravagance of the attack, and tried to exonerate himself by declaring that the criticism was written by a person in his employ, but we see no difference in atrocity between him who wields the knife and him who hires the cutthroat. It may be well, however, in passing, to bestow our mite of notoriety upon the miscreant who launched the slander. He deserves it for a long course of dastardly and venomous attacks, not merely upon Goldsmith, but upon most of the successful authors of the day. His name was Kenrick. He was originally a mechanic, but, possessing some degree of talent and industry, applied himself to literature as a profession. This he pursued for many years, and tried his hand in every department of prose and poetry. He wrote plays and satires, philosophical tracts, critical dissertations, and works on philology. Nothing from his pen ever rose to first-rate excellence, or gained him a popular name, though he received from some university the degree of Doctor of Laws. Dr. Johnson characterized his literary career in one short sentence. "Sir, he is one of the many who have made themselves public without making themselves known." Soured by his own want of success, jealous of the success of others, his natural irritability of temper increased by habits of intemperance, he at length abandoned himself to the practice of reviewing, and became one of the Ishmaelites of the press. In this his malignant bitterness soon gave him a notoriety which his talents had never been able to attain. We shall dismiss him for the present with the following sketch of him by the hand of one of his contemporaries. Dreaming of genius which he never had, half wit, half fool, half critic, and half mad, seizing, like Shirley, on the poet's lyre, with all his rage, but not one spark of fire, eager for slaughter, and resolved to tear from others' brows that wreath he most not wear. Next Kenrick came, all furious and replete, with brandy, malice, pertness, and conceit, unskilled in classic lore, through envy blind, to all that's beauteous, learned, or refined. For faults alone behold the savage prowl, with reason's awful glut his ravening soul, pleased with his prey, its inmost blood he drinks, and mumbles, pause, and turns it, till it stinks. The British press about this time was extravagantly fruitful of periodical publications. That oldest inhabitant, the Gentleman's Magazine, almost coeval with St. John's Gate which graced its title page, had long been elbowed by magazines and reviews of all kinds. Johnson's Rambler had introduced the fashion of periodical essays, which he had followed up in his Adventurer and Idler. Imitations had sprung up on every side, under every variety of name, until British literature was entirely overrun by a weedy and transient efflorescence. Many of these rival periodicals choked each other almost at the outset, and few of them have escaped oblivion. Goldsmith wrote for some of the most successful, such as The Bee, The Busybody, and The Ladies' Magazine. His essays, though characterized by his delightful style, his pure, benevolent morality, and his mellow, unobtrusive humor, did not produce equal effect at first with more garish writings of infinitely less value. They did not strike, as it is termed, but they had that rare and enduring merit which rises in estimation on every perusal. They gradually stole upon the heart of the public, were copied into numerous contemporary publications, and now they are garnered up among the choice productions of British literature. In his inquiry into the state of polite learning, Goldsmith had given offense to David Garrick, at that time the autocrat of the drama, and was doomed to experience its effect. A clamor had been raised against Garrick for exercising a despotism over the stage, and bringing forward nothing but old plays to the exclusion of original productions. Walpole joined in this charge. "Garrick," said he, "is treating the town as it deserves and likes to be treated, with scenes, fireworks, and his own writings. A good new play I never expect to see more, nor have seen since The Provoked Husband, which came out when I was at school." Goldsmith, who was extremely fond of the theater and felt the evils of this system, inveighed in his treatise against the wrongs experienced by authors at the hands of managers. "Our poet's performance," said he, "must undergo a process truly chemical before it is presented to the public. It must be tried in the manager's fire, strained through a licenser, suffer from repeated corrections, till it may be a mere caput mortuum when it arrives before the public." Again, Getting a play on even in 3 or 4 years is a privilege reserved only for the happy few who have the arts of courting the manager as well as the muse, who have adulation to please his vanity, powerful patrons to support their merit, or money to indemnify disappointment. Our Saxon ancestors had but one name for a wit and a witch. I will not dispute the propriety of uniting those characters then, but the man who under present discouragements ventures to write for the stage, whatever claim he may have to the appellation of a wit, at least has no right to be called a conjurer. But a passage which perhaps touched more sensibly than all the rest on the sensibilities of Garrick was the following. I have no particular spleen against a fellow who sweeps the stage with the besom, or the hero who brushes it with his train. It were a matter of indifference to me whether our heroines are in keeping, or our candle-snuffers burn their fingers. Did not such make a great part of public care and polite conversation? Our actors assume all that stayed off the stage which they do on it, and, to use an expression borrowed from the green room, everyone is up in his part. I am sorry to say it, they seem to forget their real characters. These strictures were considered by Garrick as intended for himself, and they were rankling in his mind when Goldsmith waited upon him and solicited his vote for the vacant secretaryship of the Society of Arts, of which the manager was a member. Garrick, puffed up by his dramatic renown and his intimacy with the great, and knowing Goldsmith only by his budding reputation, may not have considered him of sufficient importance to be conciliated. In reply to his solicitations, he observed that he could hardly expect his friendly exertions after the unprovoked attack he had made upon his management. Goldsmith replied that he had indulged in no personalities and had only spoken what he believed to be the truth. He made no further apology nor application, failed to get the appointment, and considered Garrick his enemy. In the second edition of his treatise, he expunged or modified the passages which had given the manager offense, but though the author and actor became intimate in after years, this false step at the outset of their intercourse was never forgotten. About this time Goldsmith engaged with Dr. Smollett, who was about to launch the British magazine. Smollett was a complete schemer and speculator in literature, and intent upon enterprises that had money rather than reputation in view. Goldsmith has a good humor hit at this propensity in one of his papers in the Bee, in which he represents Johnson, Hume, and others taking seats in the stagecoach bound for fame, while Smollett prefers that destined for riches. Another prominent employer of Goldsmith was Mr. John Newbery, who engaged him to contribute occasional essays to a newspaper entitled The Public Ledger, which made its first appearance on the 12th of January, 1760. His most valuable and characteristic contributions to this paper were his Chinese letters, subsequently modified into The Citizen of the World. These lucubrations attracted general attention. They were reprinted in the various periodical publications of the day and met with great applause. The name of the author, however, was as yet but little known. Being now in easier circumstances, and in the receipt of frequent sums from the booksellers, Goldsmith, about the middle of 1760, emerged from his dismal abode in Green Arbor Court and took respectable apartments in Wine Office Court, Fleet Street. Still he continued to look back with considerate benevolence to the poor hostess, whose necessities he had relieved by pawning his gala coat, for we are told that he often supplied her with food from his own table, and visited her frequently with the sole purpose to be kind to her. He now became a member of a debating club, called the Robin Hood, which used to meet near Temple Bar, and in which Burke, while yet a Temple student, had first tried his powers. Goldsmith spoke here occasionally, and is recorded in the Robin Hood archives as a candid disputant, with a clear head and an honest heart, though coming but seldom to the society. His relish was for clubs of a more social, jovial nature, and he was never fond of argument. An amusing anecdote is told of his first introduction to the club by Samuel Derrick, an Irish acquaintance of some humor. On entering, Goldsmith was struck with the self-important appearance of the chairman ensconced in a large gilt chair. "This," said he, "must be the Lord Chancellor at least." "No, no," replied Derrick, "he's only Master of the Rolls." The chairman was a baker. Chapter 12. In his new lodgings in Wine Office Court, Goldsmith began to receive visits of ceremony and to entertain his literary friends. Among the latter he now numbered several names of note, such as Guthrie, Murphy, Christopher Smart, and Bickerstaff. He had also a numerous class of hangers-on, the small fry of literature, who, knowing his almost utter incapacity to refuse a pecuniary request, were apt, now that he was considered flush, to levy continual taxes upon his purse. Among others, one Pilkington, an old college acquaintance, but now a shifting adventurer, duped him in the most ludicrous manner. He called on him with a face full of perplexity. A lady of the first rank having an extraordinary fancy for curious animals, for which she was willing to give enormous sums, he had procured a couple of white mice to be forwarded to her from India. They were actually on board of a ship in the river. Her Grace had been apprised of their arrival, and was all impatience to see them. Unfortunately, he had no cage to put them in, nor clothes to appear in before a lady of her rank. 2 guineas would be sufficient for his purpose, but where were 2 guineas to be procured? The simple heart of Goldsmith was touched, but, alas, he had but half a guinea in his pocket. It was unfortunate, but after a pause his friend suggested, with some hesitation, that money might be raised upon his watch. It would but be the loan of a few hours. So said, so done. The watch was delivered to the worthy Mr. Pilkington to be pledged at a neighboring pawnbroker's, but nothing further was ever seen of him, the watch or the white mice. The next that Goldsmith heard of the poor shifting scapegrace, he was on his deathbed, starving with want, upon which, forgetting or forgiving the trick he had played upon him, he sent him a guinea. Indeed, he used often to relate with great humor the foregoing anecdote of his credulity, and was ultimately in some degree indemnified by its suggesting to him the amusing little story of Prince Bonbenon and the White House in the Citizen of the World. In this year Goldsmith became personally acquainted with Dr. Johnson, toward whom he was drawn by strong sympathies, though their natures were widely different. Both had struggled from early life with poverty, but had struggled in different ways. Goldsmith, buoyant, heedless, sanguine, tolerant of evils and easily pleased, had shifted along by any temporary expedient, cast down at every turn, but rising again with indomitable good humor, and still carried forward by his talent at hoping. Johnson, melancholy and hypochondriacal, and prone to apprehend the worst, yet sternly resolute to battle with and conquer it, had made his way doggedly and gloomily, but with a noble principle of self-reliance and a disregard of foreign aid. Both had been irregular at college, Goldsmith, as we have shown, from the levity of his nature and his social and convivial habits, Johnson, from his acerbity and gloom. When in after life, the latter heard himself spoken of as gay and frolicsome at college, because he had joined in some riotous excesses there, "Ah, sir," replied he, "I was mad and violent. It was bitterness which they mistook for frolic. I was miserably poor, and I thought to fight my way by my literature and my wit. So I disregarded all power and all authority." Goldsmith's poverty was never accompanied by bitterness, but neither was it accompanied by the guardian pride which kept Johnson from falling into the degrading shifts of poverty. Goldsmith had an unfortunate facility at borrowing and helping himself along by the contributions of his friends, no doubt trusting, in his hopeful way, of one day making retribution. Johnson never hoped, and therefore never borrowed. In his sternest trials, he proudly bore the ills he could not master. In his youth, when some unknown friend, seeing his shoes completely worn out, left a new pair at his chamber door, he disdained to accept the boon, and threw them away. Though, like Goldsmith, an immethodical student, he had imbibed deeper draughts of knowledge, and made himself a riper scholar. While Goldsmith's happy constitution and genial humors carried him abroad into sunshine and enjoyment, Johnson's physical infirmities and mental gloom drove him upon himself, to the resources of reading and meditation, threw a deeper though darker enthusiasm into his mind, and stored a retentive memory with all kinds of knowledge. After several years of youth passed in the country as usher, teacher, and an occasional writer for the press, Johnson, when 28 years of age, came up to London with a half-written tragedy in his pocket, and David Garrick, late his pupil and several years his junior, as a companion, both poor and penniless, both, like Goldsmith, seeking their fortune in the metropolis. "We rode and tied," said Garrick sportively and after years of prosperity, when he spoke of their humble wayfaring. "I came to London," said Johnson, "with tuppence halfpenny in my pocket." What's that you say?" cried Garrick. "With tuppence halfpenny in your pocket?" "Why, yes, I came with tuppence halfpenny in my pocket, and thou, Davy, with but 3 halfpence in thine." Nor was there much exaggeration in the picture, for so poor were they in purse and credit that after their arrival they had, with difficulty, raised £5 by giving their joint note to a bookseller in the Strand. Many years had Johnson gone on obscurely in London, fighting his way by his literature and his wit, enduring all the hardships and miseries of a Grub Street writer, so destitute at one time that he and Savage the poet had walked all night about St. James's Square, both too poor to pay for a night's lodging, yet both full of poetry and patriotism and determined to stand by their country. So shabby in dress at another time, that when he dined at Cave's, his bookseller, when there was prosperous company, he could not make his appearance at table, but had his dinner handed to him behind a screen. Yet through all the long and dreary struggle, often diseased in mind as well as in body, he had been resolutely self-dependent and proudly self-respectful. He had fulfilled his college vow. He had fought his way by his literature and his wit. His Rambler and Idler had made him the great moralist of the age, and his Dictionary and History of the English Language, that stupendous monument of individual labor, had excited the admiration of the learned world. He was now at the head of intellectual society, and had become as distinguished by his conversational as his literary powers. He had become as much an autocrat in his sphere as his fellow wayfarer and adventurer Garrick had become of the stage, and had been humorously dubbed by Smollett, the great Cham of literature. Such was Dr. Johnson, when on the 31st of May, 1761, he was to make his appearance as a guest at a literary supper given by Goldsmith to a numerous party at his new lodgings in Wine Office Court. It was the opening of their acquaintance. Johnson had felt and acknowledged the merit of Goldsmith as an author, and been pleased by the honorable mention made of himself in the Bee and the Chinese letters. Dr. Percy called upon Johnson to take him to Goldsmith's lodgings. He found Johnson arrayed with unusual care in a new suit of clothes, a new hat, and a well-powdered wig, and could not but notice his uncommon spruceness. "Why, sir," replied Johnson, "I hear that Goldsmith, who is a very great sloven, justifies his disregard of cleanliness and decency by quoting my practice, and I am desirous this night to show him a better example." The acquaintance thus commenced ripened into intimacy in the course of frequent meetings at the shop of Davies, the bookseller, in Russell Street, Covent Garden. As this was one of the great literary gossiping places of the day, especially to the circle over which Johnson presided, it is worthy of some specification. Mr. Thomas Davies, noted in after times as the biographer of Garrick, had originally been on the stage, and though a small man had enacted tyrannical tragedy with a pomp and magniloquence beyond his size, if we may trust the description given of him by Churchill in the Rosciad. Statesmen all over, in Plot's famous groan, he mouths a sentence, as ours mouth a bone. This unlucky sentence is said to have crippled him in the midst of his tragic career, and ultimately to have driven him from the stage. He carried into the bookselling craft somewhat of the grandiose manner of the stage, and was prone to be mouthy and magniloquent. Churchill had intimated that while on the stage he was more noted for his pretty wife than his good acting. With him came mighty Davies. On my life, that fellow has a very pretty wife. Pretty Mrs. Davies continued to be the lodestar of his fortunes. Her tea-table became almost as much a literary lounge as her husband's shop. She found favor in the eyes of the Ursa Major of literature by her winning ways, as she poured out for him cups without stint of his favorite beverage. Indeed, it is suggested that she was one leading cause of his habitual resort to this literary haunt. Others were drawn thither for the sake of Johnson's conversation, and thus it became a resort of many of the notorieties of the day. Here might occasionally be seen Bennet Langton, George Steevens, Dr. Percy, celebrated for his ancient ballads, and sometimes Warburton in prelatic state. Garrick resorted to it for a time, but soon grew shy and suspicious, declaring that most of the authors who frequented Mr. Davies' shop went merely to abuse him. Foote, the Aristophanes of the day, was a frequent visitor, his broad face beaming with fun and waggery, and his satirical eye ever on the lookout for characters and incidents for his farces. He was struck with the odd habits and appearance of Johnson and Goldsmith, now so often brought together in Davy's shop. He was about to put on the stage a farce called The Orators, intended as a hit at the Robin Hood debating club, and resolved to show up the two doctors in it for the entertainment of the town. "What is the common price of an oak stick, sir?" said Johnson to Davies. "Sixpence," was the reply. "Why, then, sir, give me leave to send your servant to purchase a shilling one. I'll have a double quantity, for I am told Foote means to take me off, as he calls it, and I am determined the fellow shall not do it with impunity." Foote had no disposition to undergo the criticism of the cudgel wielded by such potent hands, so the farce of the orators appeared without the caricatures of the lexicographer and the essayist. Chapter 13. Notwithstanding his growing success, Goldsmith continued to consider literature a mere makeshift, and his vagrant imagination teemed with schemes and plans of a grand but indefinite nature. One was for visiting the East and exploring the interior of Asia. He had, as has been before observed, a vague notion that valuable discoveries were to be made there, and many useful inventions in the arts brought back to the stock of European knowledge. Thus, in Siberian Tartary, observes he in one of his writings, the natives extract a strong spirit from milk, which is a secret probably unknown to the chemists of Europe. In the most savage parts of India, they are possessed of the secret of dyeing vegetable substances scarlet, and that of refining lead into a metal which, for hardness and color, is little inferior to silver. Goldsmith adds a description of the kind of person suited to such an enterprise, in which he evidently had himself in view. He should be a man of philosophical turn, one apt to deduce consequences of general utility from particular occurrences, neither swollen with pride, nor hardened by prejudice, neither wedded to one particular system, nor instructed only in one particular science, neither wholly a botanist, nor quite an antiquarian. His mind should be tinctured with miscellaneous knowledge, and his manners humanized by an intercourse with men. He should be in some measure an enthusiast to the design, fond of traveling, from a rapid imagination and an innate love of change, furnished with a body capable of sustaining every fatigue, and a heart not easily terrified at danger. In 1761, when Lord Bute became Prime Minister on the accession of George III, Goldsmith drew up a memorial on the subject, suggesting the advantages to be derived from a mission to those countries solely for useful and scientific purposes, and, the better to ensure success, he preceded his application to the government by an ingenious essay to the same effect in the Public Ledger. His memorial and his essay were fruitless, his project most probably being deemed the dream of a visionary. Still it continued to haunt his mind, and he would often talk of making an expedition to Aleppo some time or other, when his means were greater, to inquire into the arts peculiar to the East, and to bring home such as might be valuable. Johnson, who knew how little poor Goldsmith was fitted by scientific lore for this favorite scheme of his fancy, scoffed at the project when it was mentioned to him. "Of all men," said he, "Goldsmith is the most unfit to go out upon such an inquiry, for he is utterly ignorant of such arts as we already possess, and, consequently, could not know what would be accessions to our present stock of mechanical knowledge. Sir, he would bring home a grinding barrow, which you see in every street in London, and think that he had furnished a wonderful improvement." His connection with Newbery the bookseller now led him into a variety of temporary jobs, such as a pamphlet on the Cock Lane ghost, a life of Beau Nash, the famous master of ceremonies at Bath, etc. One of the best things for his fame, however, was the remodeling and republication of his Chinese letters under the title of The Citizen of the World, a work which has long since taken its merited stand among the classics of the English language. Few works, it has been observed by one of his biographers, exhibit a nicer perception or more delicate delineation of life and manners. Wit, humor, and sentiment pervade every page. The vices and follies of the day are touched with the most playful and diverting satire, and English characteristics, in endless variety, are hit off with the pencil of a master. In seeking materials for his varied views of life, He often mingled in strange scenes and got involved in whimsical situations. In the summer of 1762, he was one of the thousands who went to see the Cherokee chiefs, whom he mentions in one of his writings. The Indians made their appearance in grand costume, hideously painted and besmeared. In the course of the visit, Goldsmith made one of the chiefs a present, who, in the ecstasy of his gratitude, gave him an embrace that left his face well bedaubed with oil and red ochre. Toward the close of 1762, he removed to Merry Islington, then a country village, though now swallowed up in omnivorous London. He went there for the benefit of country air, his health being injured by literary application and confinement, and to be near his chief employer, Mr. Newberry, who resided in the Canonbury House. In this neighborhood, he used to take his solitary rambles, sometimes extending his walks to the gardens of the White Conduit House, so famous among the essayists of the last century. While strolling one day in these gardens, he met 3 females of the family of a respectable tradesman to whom he was under some obligation. With his prompt disposition to oblige, he conducted them about the garden, treated them to tea, and ran up a bill in the most open-handed manner imaginable. It was only when he came to pay that he found himself in one of his old dilemmas. He had not the wherewithal in his pocket. A scene of perplexity now took place between him and the waiter, in the midst of which came up some of his acquaintances, in whose eyes he wished to stand particularly well. This completed his mortification. There was no concealing the awkwardness of his position. The sneers of the waiter revealed it. His acquaintances amused themselves for some tune at his expense, professing their inability to relieve him. When, however, they had enjoyed their banter, the waiter was paid, and poor Goldsmith enabled to convoy off the ladies with flying colors. Among the various productions thrown off by him for the booksellers during this growing period of his reputation was a small work in 2 volumes, entitled The History of England, in a series of letters from a nobleman to his son. It was digested from Hume, Rapin, Carte, and Kennet. These authors he would read in the morning, make a few notes, ramble with a friend into the country about the skirts of Merry Islington, return to a temperate dinner and cheerful evening, and, before going to bed, write off what had arranged itself in his head from the studies of the morning. In this way, he took a more general view of the subject and wrote in a more free and fluent style than if he had been mousing at the time among authorities. The work, like many others written by him in the earlier part of his literary career, was anonymous. Some attributed it to Lord Chesterfield, others to Lord Orrery, and others to Lord Lyttelton. The latter seemed pleased to be the putative father, and never disowned the bantling thus laid at his door, and well might he have been proud to be considered capable of producing, what has been well pronounced, the most finished and elegant summary of English history in the same compass that has been, or is likely to be written. The reputation of Goldsmith, it will be perceived, grew slowly. He was known and estimated by a few, but he had not those brilliant though fallacious qualities which flash upon the public and excite loud but transient applause. His works were more read than cited, and the charm of style, for which he was especially noted, was more apt to be felt than talked about. He used often to repine, in a half-humorous, half-querulous manner, at his tardiness in gaining the laurels which he felt to be his due. "The public," he would exclaim, "will never do me justice. Whenever I write anything they make a point to know nothing about it." About the beginning of 1763 he became acquainted with Boswell, whose literary gossipings were destined to have a deleterious effect upon his reputation. Boswell was at that time a young man, light, buoyant, pushing, and presumptuous. He had a morbid passion for mingling in the society of men noted for wit and learning, and had just arrived from Scotland, bent upon making his way into the literary circles of the metropolis. An intimacy with Dr. Johnson, the great literary luminary of the day, was the crowning object of his aspiring and somewhat ludicrous ambition. He expected to meet him at a dinner to which he was invited at Davies the bookseller's, but was disappointed. Goldsmith was present, but he was not as yet sufficiently renowned to excite the reverence of Boswell. At this time, says he in his notes, I think he had published nothing with his name, though it was pretty generally understood that one Dr. Goldsmith was the author of an inquiry into the present state of polite learning in Europe and of the citizen of the world, a series of letters supposed to be written from London by a Chinese. A conversation took place at table between Goldsmith and Mr. Robert Dodsley, compiler of the well-known collection of modern poetry, as to the merits of the current poetry of the day. Goldsmith declared there was none of superior merit. Dodsley cited his own collection in proof of the contrary. "It is true," said he, "we can boast of no palaces nowadays, like Dryden's Ode to St. Cecilia's Day, but we have villages composed of very pretty houses." Goldsmith, however, maintained that there was nothing above mediocrity, an opinion in which Johnson, to whom it was repeated, concurred, and with reason, for the era was one of the dead levels of British poetry. Boswell has made no note of this conversation. He was a Unitarian in his literary devotion, and disposed to worship none but Johnson. Little Davies endeavored to console him for his disappointment, and to stay the stomach of his curiosity, by giving him imitations of the great lexicographer, mouthing his words, rolling his head, and assuming as ponderous a manner as his petty person would permit. Boswell was shortly afterward made happy by an introduction to Johnson, of whom he became the obsequious satellite. From him he likewise imbibed a more favorable opinion of Goldsmith's merits, though he was fain to consider them derived in a great measure from his Magnus Apollo. "He had sagacity enough," says he, "to cultivate assiduously the acquaintance of Johnson, and his faculties were gradually enlarged by the contemplation of such a model. To me and many others it appeared that he studiously copied the manner of Johnson, though, indeed, upon a smaller scale. So on another occasion he calls him one of the brightest ornaments of the Johnsonian school. His respectful attachment to Johnson," adds he, "was then at its height, for Big's own literary reputation had not yet distinguished him so much as to excite a vain desire of competition with his great master." What beautiful instances does the garrulous Boswell give of the goodness of heart of Johnson, and the passing homage to it by Goldsmith. They were speaking of a Mr. Levitt, long an inmate of Johnson's house and a dependent on his bounty, but who, Boswell thought, must be an irksome charge upon him. "He is poor and honest," said Goldsmith, which is recommendation enough to Johnson. Boswell mentioned another person of a very bad character, and wondered at Johnson's kindness to him. "He is now become miserable," said Goldsmith, "and that ensures the protection of Johnson." Encomiums like these speak almost as much for the heart of him who praises as of him who is praised. Subsequently, when Boswell had become more intense in his literary idolatry, he affected to undervalue Goldsmith, and a lurking hostility to him is discernible throughout his writings, which some have attributed to a silly spirit of jealousy of the superior esteem evinced for the poet by Dr. Johnson. We have a gleam of this in his account of the first evening he spent in company with those two eminent authors at their famous resort, the Mitre Tavern, in Fleet Street. This took place on the 1st of July, 1763. The trio supped together, and passed some time in literary conversation. On quitting the tavern, Johnson, who had now been sociably acquainted with Goldsmith for 2 years and knew his merits, took him with him to drink tea with his blind pensioner, Miss Williams, a high privilege among his intimates and admirers. To Boswell, a recent acquaintance whose intrusive sycophancy had not yet made its way into his confidential intimacy, he gave no invitation. Boswell felt it with all the jealousy of a little mind. "Dr. Goldsmith," says he in his memoirs, "being a privileged man, went with him, strutting away and calling to me with an air of superiority, like that of an esoteric over an esoteric disciple of a sage of antiquity, 'I go to Miss Williams.' I confess I then envied him this mighty privilege, of which he seemed to be so proud, but it was not long before I obtained the same mark of distinction." Obtained! But how? Not like Goldsmith, by the force of unpretending but congenial merit, but by a course of the most pushing, contriving, and spaniel-like subserviency. Really, the ambition of the man to illustrate his mental insignificance, by continually placing himself in juxtaposition with the great lexicographer, has something in it perfectly ludicrous. Never, since the days of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, has there been presented to the world a more whimsically contrasted pair of associates than Johnson and Boswell. "Who is this Scotch cur at Johnson's heels?" asked someone when Boswell had worked his way into incessant companionship. "He is not a cur," replied Goldsmith. "You are too severe. He is only a burr." Tom Davies flung him at Johnson in sport, and he has the faculty of sticking. Chapter 14. Among the intimates who used to visit the poet occasionally, in his retreat at Islington, was Hogarth the painter. Goldsmith had spoken well of him in his essays in the Public Ledger, and this formed the first link in their friendship. He was at this time upward of 60 years of age, and is described as a stout, active, bustling little man, in a sky-blue coat, satirical and dogmatic, yet full of real benevolence and the love of human nature. He was the moralist and philosopher of the pencil. Like Goldsmith, he had sounded the depths of vice and misery, without being polluted by them, and though his picturings had not the pervading amenity of those of the essayist, and dwelt more on the crimes and vices than the follies and humors of mankind, yet they were all calculated, in like manner, to fill the mind with instruction and precept, and to make the heart better. Hogarth does not appear to have had much of the rural feeling with which Goldsmith was so amply endowed, and may not have accompanied him in his strolls about hedges and green lanes, but he was a fit companion with whom to explore the mazes of London, in which he was continually on the lookout for character and incident. One of Hogarth's admirers speaks of having come upon him in Castle Street, engaged in one of his street studies, watching two boys who were quarreling, patting one on the back who flinched, and endeavoring to spirit him up to a fresh encounter. At him again. Him, if I would take it of him. At him again. A frail memorial of this intimacy between the painter and the poet exists in a portrait in oil, called Goldsmith's Hostess. It is supposed to have been painted by Hogarth in the course of his visits to Islington, and given by him to the poet as a means of paying his landlady. There are no friendships among men of talents more likely to be sincere than those between painters and poets. Possessed of the same qualities of mind, governed by the same principles of taste and natural laws of grace and beauty, but applying them to different, yet mutually illustrative arts, they are constantly in sympathy and never in collision with each other. A still more congenial intimacy of the kind was that contracted by Goldsmith with Mr. afterward Sir Joshua Reynolds. The latter was now about 40 years of age, a few years older than the poet, whom he charmed by the blandness and benignity of his manners and the nobleness and generosity of his disposition, as much as he did by the graces of his pencil and the magic of his coloring. They were men of kindred genius, excelling in corresponding qualities of their several arts, for style in writing is what color is in painting. Both are innate endowments, and equally magical high their effects. Certain graces and harmonies of both may be acquired by diligent study and imitation, but only in a limited degree, whereas by their natural possessors they are exercised spontaneously, almost unconsciously, and with ever-varying fascination. Reynolds soon understood and appreciated the merits of Goldsmith, and a sincere and lasting friendship ensued between them. At Reynolds' house, Goldsmith mingled in a higher range of company than he had been accustomed to. The fame of this celebrated artist, and his amenity of manners, were gathering round him men of talents of all kinds, and the increasing affluence of his circumstances enabled him to give full indulgence to his hospitable disposition. Poor Goldsmith had not yet, like Dr. Johnson, acquired reputation enough to atone for his external defects and his want of the air of good society. Miss Reynolds used to inveigh against his personal appearance, which gave her the idea, she said, of a low mechanic, a journeyman tailor. One evening at a large supper party, being called upon to give as a toast the ugliest man she knew, she gave Dr. Goldsmith, upon which a lady who sat opposite, and whom she had never met before, shook hands with her across the table, and hoped to become better acquainted. We have a graphic and amusing picture of Reynolds' hospitable but motley establishment, in an account given by a Mr. Courtenay to Sir James Mackintosh, though it speaks of a time after Reynolds had received the honor of knighthood. There was something singular, said he, in the style and economy of Sir Joshua's table that contributed to pleasantry and good humor, a coarse, inelegant plenty, without any regard to order and arrangement. At 5 o'clock precisely, dinner was served, whether all the invited guests were arrived or not. Sir Joshua was never so fashionably ill-bred as to wait an hour perhaps for 2 or 3 persons of rank or title, and put the rest of the company out of humor by this invidious distinction. His invitations, however, did not regulate the number of his guests. Many dropped in uninvited. A table prepared for 7 or 8 was of 10 compelled to contain 15 or 16. There was a consequent deficiency of knives, forks, plates, and glasses. The attendance was in the same style, and those who were knowing the ways of the house took care, on sitting down, to call instantly for beer, bread, or wine, that they might secure a supply before the first course was over. He was once prevailed on to furnish the table with decanters and glasses at dinner, to save time and prevent confusion. These gradually were demolished in the course of service, and were never replaced. These trifling embarrassments, however, only served to enhance the hilarity and singular pleasure of the entertainment. The wine, cookery, and dishes were but little attended to, nor was the fish or venison ever talked of or recommended. Amid this convivial, animated bustle among his guests, our host sat perfectly composed, always attentive to what was said, never minding what was ate or drank, but left everyone at perfect liberty to scramble for himself. Out of the casual but frequent meeting of men of talent at this hospitable board rose that association of wits, authors, scholars, and statesmen, renowned as the Literary Club. Reynolds was the first to propose a regular association of the kind, and was eagerly seconded by Johnson, who proposed as a model a club which he had formed many years previously in Ivy Lane, but which was now extinct. Like that club, the number of members was limited to 9. They were to meet and sup together once a week on Monday night at the Turk's Head on Gerrard Street, Soho, and 2 members were to constitute a meeting. It took a regular form the year 1764, but did not receive its literary appellation until several years afterward. The original members were Reynolds, Johnson, Burke, Dr. Nugent, Bennet Langton, Topham Beauclerk, Chamier, Hawkins, and Goldsmith, and here a few words concerning some of the members may be acceptable. Burke was at that time about 33 years of age. He had mingled a little in politics, and been under-secretary to Hamilton at Dublin, but was again a writer for the booksellers, and as yet but in the dawning of his fame. Dr. Nugent was his father-in-law, a Roman Catholic, and a physician of talent and instruction. Mr. afterwards Sir John Hawkins was admitted into this association from having been a member of Johnson's Ivy Lane Club. Originally an attorney, he had retired from the practice of the law in consequence of a large fortune which fell to him in right of his wife, and was now a Middlesex magistrate. He was, moreover, a dabbler in literature and music, and was actually engaged on a history of music, which he subsequently published in 5 ponderous volumes. To him we are also indebted for a biography of Johnson, which appeared after the death of that eminent man. Hawkins was as mean and parsimonious as he was pompous and conceited. He forbore to partake of the suppers at the club, and begged therefore to be excused from paying his share of the reckoning. And was he excused? Asked Dr. Burney of Johnson. Oh, yes, for no man is angry at another for being inferior to himself. We all scorned him, and admitted his plea. Yet I really believe him to be an honest man at bottom, though to be sure he is penurious, and he is mean, and it must be owned he has a tendency to savageness. He did not remain above 2 or 3 years in the club, being in a manner elbowed out in consequence of his rudeness to Burke. Mr. Anthony Chamier was secretary in the War Office, and a friend of Beauclerk, by whom he was proposed. We have left our mention of Bennet Langton and Topham Beauclerk until the last, because we have most to say about them. They were doubtless induced to join the club through their devotion to Johnson, and the intimacy of these 2 very young and aristocratic young men with the stern and somewhat melancholy moralist is among the curiosities of literature. Bennet Langton was of an ancient family, who held their ancestral estate of Langton in Lincolnshire, a great title to respect with Johnson. Langton, sir, he would say, has a grant of free warrant from Henry II, and Cardinal Stephen Langton, in King John's reign, was of this family. Langton was of a mild, contemplative, enthusiastic nature. When but 18 years of age, he was so delighted with reading Johnson's Rambler that he came to London chiefly with a view to obtain an introduction to the author. Boswell gives us an account of his first interview, which took place in the morning. It is not often that the personal appearance of an author agrees with the preconceived ideas of his admirer. Langton, from perusing the writings of Johnson, expected to find him a decent, well-dressed, in short, a remarkably decorous philosopher. Instead of which, down from his bedchamber about noon, came, as newly risen, a large uncouth figure, with a little dark wig which scarcely covered his head, and his clothes hanging loose about him. But his conversation was so rich, so animated, and so forcible, and his religious and political notions so congenial with those in which Langton had been educated, that he conceived for him that veneration and attachment which he ever preserved. Langton went to pursue his studies at Trinity College, Oxford, where Johnson saw much of him during a visit which he paid to the university. He found him in close intimacy with Topham Beauclerk, a youth 2 years older than himself, very gay and dissipated, and wondered what sympathies could draw two young men together of such opposite characters. On becoming acquainted with Beauclerk, he found that, rake though he was, he possessed an ardent love of literature, an acute understanding, polished wit, innate gentility, and high aristocratic breeding. He was, moreover, the only son of Lord Sidney Beauclerk and grandson of the Duke of St. Albans, and was thought in some particulars to have a resemblance to Charles II. These were high recommendations with Johnson, and when the youth testified a profound respect for him and an ardent admiration of his talents, the conquest was complete, so that in a short time, says Boswell, the moral pious Johnson and the gay dissipated Beauclerk were companions. The intimacy begun in college chambers was continued when the youth came to town during the vacations. The uncouth, unwieldy moralist was flattered at finding himself an object of idolatry to two high-born, high-bred, aristocratic young men, and throwing gravity aside, was ready to join in their vagaries and play the part of a young man upon town. Such at least is the picture given of him by Boswell on one occasion when Beauclerk and Langton, having supped together at a tavern, determined to give Johnson a rouse at 3 o'clock in the morning. They accordingly rapped violently at the door of his chambers in the Temple. The indignant sage sallied forth in his shirt, poker in hand, and a little black wig on the top of his head, instead of helmet, prepared to wreak vengeance on the assailants of his castle. But when his two young friends, Launquet and Beau, as he used to call them, presented themselves, summoning him forth to a morning ramble, his whole manner changed. "What is it, you ye dogs?" cried he. "Faith, I'll have a frisk with you." So said, so done. They sallied forth together into Covent Garden, figured among the greengrocers and fruit women, just come in from the country with their hampers, repaired to a neighboring tavern, where Johnson brewed a bowl of bishop, a favorite beverage with him, grew merry over his cups, and anathematized sleep in 2 lines from Lord Lansdowne's drinking song. "Short, very short, be then thy reign, for I'm in haste to laugh and drink again." They then took boat again, rode to Billingsgate, and Johnson and Beauclerk determined, like mad wags, to keep it up for the rest of the day. Langton, however, the most sober-minded of the three, pleaded an engagement to breakfast with some young ladies, whereupon the great moralist reproached him with leaving his social friends to go and sit with a set of wretched Uniedeal girls. This madcap freak of the great lexicographer made a sensation, as may well be supposed, among his intimates. "I heard of your frolic t'other night," said Garrick to him. "You'll be in the Chronicle." He uttered worse forebodings to others. "I shall have my old friend to bail out of the round-house," said he. Johnson, however, valued himself upon having thus enacted a chapter in the Rake's Progress, and crowed over Garrick on the occasion. "He durst not do such a thing," chuckled he. "His wife would not let him." When these two young men entered the club, Langton was about 22 and Beauclerk about 24 years of age, and both were launched on London life. Langton, however, was still the mild, enthusiastic scholar, steeped to the lips in Greek, with fine conversational powers and an invaluable talent for listening. He was upward of 6 feet high and very spare. "Oh, that we could sketch him," exclaims Miss Hawkins in her memoirs, "with his mild countenance, his elegant features, and his sweet smile, sitting with one leg twisted round the other, as if fearing to occupy more space than was equitable, his person inclining forward, as if wanting strength to support his weight, and his arms crossed over his bosom, or his hands locked together on his knee." Beauclerk, on such occasions, sportively compared him to a stork in Raphael's cartoons, standing on one leg. Beauclerk was more a man upon town, a lounger in St. James's Street, an associate with George Selwyn, with Walpole, and other aristocratic wits, a man of fashion at court, a casual frequenter of the gaming table. Yet, with all this, he alternated in the easiest and happiest manner the scholar and the man of letters, lounged into the club with the most perfect self-possession, bringing with him the careless grace and polished wit of high-bred society, but making himself cordially at home among his learned fellow-members. The gay yet lettered rake maintained his sway over Johnson, who was fascinated by that air of the world, that ineffable tone of good society in which he felt himself deficient, especially as the possessor of it always paid homage to his superior talent. Beauclerk, he would say, using a quotation from Pope, has a love of folly, but a scorn of fools. Everything he does shows the one, and everything he says the other. Beauclerk delighted in rallying the stern moralist of whom others stood in awe, and no one, according to Boswell, could take equal liberty with him with impunity. Johnson, it is well known, was often shabby and negligent in his dress, and not over-cleanly in his person. On receiving a pension from the Crown, his friends vied with each other in respectful congratulations. Beauclerk simply scanned his person with a whimsical glance and hoped that, like Falstaff, he'd in future purge and live cleanly like a gentleman. Johnson took the hint with unexpected good humor and profited by it. Still, Beauclerk's satirical vein, which darted shafts on every side, was not always tolerated by Johnson. "Sir," said he on one occasion, "you never open your mouth but with intention to give pain, and you have often given me pain, not from the power of what you have said, but from seeing your intention." When it was at first proposed to enroll Goldsmith among the members of this association, there seems to have been some demur. At least so says the pompous Hawkins. As he wrote for the booksellers, we of the club looked on him as a mere literary drudge, equal to the task of compiling and translating, but little capable of original, and still less of poetical composition. Even for some time after his admission, he continued to be regarded in a dubious light by some of the members. Johnson and Reynolds, of course, were well aware of his merits, nor was Burke a stranger to them. But to the others he was as yet a sealed book, and the outside was not prepossessing. His ungainly person and awkward manners were against him with men accustomed to the graces of society, and he was not sufficiently at home to give play to his humor and to that bonhomie which won the hearts of all who knew him. He felt strange and out of place in this new sphere. He felt at times the cool, satirical eye of the courtly Beauclerk scanning him, and the more he attempted to appear at his ease, the more awkward he became. Chapter 15. Johnson had now become one of Goldsmith's best friends and advisers. He knew all the weak points of his character, but he knew also his merits, and while he would rebuke him like a child and rail at his errors and follies, he would suffer no one else to undervalue him. Goldsmith knew the soundness of his judgment and his practical benevolence, and often sought his counsel and aid amid the difficulties into which his heedlessness was continually plunging him. "I received one morning," says Johnson, "a message from poor Goldsmith that he was in great distress, and, as it was not in his power to come to me, begging that I would come to him as soon as possible. I sent him a guinea, and promised to come to him directly. I accordingly went as soon as I was dressed, and found that his landlady had arrested him for his rent, at which he was in a violent passion. I perceived that he had already changed my guinea, and had a bottle of Madeira and a glass before him. I put the cork into the bottle, desired he would be calm, and began to talk to him of the means by which he might be extricated. He then told me he had a novel ready for the press, which he produced to me. I looked into it and saw its merit, told the landlady I should soon return, and, having gone to a bookseller, sold it for £60. I brought Goldsmith the money, and he discharged his rent, not without rating his landlady in a high tone for having used him go ill. The novel in question was The Vicar of Wakefield. The bookseller to whom Johnson sold it was Francis Newbery, nephew to John. Strange as it may seem, this captivating work, which has obtained and preserved an almost unrivaled popularity in various languages, was so little appreciated by the bookseller that he kept it by him for nearly 2 years unpublished. Goldsmith had, as yet, produced nothing of moment in poetry. Among his literary jobs, it is true, was an oratorio entitled The Captivity, founded on the bondage of the Israelites in Babylon. It was one of those unhappy offsprings of the muse ushered into existence amid the distortions of music. Most of the oratorio has passed into oblivion, but the following song from it will never die. The wretch condemned from life to part, still on hope relies, and every pang that rends the heart bids expectation rise. Hope, like the glimmering taper's light, illumes and cheers our way, and still, as darker grows the night, emits a brighter ray. Goldsmith distrusted his qualifications to succeed in poetry and doubted the disposition of the public mind in regard to it. "I fear," said he, "I have come too late into the world. Pope and other poets have taken up the places in the temple of fame, and as few at any period can possess poetical reputation, a man of genius can now hardly acquire it." Again, on another occasion, he observes, "Of all kinds of ambition, as things are now circumstanced, perhaps that which pursues poetical fame is the wildest. What from the increased refinement of the tunes, from the diversity of judgment produced by opposing systems of criticism, and from the more prevalent divisions of opinion influenced by party, the strongest and happiest efforts can expect to please, but in a very narrow circle." At this very time, he had by him his poem of the Traveller. The plan of it, as has already been observed, was conceived many years before, during his travels in Switzerland, and a sketch of it sent from that country to his brother Henry in Ireland. The original outline is said to have embraced a wider scope, but it was probably contracted through diffidence in the process of finishing the parts. It had laid by him for several years in a crude state, and it was with extreme hesitation and after much revision that he at length submitted it to Dr. Johnson. The frank and warm approbation of the latter encouraged him to finish it for the press, and Dr. Johnson himself contributed a few lines toward the conclusion. We hear much about poetic inspiration and the poet's eye in a fine frenzy rolling, but Sir Joshua Reynolds gives an anecdote of Goldsmith while engaged upon his poem, calculated to cure our notions about the ardor of composition. Calling upon the poet one day, he opened the door without ceremony and found him in the double occupation of turning a couplet and teaching a pet dog to sit upon his haunches. At one time, he would glance his eye at his desk, and at another shake his finger at the dog to make him retain his position. The last lines on the page were still wet. They form a part of the description of Italy. By sports like these are all their cares beguiled. The sports of children satisfy the child. Goldsmith, with his usual good humor, joined in the laugh caused by his whimsical employment, and acknowledged that his boyish sport with the dog suggested the stanza the poem was published on the 19th of December, 1764, in a quarto form, by Newbery, and was the first of his works, to which Goldsmith prefixed his name. As a testimony of cherished and well-merited affection, he dedicated it to his brother Henry. There is an amusing affectation of indifference as to its fate expressed in the dedication. "What reception a poem may find," says he, "which has neither abuse, party, nor blank verse to support it, I cannot tell, nor am I solicitous to know." The truth is, no one was more emulous and anxious for poetic fame, and never was he more anxious than in the present instance, for it was his grand stake. Dr. Johnson aided the launching of the poem by a favorable notice in the Critical Review. Other periodical works came out in its favor. Some of the author's friends complained that it did not command instant and wide popularity, that it was a poem to win, not to strike. It went on rapidly increasing in favor. In 3 months a second edition was issued, shortly afterward a third, then a fourth, and, before the year was out, the author was pronounced the best poet of his time. The appearance of the Traveller at once altered Goldsmith's intellectual standing in the estimation of society, but its effect upon the club, if we may judge from the account given by Hawkins, was most ludicrous. They were lost in astonishment that a newspaper essayist and bookseller's drudge should have written such a poem. On the evening of its announcement to them, Goldsmith had gone away early, after rattling away as usual, and they knew not how to reconcile his heedless garrulity with the serene beauty, the easy grace, the sound good sense, and the occasional elevation of his poetry. They could scarcely believe that such magic numbers had flowed from a man to whom in general, says Johnson, it was with difficulty they could give a hearing. Well, exclaimed Chamier, I do believe he wrote this poem himself, and let me tell you, that is believing a great deal. At the next meeting of the club, Chamier sounded the author a little about his poem. Mr. Goldsmith, said he, what do you mean by the last word in the first line of your traveler? Remote, unfriended, solitary, slow. Do you mean tardiness of locomotion? Yes, replied Goldsmith inconsiderately, being probably flurried at the moment. No, sir, interposed his protecting friend Johnson. You did not mean tardiness of locomotion. You meant that sluggishness of mind which comes upon a man in solitude. Ah, exclaimed Goldsmith, that was what I meant. Chamier immediately believed that Johnson himself had written the line, and a rumor became prevalent that he was the author of many of the finest passages. This was ultimately set at rest by Johnson himself, who marked with a pencil all the verses he had contributed, 9 in number, inserted toward the conclusion, and by no means the best in the poem. He, moreover, with generous warmth, pronounced it the finest poem that had appeared since the days of Pope. But one of the highest testimonials to the charm of the poem was given by Miss Reynolds, who had toasted poor Goldsmith as the ugliest man of her acquaintance. Shortly after the appearance of the traveler, Dr. Johnson read it aloud from beginning to end in her presence. Well, exclaimed she, when he had finished, I never more shall think Dr. Goldsmith ugly. On another occasion, when the merits of the traveler were discussed at Reynolds' board, Langton declared, there was not a bad line in the poem, not one of Dryden's careless verses. I was glad, observed Reynolds, to hear Charles Fox say it was one of the finest poems in the English language. Why was you glad? Rejoined Langton. You surely had no doubt of this before. No, interposed Johnson, decisively. The merit of the traveler is so well established that Mr. Fox's praise cannot augment it, nor his censure diminish it. Boswell, who was absent from England at the time of the publication of The Traveller, was astonished, on his return, to find Goldsmith, whom he had so much undervalued, suddenly elevated almost to a par with his idol. He accounted for it by concluding that much both of the sentiments and expression of the poem had been derived from conversations with Johnson. He imitates you, sir, said this incarnation of toadyism. Why, no, sir, replied Johnson. Jack Hawkesworth is one of my imitators, but not Goldsmith. Goldie, sir, has great merit. But, sir, he is much indebted to you for his getting so high in the public estimation. Why, sir, he has, perhaps, got sooner to it by his intimacy with me. The poem went through several editions in the course of the first year, and received some few additions and corrections from the author's pen. It produced a golden harvest to Mr. Newberry, but all the remuneration on record, doled out by his niggard hand to the author, was 20 guineas. Chapter 16. Goldsmith, now that he was rising in the world and becoming a notoriety, felt himself called upon to improve his style of living. He accordingly emerged from Wine Office Court and took chambers in the Temple. It is true they were but of humble pretensions, situated on what was then the library staircase, and it would appear that he was a kind of inmate with Jeffs, the butler of the society. Still he was in the Temple, that classic region rendered famous by the Spectator and other essayists as the abode of gay wits and thoughtful men of letters, and which, with its retired courts and embowered gardens, in the very heart of a noisy metropolis, is, to the quiet-seeking student and author, an oasis freshening with verdure in the midst of a desert. Johnson, who had become a kind of growling supervisor of the poet's affairs, paid him a visit soon after he had installed himself in his new quarters and went prying about the apartment, in his near-sighted manner, examining everything minutely. Goldsmith was fidgeted by this curious scrutiny, and apprehending a disposition to find fault, exclaimed, with the air of a man who had money in both pockets, I shall soon be in better chambers than these. The harmless bravado drew a reply from Johnson which touched the chord of proper pride. Nay, sir, said he, never mind that. Nil te quisiveris extra, implying that his reputation rendered him independent of outward show. Happy would it have been for poor Goldsmith could, he have kept this consolatory compliment perpetually in mind, and squared his expenses accordingly. Among the persons of rank who were struck with the merits of the traveller was the Earl, afterward Duke, of Northumberland. He procured several other of Goldsmith's writings, the perusal of which tended to elevate the author in his good opinion, and to gain for him his goodwill. The Earl held the office of Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and understanding Goldsmith was an Irishman, was disposed to extend to him the patronage which his high post afforded. He intimated the same to his relative, Dr. Percy, who, he found, was well acquainted with the poet, and expressed a wish that the latter should wait upon him. Here, then, was another opportunity for Goldsmith to better his fortune, had he been knowing and worldly enough to profit by it. Unluckily, the path to fortune lay through the aristocratical mazes of Northumberland House, and the poet blundered at the outset. The following is the account he used to give of his visit. I dressed myself in the best manner I could, and, after studying some compliments I thought necessary on such an occasion, proceeded to Northumberland House, and acquainted the servants that I had particular business with the Duke. They showed me into an antechamber, where, after waiting some time, a gentleman, very elegantly dressed, made his appearance. Taking him for the Duke, I delivered all the fine things I had composed in order to compliment him on the honor he had done me, when, to my great astonishment, he told me I had mistaken him for his master, who would see me immediately. At that instant the Duke came into the apartment, and I was so confounded on the occasion that I wanted words barely sufficient to express the sense I entertained of the Duke's politeness, and went away exceedingly chagrined at the blunder I had committed. Sir John Hawkins, in his Life of Dr. Johnson, gives some further particulars of this visit, of which he was, in part, a witness. Having one day, says he, a call to make on the late Duke, then Earl, of Northumberland, I found Goldsmith waiting for an audience in an outer room. I asked him what had brought him there. He told me an invitation from his lordship. I made my business as short as I could, and, as a reason, mentioned that Dr. Goldsmith was waiting without. The Earl asked me if I was acquainted with him. I told him that I was, adding what I thought was most likely to recommend him. I retired, and stayed in the outer room to take him home. Upon his coming out, I asked him the result of his conversation. His lordship, said he, told me he had read my poem, meaning The Traveller, and was much delighted with it, that he was going to be Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and that, hearing I was a native of that country, he should be glad to do me any kindness. And what did you answer, said I, to this gracious offer? Why, said he, I could say nothing but that I had a brother there, a clergyman, that stood in need of help. As for myself, I have no great dependence on the promises of great men. I look to the booksellers for support. They are my best friends, and I am not inclined to forsake them for others. Thus, continues Sir John, did this idiot in the affairs of the world trifle with his fortunes, and put back the hand that was held out to assist him. We cannot join with Sir John in his worldly sneer at the conduct of Goldsmith on this occasion. While we admire that honest independence of spirit which prevented him from asking favors for himself, we love that warmth of affection which instantly sought to advance the fortunes of a brother. But the peculiar merits of poor Goldsmith seem to have been little understood by the Hawkinses, the Boswells, and the other biographers of the day. After all, the introduction to Northumberland House did not prove so complete a failure as the humorous account given by Goldsmith and the cynical account given by Sir John Hawkins might lead one to suppose. Dr. Percy, the heir male of the ancient Percys, brought the poet into the acquaintance of his kinswoman, the Countess, who, before her marriage with the Earl, was in her own right heiress of the House of Northumberland. She was a lady, says Boswell, not only of high dignity of spirit, such as became her noble blood, but of excellent understanding and lively talents. Under her auspices, a poem of Goldsmith's had an aristocratical introduction to the world. This was the beautiful ballad of the Hermit, originally published under the name of Edwin and Angelina. It was suggested by an old English ballad beginning, Gentle Herdsman, shown him by Dr. Percy, who was at that time making his famous collection, entitled Relics of Ancient English Poetry, which he submitted to the inspection of Goldsmith prior to publication. A few copies only of The Hermit were printed at first, with the following title page, Edwin and Angelina, a Ballad. by Mr. Goldsmith, printed for the amusement of a Countess of Northumberland. All this, though it may not have been attended with any immediate pecuniary advantage, contributed to give Goldsmith's name and poetry the high stamp of fashion, so potent in England. The circle at Northumberland House, however, was of too stately and aristocratical in nature to be much to his taste, and we do not find that he became familiar in it. He was much more at home at Gosford, the noble seat of his countryman, Robert Nugent, afterward Baron Nugent, and Viscount Clare, who appreciated his merits even more heartily than the Earl of Northumberland, and occasionally made him his guest both in town and country. Nugent is described as a jovial voluptuary, who left the Roman Catholic for the Protestant religion, with a view to bettering his fortunes. He had an Irishman's inclination for rich widows, and an Irishman's luck with the sex, having been thrice married and gained a fortune with each wife. He was now nearly 60, with a remarkably loud voice, broad Irish brogue, and ready, but somewhat coarse wit. With all his occasional coarseness, he was capable of high thought, and had produced poems which showed a truly poetic vein. He was long a member of the House of Commons, where his ready wit, his fearless decision, and good-humored audacity of expression always gained him a hearing, though his tall person and awkward manner gained him the nickname of Squire Gawky among the political scribblers of the day. With a patron of this jovial temperament, Goldsmith probably felt more at ease than with those of higher refinement. The celebrity which Goldsmith had acquired by his poem of The Traveller occasioned a resuscitation of many of his miscellaneous and anonymous tales and essays from the various newspapers and other transient publications in which they lay dormant. These he published in 1765 in a collected form under the title of Essays by Mr. Goldsmith. The following essays, observes he in his preface, have already appeared at different times and in different publications. The pamphlets in which they were inserted being generally unsuccessful, these shared the common fate, without assisting the bookseller's aims or extending the author's reputation. The public were too strenuously employed with their own follies to be assiduous in estimating mine, so that many of my best attempts in this way have fallen victims to the transient topic of the times, the ghost in Cock Lane, or the siege of Ticonderoga. But, though they have passed pretty silently into the world, I can by no means complain of their circulation. The magazines and papers of the day have indeed been liberal enough in this respect. Most of these essays have been regularly reprinted twice or thrice a year, and conveyed to the public through the kennel of some engaging compilation. If there be a pride in multiplied editions, I have seen some of my labors 16 times reprinted, and claimed by different parents as their own. I have seen them flourished at the beginning with praise, and signed at the end with the names of Philautos, Philoleths, Philolitharos, and Philanthropos. It is time, however, at last to vindicate my claims, and as these entertainers of the public, as they call themselves, have partly lived upon me for some years, let me now try if I cannot live a little upon myself. It was but little, in fact, for all the pecuniary emolument he received from the volume was 20 guineas. It had a good circulation, however, was translated into French, and has maintained its stand among the British classics. Notwithstanding that the reputation of Goldsmith had greatly risen, his finances were often at a very low ebb, owing to his heedlessness as to expense, his liability to be imposed upon, and a spontaneous and irresistible propensity to give to every one who asked. The very rise in his reputation had increased these embarrassments. It had enlarged his circle of needy acquaintances, authors poorer in pocket than himself, who came in search of literary counsel, which generally meant a guinea and a breakfast. And then his Irish hangers-on. Our doctor, said one of these sponges, had a constant levy of his distressed countrymen, whose wants, as far as he was able, he always relieved, and he has often been known to leave himself without a guinea, in order to supply the necessities of others. This constant drainage of the purse therefore obliged him to undertake all jobs proposed by the booksellers, and to keep up a kind of running account with Mr. Newberry, who was his banker on all occasions, sometimes for pounds, sometimes for shillings, but who was a rigid accountant, and took care to be amply repaid in manuscript. Many effusions, hastily penned in these moments of exigency, were published anonymously and never claimed. Some of them have but recently been traced to his pen, while of many the true authorship will probably never be discovered. Among others, it is suggested, and with great probability, that he wrote for Mr. Newberry the famous nursery story of Goody Two-Shoes, which appeared in 1765, at a moment when Goldsmith was scribbling for Newberry and much pressed for funds. Several quaint little tales introduced in his essays show that he had a turn for this species of mock history, and the advertisement and title page bear the stamp of his sly and playful humor. We are desired to give notice that there is in the press, and speedily will be published, either by subscription or otherwise, as the public shall please to determine, the history of little Goody Two-Shoes, otherwise Mrs. Marjorie Two-Shoes, with the means by which she acquired learning and wisdom, and, in consequence thereof, her estate, set forth at large for the benefit of those who, from a state of rags and care, and having shoes but half a pair, their fortune and their fame should fix, and gallop in a coach and six. The world is probably not aware of the ingenuity, humor, good sense, and sly satire contained in many of the old English nursery tales. They have evidently been the sportive productions of able writers, who would not trust their names to productions that might be considered beneath their dignity. The ponderous works on which they relied for immortality have perhaps sunk into oblivion and carried their names down with them, while their unacknowledged offspring, Jack the Giant Killer, Giles Gingerbread, and Tom Thumb, flourish in wide-spreading and never-ceasing popularity. As Goldsmith had now acquired popularity and an extensive acquaintance, he attempted, with the advice of his friends, to procure a more regular and ample support by resuming the medical profession. He accordingly launched himself upon the town in style, hired a manservant, replenished his wardrobe at considerable expense, and appeared in a professional wig and cane, purple silk small-clothes, and a scarlet roquelaure button to the chin, a fantastic garb, as we should think at the present day, but not unsuited to the fashion of the times. With his sturdy little person thus arrayed in the unusual magnificence of purple and fine linen, and his scarlet roquelaure flaunting from his shoulders, he used to strut into the apartments of his patients, swaying his three-cornered hat in one hand and his medical scepter, the cane, in the other, and assuming an air of gravity and importance suited to the solemnity of his wig, at least. Such is the picture given of him by the waiting gentlewoman who let him into the chamber of one of his lady patients. He soon, however, grew tired and impatient of the duties and restraints of his profession. His practice was chiefly among his friends, and the fees were not sufficient for his maintenance. He was disgusted with attendance on sick chambers and capricious patients, and looked back with longing to his tavern haunts and broad convivial meetings, from which the dignity and duties of his medical calling restrained him. At length, on prescribing to a lady of his acquaintance who, to use a hackneyed phrase, rejoiced in the aristocratical name of Sidebotham, a warm dispute arose between him and the apothecary as to the quantity of medicine to be administered. The doctor stood up for the rights and dignities of his profession and resented the interference of the compounder of drugs. His rights and dignities, however, were disregarded. His wig and cane and scarlet roquelaure were of no avail. Mrs. Sidebotham sided with the hero of the pestle and mortar, and Goldsmith flung out of the house in a passion. "I am determined henceforth," said he to Topham Beauclerk, "to leave off prescribing for friends." "Do so, my dear doctor," was the reply. "Whenever you undertake to kill, let it be only your enemies." This was the end of Goldsmith's medical career. Chapter 17. The success of the poem of the Traveller and the popularity which it had conferred on its author now roused the attention of the bookseller in whose hands the novel of the Vicar of Wakefield had been slumbering for nearly 2 long years. The idea has generally prevailed that it was Mr. John Newberry to whom the manuscript had been sold, and much surprise has been expressed that he should be insensible to its merit and suffer it to remain unpublished, while putting forth various inferior writings by the same author. This, however, is a mistake. It was his nephew, Francis Newberry, who had become the fortunate purchaser. Still, the delay is equally unaccountable. Some have imagined that the uncle and nephew had business arrangements together, in which this work was included, and that the elder Newberry, dubious of its success, retarded the publication until the full harvest of the traveler should be reaped. Booksellers are prone to make egregious mistakes as to the merit of works in manuscript, and to undervalue, if not reject, those of classic and enduring excellence when destitute of that false brilliancy commonly called effect. In the present instance, an intellect vastly superior to that of either of the booksellers was equally at fault. Dr. Johnson, speaking of the work to Boswell, some time subsequent to its publication, observed, "I myself did not think it would have had much success. It was written and sold to a bookseller before the Traveler, but published after, so little expectation had the bookseller from it. Had it been sold after the Traveler, he might have had twice as much money, though 60 guineas was no mean price. 60 guineas for the Vicar of Wakefield." And this could be pronounced no mean price by Dr. Johnson, at that time the arbiter of British talent, and who had had an opportunity of witnessing the effect of the work upon the public mind, for its success was immediate. It came out on the 27th of March, 1766. Before the end of May a second edition was called for. In 3 months more a third, and so it went on, widening in a popularity that has never flagged. Rogers, the Nestor of British literature, whose refined purity of taste and exquisite mental organization rendered him eminently calculated to appreciate a work of the kind, declared that of all the books which, through the fitful changes of 3 generations, he had seen rise and fall, the charm of the Vicar of Wakefield had alone continued as at first. And could he revisit the world after an interval of many more generations, he should as surely look to find it undiminished. Nor has its celebrity been confined to Great Britain. Though so exclusively a picture of British scenes and manners, it has been translated into almost every language, and everywhere its charm has been the same. Goethe, the great genius of Germany, declared in his 81st year that it was his delight at the age of 20, that it had in a manner formed a part of his education, influencing his taste and feelings throughout life, and that he had recently read it again from beginning to end, with renewed delight, and with a grateful sense of the early benefit derived from it. It is needless to expatiate upon the qualities of a work which has thus passed from country to country, and language to language, until it is now known throughout the whole reading world, and has become a household book in every hand. The secret of its universal and enduring popularity is undoubtedly its truth to nature, but to nature of the most amiable kind, to nature such as Goldsmith saw it. The author, as we have occasionally shown in the course of this memoir, took his scenes and characters in this, as in his other writings, from originals in his own motley experience, but he has given them as seen through the medium of his own indulgent eye, and has set them forth with the colorings of his own good head and heart. Yet how contradictory it seems that this, one of the most delightful pictures of home and home-felt happiness, should be drawn by a homeless man, that the most amiable picture of domestic virtue and all the endearments of the married state should be drawn by a bachelor who had been severed from domestic life almost from boyhood, that one of the most tender, touching, and affecting appeals on behalf of female loveliness should have been made by a man whose deficiency in all the graces of person and manner seemed to mark him out for a cynical disparago of the sex. We cannot refrain from transcribing from the work a short passage illustrative of what we have said, and which within a wonderfully small compass comprises a world of beauty of imagery, tenderness of feeling, delicacy and refinement of thought, and matchless purity of style. The 2 stanzas which conclude it, in which are told a whole history of woman's wrongs and sufferings, is for pathos, simplicity, and euphony, a gem in the language. The scene depicted is where the poor vicar is gathering around him the wrecks of his shattered family and endeavoring to rally them back to happiness. The next morning the sun arose with peculiar warmth for the season, so that we agreed to breakfast together on the honeysuckle bank, where, while we sat, my youngest daughter at my request joined her voice to the concert on the trees about us. It was in this place my poor Olivia first met her seducer, and every object served to recall her sadness. But that melancholy which is excited by objects of pleasure, or inspired by sounds of harmony, soothes the heart instead of corroding it. Her mother, too, upon this occasion, felt a pleasing distress, and wept, and loved her daughter as before. "Do, my pretty Olivia," cried she, Let us have that melancholy air your father was so fond of. Your sister Sophie has already obliged us. Do, child, it will please your old father." She complied in a manner so exquisitely pathetic as moved me. When lovely woman stoops to folly, and finds too late that men betray, what charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away? The only art her guilt to cover, to hide her shame from every eye, to give repentance to her lover, and wring his bosom is to die. Scarce had the Vicar of Wakefield made its appearance and been received with acclamation than its author was subjected to one of the usual penalties that attend success. He was attacked in the newspapers. In one of the chapters he had introduced his Ballad of the Hermit, of which, as we have mentioned, a few copies had been printed some considerable time previously for the use of the Countess of Northumberland. This brought forth the following article in a fashionable journal of the day. To the printer of the St. James's Chronicle. Sir, in the Relics of Ancient Poetry, published about 2 years ago, is a very beautiful little ballad called A Friar of Orders Grey. The ingenious editor, Mr. Percy, supposes that the stanzas sung by Ophelia in the play of Hamlet were parts of some ballad well known in Shakespeare's time, and from these stanzas, with the addition of 1 or 2 of his own to connect them, he has formed the above-mentioned ballad, the subject of which is, a lady comes to a convent to inquire for her love, who had been driven there by her disdain. She is answered by a friar that he is dead. No, no, he is dead, gone to his death's bed. He never will come again. The lady weeps and laments her cruelty. The friar endeavors to comfort her with morality and religion, but all in vain. She expresses the deepest grief and the most tender sentiments of love, till at last the friar discovers himself. And lo, beneath this gown of grey, thy own true love appears. This catastrophe is very fine, and the whole, joined with the greatest tenderness, has the greatest simplicity. Yet, though this ballad was so recently published in the Ancient Relics, Dr. Goldsmith has been hardy enough to publish a poem called The Hermit, where the circumstances and catastrophe are exactly the same, only with this difference, that the natural simplicity and tenderness of the original are almost entirely lost in the languid smoothness and tedious paraphrase of the copy, which is as short of the merits of Mr. Percy's ballad as the insipidity of negus is to the genuine flavor of champagne. I am, sir, yours, etc. Detector. This attack, supposed to be by Goldsmith's constant persecutor, the malignant Kenrick, drew from him the following note to the editor. Sir, as there is nothing I dislike so much as newspaper controversy, particularly upon trifles, permit me to be as concise as possible in informing a correspondent of yours that I recommended Blainville's Travels because I thought the book was a good one, and I think so still. I said I was told by the bookseller that it was then first published, but in that it seems I was misinformed, and my reading was not extensive enough to set me right. Another correspondent of yours accuses me of having taken a ballad I published some time ago, from one by the ingenious Mr. Percy. I do not think there is any great resemblance between the two pieces in question. If there be any, his ballad was taken from mine. I read it to Mr. Percy some years ago, and he, as we both considered these things as trifles at best, told me, with his usual good humor, the next time I saw him, that he had taken my plan to form the fragments of Shakespeare into a ballad of his own. He then read me his little cento, if I may so call it, and I highly approved it. Such petty anecdotes as these are scarcely worth printing, and were it not for the busy disposition of some of your correspondents, the public should never have known that he owes me the hint of his ballad, or that I am obliged to his friendship and learning for communications of a much more important nature. I am, sir, yours, etc., Oliver Goldsmith. The unexpected circulation of the Vicar of Wakefield enriched the publisher, but not the author. Goldsmith no doubt thought himself entitled to participate in the profits of the repeated editions, and a memorandum, still extant, shows that he drew upon Mr. Francis Newbery, in the month of June, for 15 guineas, but that the bill was returned dishonored. He continued, therefore, his usual job work for the booksellers, writing introductions, prefaces, and head and tail pieces for new works, revising, touching up, and modifying travels and voyages, making compilations of prose and poetry, and building books, as he sportively termed it. These tasks required little labor or talent, but that taste and touch which are the magic of gifted minds. His terms began to be proportioned to his celebrity. If his price was at any time objected to, "Why, sir," he would say, "it may seem large, but then a man may be many years working in obscurity before his taste and reputation are fixed or estimated, and then he is, as in other professions, only paid for his previous labors." He was, however, prepared to try his fortune in a different walk of literature from any he had yet attempted. We have repeatedly adverted to his fondness for the drama. He was a frequent attendant at the theaters, though, as we have shown, he considered them under gross mismanagement. He thought, too, that a vicious taste prevailed among those who wrote for the stage. "A new species of dramatic composition," says he, in one of his essays, "has been introduced under the name of sentimental comedy, in which the virtues of private life are exhibited, rather than the vices exposed, and the distresses rather than the faults of mankind make our interest in the piece. In these plays almost all the characters are good and exceedingly generous. They are lavish enough of their tin money on the stage, and though they want humor, have abundance of sentiment and feeling. If they happen to have faults or foibles, the spectator is taught not only to pardon, but to applaud them in consideration of the goodness of their hearts, so that folly, instead of being ridiculed, is commended, and the comedy aims at touching our passions, without the power of being truly pathetic. In this manner we are likely to lose one great source of entertainment on the stage, for while the comic poet is invading the province of the tragic muse, he leaves her lively sister quite neglected. Of this, however, he is no ways solicitous, as he measures his fame by his profits. Humor at present seems to be departing from the stage, and it will soon happen that our comic players will have nothing left for it but a fine coat and a song. It depends upon the audience whether they will actually drive those poor merry creatures from the stage, or sit at a play as gloomy as at the Tabernacle. It is not easy to recover an art when once lost, and it will be a just punishment that when, by our being too fastidious, we have banished humor from the stage, we should ourselves be deprived of the art of laughing. Symptoms of reform in the drama had recently taken place. The comedy of the clandestine marriage, the joint production of Coleman and Garrick, and suggested by Hogarth's inimitable pictures of Marriage a la Mode, had taken the town by storm, crowded the theaters with fashionable audiences, and formed one of the leading literary topics of the year. Goldsmith's emulation was roused by its success. The comedy was in what he considered the legitimate line, totally different from the sentimental school. It presented pictures of real life, delineations of character, and touches of humor, in which he felt himself calculated to excel. The consequence was that in the course of this year, 1766, he commenced a comedy of the same class, to be entitled The Good-Natured Man, at which he diligently wrought whenever the hurried occupation of book-building allowed him leisure. Chapter 18. The social position of Goldsmith had undergone a material change since the publication of The Traveller. Before that event he was but partially known as the author of some clever anonymous writings, and had been a tolerated member of the club and the Johnson circle, without much being expected from him. Now he had suddenly risen to literary fame, and become one of the lions of the day. The highest regions of intellectual society were now open to him, but he was not prepared to move in them with confidence and success. Ballymahone had not been a good school of manners at the outset of life, nor had his experience as a poor student at colleges and medical schools contributed to give him the polish of society. He had brought from Ireland, as he said, nothing but his brogue and his blunders, and they had never left him. He had travelled, it is true, but the continental tour which in those days gave the finishing grace to the education of a patrician youth had, with poor Goldsmith, been little better than a course of literary vagabondizing. It had enriched his mind, deepened and widened the benevolence of his heart, and filled his memory with enchanting pictures, but it had contributed little to disciplining him for the polite intercourse of the world. His life in London had hitherto been a struggle with sordid cares and sad humiliations. "You scarcely can conceive," wrote he some time previously to his brother, "how much 8 years of disappointment, anguish, and study have worn me down." Several more years had since been added to the term during which he had trod the lowly walks of life. He had been a tutor, an apothecary's drudge, a petty physician of the suburbs, a bookseller's hack, drudging for daily bread. Each separate walk had been beset by its peculiar thorns and humiliations. It is wonderful how his heart retained its gentleness and kindness through all these trials, how his mind rose above the meannesses of poverty, to which, as he says, he was compelled to submit. But it would be still more wonderful had his manners acquired a tone corresponding to the innate grace and refinement of his intellect. He was near 40 years of age when he published The Traveler and was lifted by it into celebrity. As is beautifully said of him by one of his biographers, he has fought his way to consideration and esteem, but he bears upon him the scars of his 12 years' conflict, of the mean sorrows through which he has passed, and of the cheap indulgences he has sought relief and help from. There is nothing plastic in his nature now. His manners and habits are completely formed, and in them any further success can make little favorable change, whatever it may effect for his mind or genius. Footnote: Forster's Goldsmith. We are not to be surprised, therefore, at finding him make an awkward figure in the elegant drawing rooms which were now open to him, and disappointing those who had formed an idea of him from the fascinating ease and gracefulness of his poetry. Even the literary club, and the circle of which it formed a part, after their surprise at the intellectual flights of which he showed himself capable, fell into a conventional mode of judging and talking of him, and of placing him in absurd and whimsical points of view. His very celebrity operated here to his disadvantage. It brought him into continual comparison with Johnson, who was the oracle of that circle and had given it a tone. Conversation was the great staple there, and of this Johnson was a master. He had been a reader and thinker from childhood. His melancholy temperament, which unfitted him for the pleasures of youth, had made him so. For many years past, the vast variety of works he had been obliged to consult in preparing his dictionary had stored an uncommonly retentive memory with facts on all kinds of subjects, making it a perfect colloquial armory. He had all his life, says Boswell, habituated himself to consider conversation as a trial of intellectual vigor and skill. He had disciplined himself as a talker as well as a writer, making it a rule to impart whatever he knew in the most forcible language he could put it in, so that by constant practice and never suffering any careless expression to escape him, he had attained an extraordinary accuracy and command of language. His common conversation in all companies, according to Sir Joshua Reynolds, was such as to secure him universal attention, something above the usual colloquial style being always expected from him. "I do not care," said Orme, the historian of Hindostan, "on what subject Johnson talks, but I love better to hear him talk than anybody. He either gives you new thoughts or a new coloring." A stronger and more graphic eulogium is given by Dr. Percy. "The conversation of Johnson," says he, "is strong and clear, and may be compared to an antique statue, where every vein and muscle is distinct and clear." Such was the colloquial giant with which Goldsmith's celebrity and his habits of intimacy brought him into continual comparison. Can we wonder that he should appear to disadvantage? Conversation grave, discursive, and disputatious, such as Johnson excelled and delighted in, was to him a severe task, and he never was good at a task of any kind. He had not, like Johnson, a vast fund of acquired facts to draw upon, nor a retentive memory to furnish them forth when wanted. He could not, like the great lexicographer, mold his ideas and balance his periods while talking. He had a flow of ideas, but it was apt to be hurried and confused, and, as he said of himself, he had contracted a hesitating and disagreeable manner of speaking. He used to say that he always argued best when he argued alone. That is to say, he could master a subject in his study, with his pen in his hand, but when he came into company he grew confused and was unable to talk about it. Johnson made a remark concerning him to somewhat of the same purport. "No man," said he, "is more foolish than Goldsmith when he has not a pen in his hand, or more wise when he has." Yet with all this conscious deficiency, he was continually getting involved in colloquial contests with Johnson and other prime talkers of the literary circle. He felt that he had become a notoriety, that he had entered the lists and was expected to make fight. So, with that heedlessness which characterized him in everything else, he dashed on at a venture, trusting to chance in this as in other things, and hoping occasionally to make a lucky hit. Johnson perceived his haphazard temerity, but gave him no credit for the real diffidence which lay at bottom. "The misfortune of Goldsmith in conversation," said he, "is this: he goes on without knowing how he is to get off. His genius is great, but his knowledge is small. As they say of a generous man, it is a pity he is not rich, we may say of Goldsmith, it is a pity he is not knowing. He would not keep his knowledge to himself." And on another occasion he observes, "Goldsmith, rather than not talk, will talk of what he knows himself to be ignorant, which can only end in exposing him. If in company with two founders, he would fall a talking on the method of making cannon, though both of them would soon see that he did not know what metal a cannon is made of." And again, "Goldsmith should not be forever attempting to shine in conversation. He has not temper for it. He is so much mortified when he fails. Sir, a game of jokes is composed partly of skill, partly of chance. A man may be beat at times by one who has not the 10th part of his wit. Now Goldsmith, putting himself against another, is like a man laying 100 to 1, who cannot spare the 100. It is not worth a man's while. A man should not lay 100 to 1 unless he can easily spare it. Though he has 100 chances for him, he can get but a guinea, and he may lose 100. Goldsmith is in this state. When he contends, if he gets the better, it is a very little addition to a man of his literary reputation. If he does not get the better, he is miserably vexed." Johnson was not aware how much he was himself to blame in producing this vexation. "Goldsmith," said Miss Reynolds, "always appeared to be overawed by Johnson, particularly when in company with people of any consequence, always as if impressed with fear of disgrace, and indeed well he might. I have been witness to many mortifications he has suffered in Dr. Johnson's company. It may not have been disgrace that he feared, but rudeness. The great lexicographer, spoiled by the homage of society, was still more prone than himself to lose temper when the argument went against him. He could not brook appearing to be worsted, but would attempt to bear down his adversary by the rolling thunder of his periods, and when that failed, would become downright insulting. Boswell called it having recourse to some sudden mode of robust sophistry, but Goldsmith designated it much more happily. "There is no arguing with Johnson," said he, "for when his pistol misses fire, he knocks you down with the butt end of it." Footnote: the following is given by Boswell as an instance of robust sophistry. "Once, when I was pressing upon him with visible advantage, he stopped me thus: 'My dear Boswell, let's have no more of this. You'll make nothing of it. I'd rather hear you whistle a Scotch tune.'" In several of the intellectual collisions recorded by Boswell as triumphs of Dr. Johnson, it really appears to us that Goldsmith had the best both of the wit and the argument, and especially of the courtesy and good nature. On one occasion, he certainly gave Johnson a capital reproof as to his own colloquial peculiarities. Talking of fables, Goldsmith observed that the animals introduced in them seldom talked in character. "For instance," said he, "the fable of the little fishes, who saw birds fly over their heads, and, envying them, petitioned Jupiter to be changed into birds. The skill consists in making them talk like little fishes." Just then, observing that Dr. Johnson was shaking his sides and laughing, he immediately added, "Why, Dr. Johnson, this is not so easy as you seem to think, for if you were to make little fishes talk, they would talk like whales." But though Goldsmith suffered frequent mortifications in society from the overbearing, and sometimes harsh, conduct of Johnson, he always did justice to his benevolence. When royal pensions were granted to Dr. Johnson and Dr. Shebbeare, a punster remarked that the king had pensioned a she-bear and a he-bear, to which Goldsmith replied, "Johnson, to be sure, has a roughness in his manner, but no man alive has a more tender heart. He has nothing of the bear but the skin." Goldsmith, in conversation, shone most when he least thought of shining, when he gave up all effort to appear wise and learned, or to cope with the oracular sententiousness of Johnson, and gave way to his natural impulses. Even Boswell could perceive his merits on these occasions. "For my part," said he condescendingly, "I like very well to hear honest Goldsmith talk away carelessly, and many a much wiser man than Boswell delighted in those outpourings of a fertile fancy and a generous heart." In his happy moods, Goldsmith had an artless simplicity and buoyant good humor that led to 1,000 amusing blunders and whimsical confessions, much to the entertainment of his intimates. Yet, in his most thoughtless garrulity, there was occasionally the gleam of the gold and the flash of the diamond. Chapter 19. Though Goldsmith's pride and ambition led him to mingle occasionally with high society and to engage in the colloquial conflicts of the learned circle, in both of which he was ill at ease and conscious of being undervalued, yet he had some social resorts in which he indemnified himself for their restraints by indulging his humor without control. One of them was a shilling whist club, which held its meetings at the Devil Tavern, near Temple Bar, a place rendered classic, we are told, by a club held there in old times, to which rare Ben Jonson had furnished the rules. The company was of a familiar, unceremonious kind, delighting in that very questionable wit which consists in playing off practical jokes upon each other. Of one of these Goldsmith was made the butt. Coming to the club one night in a hackney coach, he gave the coachman by mistake a guinea instead of a shilling, which he set down as a dead loss, for there was no likelihood, he said, that a fellow of this class would have the honesty to return the money. On the next club evening, he was told a person at the street door wished to speak with him. He went forth, but soon returned with a radiant countenance. To his surprise and delight, the coachman had actually brought back the guinea. While he launched forth in praise of this unlooked-for piece of honesty, he declared it ought not to go unrewarded. Collecting a small sum from the club, and no doubt increasing it largely from his own purse, he dismissed the Jehu with many encomiums on his good conduct. He was still chanting his praises when one of the club requested a sight of the guinea thus honestly returned. To Goldsmith's confusion, it proved to be a counterfeit. The universal burst of laughter which succeeded, and the jokes by which he was assailed on every side, showed him that the whole was a hoax, and the pretended coachman as much a counterfeit as the guinea. He was so disconcerted, it is said, that he soon beat a retreat for the evening. Another of those free and easy clubs met on Wednesday evenings at the Globe Tavern in Fleet Street. It was somewhat in the style of the Three Jolly Pigeons. Songs, jokes, dramatic imitations, burlesque parodies, and broad sallies of humor formed a contrast to the sententious morality, pedantic casuistry, and polished sarcasm of the learned circle. Here is a huge ton of man, by the name of Gordon, used to delight Goldsmith by singing the jovial song of Nottingham Ale, and looking like a butt of it. Here, too, a wealthy pig butcher, charmed, no doubt, by the mild philanthropy of the traveller, aspired to be on the most sociable footing with the author, and here was Tom King, the comedian, recently risen to consequence by his performance of Lord Ogleby in the new comedy of The Clandestine Marriage. A member of more note was one Hugh Kelly, a second-rate author, who, as he became a kind of competitor of Goldsmith's, deserves particular mention. He was an Irishman, about 28 years of age, originally apprenticed to a staymaker in Dublin, then writer to a London attorney, then a Grub Street hack, scribbling for magazines and newspapers. Of late, he had set up for theatrical censor and satirist, and, in a paper called Thespis, in emulation of Churchill's Rashid, had harassed many of the poor actors without mercy and often without wit, but had lavished his incense on Garrick, who, in consequence, took him into favor. He was the author of several works of superficial merit, but which had sufficient vogue to inflate his vanity. This, however, must have been mortified on his first introduction to Johnson. After sitting a short time, he got up to take leave, expressing a fear that a longer visit might be troublesome. "Not in the least, sir," said the surly moralist. "I had forgotten you were in the room." Johnson used to speak of him as a man who had written more than he had read. A prime wag of this club was one of Goldsmith's poor countrymen and hangers-on, by the name of Glover. He had originally been educated for the medical profession, but had taken in early life to the stage, though apparently without much success. While performing at Cork, he undertook, partly in jest, to restore life to the body of a malefactor who had just been executed. To the astonishment of every one, himself among the number, he succeeded. The miracle took wind. He abandoned the stage, resumed the wig and cane, and considered his fortune as secure. Unluckily, there were not many dead people to be restored to life in Ireland. His practice did not equal his expectation, so he came to London, where he continued to dabble indifferently and rather unprofitably in physic and literature. He was a great frequenter of the Globe and Devil taverns, where he used to amuse the company by his talent at storytelling and his powers of mimicry, giving capital imitations of Garrick, Foote, Colman, Sterne, and other public characters of the day. He seldom happened to have money enough to pay his reckoning, but was always sure to find some ready purse among those who had been amused by his humors. Goldsmith, of course, was one of the readiest. It was through him that Glover was admitted to the Wednesday Club, of which his theatrical imitations became the delight. Glover, however, was a little anxious for the dignity of his patron, which appeared to him to suffer from the over-familiarity of some of the members of the club. He was especially shocked by the free and easy tone in which Goldsmith was addressed by the pig butcher. "Come, Noel," would he say as he pledged him, "here's my service to you, old boy." Glover whispered to Goldsmith that he should not allow such liberties. "Let him alone," was the reply. "You'll see how civilly I'll let him down." After a time, he called out, with marked ceremony and politeness, "Mr. B., I have the honor of drinking your good health." Alas! Dignity was not poor Goldsmith's forte. He could keep no one at a distance. Thank you, Noel," nodded the pig butcher, scarce taking the pipe out of his mouth. "I don't see the effect of your reproof," whispered Glover. "I give it up," replied Goldsmith, with a good-humored shrug. "I ought to have known before now there is no putting a pig in the right way." Johnson used to be severe upon Goldsmith for mingling in these motley circles, observing that, having been originally poor, he had contracted a love for low company. Goldsmith, however, was guided not by a taste for what was low, but for what was comic and characteristic. It was the feeling of the artist, the feeling which furnished out some of his best scenes in familiar life, the feeling with which rare Ben Jonson sought those very haunts and circles in days of yore, to study every man in his humor. It was not always, however, that the humor of these associates was to his taste. As they became boisterous in their merriment, he was apt to become depressed. "The company of fools," says he, in one of his essays, "may at first make us smile, but at last never fails of making us melancholy." Often he would become moody, says Glover, and would leave the party abruptly to go home and brood over his misfortune. It is possible, however, that he went home for quite a different purpose, to commit to paper some scene or passage suggested for his comedy of The Good-Natured Man. The elaboration of humor is often a most serious task, and we have never witnessed a more perfect picture of mental misery than was once presented to us by a popular dramatic writer, still, we hope, living, whom we found in the agonies of producing a farce which subsequently set the theaters in a roar. Chapter 20. The comedy of The Good-Natured Man was completed by Goldsmith early in 1767 and submitted to the perusal of Johnson, Burke, Reynolds, and others of the literary club, by whom it was heartily approved. Johnson, who was seldom halfway either in censure or applause, pronounced it the best comedy that had been written since The Provoked Husband, and promised to furnish the prologue. This immediately became an object of great solicitude with Goldsmith, knowing the weight an introduction from the great cham of literature would have with the public, but circumstances occurred which he feared might drive the comedy and the prologue from Johnson's thoughts. The latter was in the habit of visiting the Royal Library at the Queen's, Buckingham, House, a noble collection of books, in the formation of which he had assisted the librarian, Mr. Bernard, with his advice. One evening, as he was seated there by the fire reading, he was surprised by the entrance of the King, George III, then a young man, who sought this occasion to have a conversation with him. The conversation was varied and discursive, the King shifting from subject to subject according to his wont. During the whole interview, says Boswell, Johnson talked to His Majesty with profound respect, but still in his open, manly manner, with a sonorous voice, and never in that subdued tone which is commonly used at the levee and in the drawing-room. "I found His Majesty wished I should talk," said he, "and I made it my business to talk. I find it does a man good to be talked to by his sovereign. In the first place, a man cannot be in a passion. It would have been well for Johnson's colloquial disputants could he have often been under such decorous restraint. He retired from the interview highly gratified with the conversation of the king and with his gracious behavior. "Sir," said he to the librarian, "they may talk of the king as they will, but he is the finest gentleman I have ever seen." "Sir," said he subsequently to Bennet Langton, "his manners are those of as fine a gentleman as we may suppose Louis XIV or Charles II." While Johnson's face was still radiant with the reflex of royalty, he was holding forth one day to a listening group at Sir Joshua Reynolds', who were anxious to hear every particular of this memorable conversation. Among other questions, the king had asked him whether he was writing anything. His reply was that he thought he had already done his part as a writer. "I should have thought so too," said the king, "if you had not written so well." "No man," said Johnson, commenting on this speech, "could have made a handsomer compliment, and it was fit for a king to pay. It was decisive." "But did you make no reply to this high compliment?" asked one of the company. "No, sir," replied the profoundly deferential Johnson. "When the king had said it, it was to be so. It was not for me to bandy civilities with my sovereign." During all the tune that Johnson was thus holding forth, Goldsmith, who was present, appeared to take no interest in the royal theme, but remained seated on a sofa at a distance, in a moody fit of abstraction. At length, recollecting himself, he sprang up, and advancing, exclaimed, with what Boswell calls his usual frankness and simplicity, "Well, you acquitted yourself in this conversation better than I should have done, for I should have bowed and stammered through the whole of it." He afterward explained his seeming inattention by saying that his mind was completely occupied about his play, and by fears lest Johnson, in his present state of royal excitement, would fail to furnish the much-desired prologue. How natural and truthful is this explanation! Yet Boswell presumes to pronounce Goldsmith's inattention affected, and attributes it to jealousy. "It was strongly suspected," says he, "that he was fretting with chagrin and envy at the singular honor Dr. Johnson had lately enjoyed." It needed the littleness of mind of Boswell to ascribe such pitiful motives to Goldsmith, and to entertain such exaggerated notions of the honor paid to Dr. Johnson. The good-natured man was now ready for performance, but the question was how to get it upon the stage. The affairs of Covent Garden, for which it had been intended, were thrown into confusion by the recent death of Rich, the manager. Drury Lane was under the management of Garrick, but a feud, it will be recollected, existed between him and the poet, from the animadversions of the latter on the mismanagement of theatrical affairs, and the refusal of the former to give the poet his vote for the secretaryship of the Society of Arts. Times, however, were changed. Goldsmith, when that feud took place, was an anonymous writer, almost unknown to fame, and of no circulation in society. Now he had become a literary lion. He was a member of the Literary Club. He was the associate of Johnson, Burke, Topham Beauclerk, and other magnates. In a word, he had risen to consequence in the public eye, and of course was of consequence in the eyes of David Garrick. Sir Joshua Reynolds saw the lurking scruples of pride existing between the author and actor, and thinking it a pity that two men of such congenial talents, and who might be so serviceable to each other, should be kept asunder by a worn-out pique, exerted his friendly offices to bring them together. The meeting took place in Reynolds' house in Leicester Square. Garrick, however, could not entirely put off the mock majesty of the stage. He meant to be civil, but he was rather too gracious and condescending. Tom Davies, in his Life of Garrick, gives an amusing picture of the coming together of these punctilious parties. "The manager," says he, "was fully conscious of his Goldsmith's merit, and perhaps more ostentatious of his abilities to serve a dramatic author than became a man of his prudence. Goldsmith was, on his side, as fully persuaded of his own importance and independent greatness." Mr. Garrick, who had so long been treated with the complimentary language paid to a successful patentee and admired actor, expected that the writer would esteem the patronage of his play a favor. Goldsmith rejected all ideas of kindness in a bargain that was intended to be of mutual advantage to both parties, and in this he was certainly justifiable. Mr. Garrick could reasonably expect no thanks for the acting a new play, which he would have rejected if he had not been convinced it would have amply rewarded his pains and expense. I believe the manager was willing to accept the play, but He wished to be courted to it, and the doctor was not disposed to purchase his friendship by the resignation of his sincerity. They separated, however, with an understanding on the part of Goldsmith that his play would be acted. The conduct of Garrick subsequently proved evasive, not through any lingerings of past hostility, but from habitual indecision in matters of the kind, and from real scruples of delicacy. He did not think the piece likely to succeed on the stage, and avowed that opinion to Reynolds and Johnson, but hesitated to say as much to Goldsmith, through fear of wounding his feelings. A further misunderstanding was the result of this want of decision and frankness. Repeated interviews and some correspondence took place without bringing matters to a point, and in the meantime the theatrical season passed away. Goldsmith's pocket, never well supplied, suffered grievously by this delay, and he considered himself entitled to call upon the manager, who still talked of acting the play, to advance him £40 upon a note of the younger Newbery. Garrick readily complied, but subsequently suggested certain important alterations in the comedy as indispensable to its success. These were indignantly rejected by the author, but pertinaciously insisted on by the manager. Garrick proposed to leave the matter to the arbitration of Whitehead, the laureate, who officiated as his reader and elbow critic. Goldsmith was more indignant than ever, and a violent dispute ensued, which was only calmed by the interference of Burke and Reynolds. Just at this time, order came out of confusion in the affairs of Covent Garden. A pique having risen between Colman and Garrick in the course of their joint authorship of The Clandestine Marriage, the former had become manager and part proprietor of Covent Garden, and was preparing to open a powerful competition with his former colleague. On hearing of this, Goldsmith made overtures to Colman, who, without waiting to consult his fellow proprietors, who were absent, gave instantly a favorable reply. Goldsmith felt the contrast of this warm, encouraging conduct to the chilling delays and objections of Garrick. He at once abandoned his piece to the discretion of Colman. "Dear Sir," says he in a letter dated Temple Garden Court, July 9th, "I am very much obliged to you for your kind partiality in my favor and your tenderness in shortening the interval of my expectation. That the play is liable to many objections I well know, but I am happy that it is in hands the most capable in the world of removing them. If then, dear Sir, you will complete your favor by putting the piece into such a state as it may be acted, or of directing me how to do it, I shall ever retain a sense of your goodness to me. And indeed, though most probably this be the last I shall ever write, yet I can't help feeling a secret satisfaction that poets for the future are likely to have a protector who declines taking advantage of their dreadful situation, and scorns that importance which may be acquired by trifling with their anxieties." The next day Goldsmith wrote to Garrick, who was at Lichfield, informing him of his having transferred his piece to Covent Garden, for which it had been originally written, and by the patentee of which it was claimed, observing, "As I found you had very great difficulties about that piece, I complied with his desire. I am extremely sorry that you should think me warm at our last meeting. Your judgment certainly ought to be free, especially in a matter which must in some measure concern your own credit and interest. I assure you, Sir, I have no disposition to differ with you on this or any other account, but am, with a high opinion of your abilities and a very real esteem, Sir, your most obedient humble servant, Oliver Goldsmith." In his reply, Garrick observed, "I was, indeed, much hurt that your warmth at our last meeting mistook my sincere and friendly attention to your play for the remains of a former misunderstanding, which I had as much forgot as if it had never existed. What I said to you at my own house I now repeat, that I felt more pain in giving my sentiments than you possibly would in receiving them. It has been the business, and ever will be, of my life to live on the best terms with men of genius, and I know that Dr. Goldsmith will have no reason to change his previous friendly disposition toward me, as I shall be glad of every future opportunity to convince him how much I am his obedient servant and well-wisher. D. Garrick. Chapter 21. Though Goldsmith's comedy was now in train to be performed, it could not be brought out before Christmas. In the meantime, he must live. Again, therefore, he had to resort to literary jobs for his daily support. These obtained for him petty occasional sums, the largest of which was £10 from the elder Newbery for a historical compilation, But this scanty rill of quasi-patronage, so sterile in its products, was likely soon to cease, Newbery being too ill to attend to business and having to transfer the whole management of it to his nephew. At this time Tom Davies, the sometime Roscius, sometime Bibliopole, stepped forward to Goldsmith's relief and proposed that he should undertake an easy popular history of Rome in 2 volumes. An arrangement was soon made. Goldsmith undertook to complete it in 2 years, if possible, for 250 guineas, and forthwith set about his task with cheerful alacrity. As usual, he sought a rural retreat during the summer months, where he might alternate his literary labors with strolls about the green fields. Merry Islington was again his resort, but he now aspired to better quarters than formerly, and engaged the chambers occupied occasionally by Mr. Newbery in Canonbury House, or Castle, as it is popularly called. This had been a hunting lodge of Queen Elizabeth, in whose time it was surrounded by parks and forests. In Goldsmith's day nothing remained of it but an old brick tower. It was still in the country, amid rural scenery, and was a favorite nestling place of authors, publishers, and others of the literary order. Footnote. See on the distant slope, majestic shows. Old Canonbury's tower, an ancient pile, to various fates assigned, and where by turns meanness and grandeur have alternate reigned, thither in latter days have genius fled. From yonder city, to respire and die. There the sweet bard of Auburn sat, and tuned the plaintive moanings of his village dirge. There learned Chambers treasured lore for men, and Newbery there his ABCs for babes. A number of these he had for fellow occupants of the castle, and they formed a temporary club, which held its meetings at the Crown Tavern on the Islington Lower Road, and here he presided in his own genial style, and was the life and delight of the company. The writer of these pages visited old Canonbury Castle some years since, out of regard to the memory of Goldsmith. The apartment was still shown which the poet had inhabited, consisting of a sitting room and small bedroom, with panelled wainscots and Gothic windows. The quaintness and quietude of the place were still attractive. It was one of the resorts of citizens on their Sunday walks, who would ascend to the top of the tower and amuse themselves with reconnoitering the city through a telescope. Not far from this tower were the gardens of the White Conduit House, a Cockney Elysium, where Goldsmith used to figure in the humbler days of his fortune. In the first edition of his essays he speaks of a stroll in these gardens, where he at that time, no doubt, thought himself in perfectly genteel society. After his rise in the world, however, he became too knowing to speak of such plebeian haunts. In a new edition of his essays, therefore, the White Conduit House and its garden disappears, and he speaks of a stroll in the park. While Goldsmith was literally living from hand to mouth by the forced drudgery of the pen, his independence of spirit was subjected to a sore pecuniary trial. It was the opening of Lord North's administration, a time of great political excitement. The public mind was agitated by the question of American taxation and other questions of like irritating tendency. Junius and Wilkes and other powerful writers were attacking the administration with all their force. Grub Street was stirred up to its lowest depths. Inflammatory talent of all kinds was in full activity, and the kingdom was deluged with pamphlets, lampoons, and libels of the grossest kinds. The ministry were looking anxiously round for literary support. It was thought that the pen of Goldsmith might be readily enlisted. His hospitable friend and countryman, Robert Nugent, politically known as Squire Gawky, had come out strenuously for colonial taxation, had been selected for a lordship of the Board of Trade, and raised to the rank of Baron Nugent and Viscount Clare. His example, it was thought, would be enough of itself to bring Goldsmith into the ministerial ranks, and then what writer of the day was proof against a full purse or a pension? Accordingly, one Parson Scott, chaplain to Lord Sandwich, and author of Anti-Se Anus Panurge and other political libels in support of the administration, was sent to negotiate with the poet, who at this time was returned to town. Dr. Scott, in after years, when his political subserviency had been rewarded by 2 fat crown livings, used to make what he considered a good story out of this embassy to the poet. "I found him," said he, "in a miserable suit of chambers in the Temple. I told him my authority. I told how I was empowered to pay most liberally for his exertions, And, would you believe it? He was so absurd as to say, "I can earn as much as will supply my wants without writing for any party. The assistance you offer is therefore unnecessary to me." And so I left him in his garret. Who does not admire the sturdy independence of poor Goldsmith toiling in his garret for 9 guineas the job, and smile with contempt at the indignant wonder of the political divine, albeit his subserviency was repaid by 2 fat crown livings? Not long after this occurrence, Goldsmith's old friend, though frugal-handed employer, Newbery, of picture-book renown, closed his mortal career. The poet has celebrated him as the friend of all mankind. He certainly lost nothing by his friendship. He coined the brains of his authors in the times of their exigency, and made them pay dear for the plank put out to keep them from drowning. It is not likely his death caused much lamentation among the scribbling tribe. We may express decent respect for the memory of the just, but we shed tears only at the grave of the generous. Chapter 22. The comedy of the good-natured man was doomed to experience delays and difficulties to the very last. Garrick, notwithstanding his professions, had still a lurking grudge against the author, and tasked his managerial arts to thwart him in his theatrical enterprise. For this purpose he undertook to build up Hugh Kelly, Goldsmith's boon companion of the Wednesday Club, as a kind of rival. Kelly had written a comedy called False Delicacy, in which were embodied all the meretricious qualities of the sentimental school. Garrick, though he had decried that school, and had brought out his comedy of the clandestine marriage in opposition to it, now lauded False Delicacy to the skies, and prepared to bring it out at Drury Lane with all possible stage effect. He even went so far as to write a prologue and epilogue for it, and to touch up some parts of the dialogue. He had become reconciled to his former colleague, Colman, and it is intimated that one condition in the treaty of peace between these potentates of the realms of pasteboard, equally prone to play into each other's hands with the Confederate potentates on the great theatre of life, was that Goldsmith's play should be kept back until Kelly's had been brought forward. In the meantime, the poor author, little dreaming of the deleterious influence at work behind the scenes, saw the appointed time arrive and pass by without the performance of his play, while False Delicacy was brought out at Drury Lane, January 23, 1768, with all the trickery of managerial management. Houses were packed to applaud it to the echo, the newspapers vied with each other in their venal praises, and night after night seemed to give it a fresh triumph. While False Delicacy was thus born on the full tide of fictitious prosperity, the good-natured man was creeping through the last rehearsals at Covent Garden. The success of the rival piece threw a damp upon author, manager, and actors. Goldsmith went about with a face full of anxiety. Colman's hopes in the piece declined at each rehearsal. As to his fellow proprietors, they declared they had never entertained any. All the actors were discontented with their parts, excepting Ned Shooter, an excellent low comedian, and a pretty actress named Miss Walford, both of whom the poor author ever afterward held in grateful recollection. Johnson, Goldsmith's growling monitor and unsparing castigator in times of heedless levity, stood by him at present with that protecting kindness with which he ever befriended him in time of need. He attended the rehearsals. He furnished the prologue according to promise. He pished and shot at any doubts and fears on the part of the author, but gave him sound counsel, and held him up with a steadfast and manly hand. Inspirited by his sympathy, Goldsmith plucked up new heart, and arrayed himself for the grand trial with unusual care. Ever since his elevation into the polite world, he had improved in his wardrobe and toilet. Johnson could no longer accuse him of being shabby in his appearance. He rather went to the other extreme. On the present occasion there is an entry in the books of his tailor, Mr. William Philby, of a suit of Tyrian bloom, satin grain, and garter blue silk breeches, £8 twos. 7d. Thus magnificently attired, he attended the theatre and watched the reception of the play and the effect of each individual scene, with that vicissitude of feeling incident to his mercurial nature. Johnson's prologue was solemn in itself, and being delivered by Brinsley in lugubrious tones suited to the Ghost in Hamlet, seemed to throw a portentous gloom on the audience. Some of the scenes met with great applause, and at such times Goldsmith was highly elated. Others went off coldly, or there were slight tokens of disapprobation, and then his spirits would sink. The fourth act saved the piece, for Shooter, who had the main comic character of Croaker, was so varied and ludicrous in his execution of the scene in which he reads an incendiary letter that he drew down thunders of applause. On his coming behind the scenes, Goldsmith greeted him with an overflowing heart, declaring that he exceeded his own idea of the character and made it almost as new to him as to any of the audience. On the whole, however, both the author and his friends were disappointed at the reception of the piece and considered it a failure. Poor Goldsmith left the theater with his towering hopes completely cut down. He endeavored to hide his mortification and even to assume an air of unconcern while among his associates, but the moment he was alone with Dr. Johnson, in whose rough but magnanimous nature he reposed unlimited confidence, he threw off all restraint and gave way to an almost childlike burst of grief. Johnson, who had shown no one a sympathy at the proper time, saw nothing in the partial disappointment of overrated expectations to warrant such ungoverned emotions, and rebuked him sternly for what he termed a silly affectation, saying that no man should be expected to sympathize with the sorrows of vanity. When Goldsmith had recovered from the blow, he, with his usual unreserve, made his past distress a subject of amusement to his friends. Dining one day, in company with Dr. Johnson, at the chaplain's table at St. James's Palace, he entertained the company with a particular and comic account of all his feelings on the night of representation, and his despair when the piece was hissed. How he went, he said, to the literary club, chatted gaily, as if nothing had gone amiss, and, to give a greater idea of his unconcern, sang his favorite song about an old woman tossed in a blanket 17 times as high as the moon. All this while, added he, I was suffering horrid tortures, and, had I put a bit in my mouth, I verily believe it would have strangled me on the spot. I was so excessively ill, but I made more noise than usual to cover all that, so they never perceived my not eating, nor suspected the anguish of my heart. But, when all were gone except Johnson here, I burst out a-crying, and even swore that I would never write again. Dr. Johnson sat in amaze at the odd frankness and childlike self-accusation of poor Goldsmith. When the latter had come to a pause, "All this, doctor," said he dryly, "I thought had been a secret between you and me, and I am sure I would not have said anything about it for the world." But Goldsmith had no secrets. His follies, his weaknesses, his errors were all thrown to the surface. His heart was really too guileless and innocent to seek mystery and concealment. It is too often the false, designing man that is guarded in his conduct and never offends proprieties. It is singular, however, that Goldsmith, who thus in conversation could keep nothing to himself, should be the author of a maxim which would inculcate the most thorough dissimulation. Men of the world, says he, in one of the papers of the Bee, maintain that the true end of speech is not so much to express our wants as to conceal them. How often is this quoted as one of the subtle remarks of the fine-witted Talleyrand? The good-natured man was performed for 10 nights in succession. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th nights were for the author's benefit. The 5th night it was commanded by their majesties. After this it was played occasionally, but rarely, having always pleased more in the closet than on the stage. As to Kelly's comedy, Johnson pronounced it entirely devoid of character, and it has long since passed into oblivion. Yet it is an instance how an inferior production, by dint of puffing and trumpeting, may be kept up for a time on the surface of popular opinion, or rather of popular talk. What had been done for false delicacy on the stage was continued by the press. The booksellers vied with the manager in launching it upon the town. They announced that the first impression of 3,000 copies was exhausted before 2 o'clock on the day of publication, for editions, amounting to 10,000 copies, were sold in the course of the season. A public breakfast was given to Kelly at the Chapter Coffee House, and a piece of plate presented to him by the publishers. The comparative merits of the 2 plays were continually subjects of discussion in green rooms, coffee houses, and other places where theatrical questions were discussed. Goldsmith's old enemy, Kenrick, that viper of the press, endeavored on this as on many other occasions to detract from his well-earned fame. The poet was excessively sensitive to these attacks, and had not the art and self-command to conceal his feelings. Some scribblers on the other side insinuated that Kelly had seen the manuscript of Goldsmith's play, while in the hands of Garrick or elsewhere, and had borrowed some of the situations and sentiments. Some of the wags of the day took a mischievous pleasure in stirring up a feud between the two authors. Goldsmith became nettled, though he could scarcely be deemed jealous of one so far his inferior. He spoke disparagingly, though no doubt sincerely, of Kelly's play. The latter retorted. Still, when they met one day behind the scenes of Covent Garden, Goldsmith, with his customary urbanity, congratulated Kelly on his success. "If I thought you sincere, Mr. Goldsmith," replied the other abruptly, "I should thank you." Goldsmith was not a man to harbor spleen or ill will, and soon laughed at this unworthy rivalship, but the jealousy and envy awakened in Kelly's mind long continued. He is even accused of having given vent to his hostility by anonymous attacks in the newspapers, the basest resource of dastardly and malignant spirits, but of this there is no positive proof. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.